Could it be? For me, your man, Louie Tee. You know what it is. Welcome to the Command Post Up. Take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie Tee, here with a massive live stream. A wise woman once told me, heavy is the head of he who wears the crown. I got a couple of heavy-headed fellas here with me tonight. Got my guy, Rico, from Street Scores. Y'all know who he is. Also, got my guy, the real Ed Oliver. See, a lot of y'all be tripping because Ed Oliver, you hear his name, you expect the Ed Oliver from the Bills. Ed is older than Ed Oliver from the Bills, okay? Show that man some respect. That's the real Ed Oliver down there. Y'all know what it is. So, got a big stream, Commanders Kings tonight, all here in attendance. And we're going to talk about the burgundy and gold. First and foremost, I don't want to be rude. I want to let these guys have the floor. Rico, go ahead. Introduce yourself. Look, you really don't need any introduction. These people know who you are. However, let them know where they can find you and talk about everything that you've done to get to this point.
Man, yes, sir. It's your boy Rico from Street Scores. You can find me on Twitter, Street Scores ATL. Thank you for having me, Louie Tee. Shouts out to Ed Oliver. Now I'm excited to just talk football, man. I started my channel May 2017 and just been working my way up and having fun doing it. That's the most important part, man. It's a great community. You know, I'm from Atlanta, and I'm happy to be part of this DMV football community because I don't know how the Atlanta one even looks. I've never even tried to check it out, and I feel at home here, so I love it.
Yes, sir. This is the real Ed Oliver, not the one from the Bills. You already know, Lou. Right. Lou with a great introduction.
Hold on, I cannot hear y'all. I'm pretty sure they can hear y'all. I can't hear y'all, so give me 1 second. So I can adjust. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I still can't hear y'all. Hold on 1 second. I think I got it now. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, and I can hear y'all. Perfect. All right. All right, Ed. Same thing. Let them know.
Yeah, it's the real Ed Oliver.
Yep.
Not the one from the Bills. You can find me on YouTube. I do the Wizards too, man. Lou always disrespects my Wizards, but you know, we both sitting at home right now.
They earn that disrespect, however.
we both sitting at home.
You're right. You're right.
You know, yeah. See, your guy DeJon Bell already said Lou and Ed one-on-one basketball. Who wins? You know, so that's a good question. That's a good question. But
so I don't know. As I've watched the highlight, I don't know how tall you are. You look like you're tall, like about 6'.
Yeah, 6'5".
Okay, see, that's the problem. If I get ball first, it's game. All right. I'm not letting him get the rock, but if he gets the ball, it could be some trouble because I can see he's got some size on him. So that could be a little bit of a problem. Yeah. But in any event, let's get to the comment section. So I want to knock out some comments first. And then before we do that, anybody that comes on the show, they're always subjected to the hot seat. So you got to answer a trivia question first. Okay. So that's just how it works when you come here on the Louie Tee Network. So I'm going to start with you, Ed. And I know you guys are probably 2012 up. You probably maybe a little bit later too, but I'm gonna keep it relatively recent to give you a chance. Okay. So, Ed, your question: the last time a Washington wide receiver / skill position player had 10 or more touchdowns was when, and for a bonus, could you tell me who?
Ooh, I could go with Santana.
Okay.
Was it the year that he had the miracle against the Cowboys? He had 2 touchdowns in that game. I'm gonna say that year because we made the playoffs.
Well, you're going all the way back to 05.
I'm gonna go, or I could go with Pierre. I feel like Pierre did it. I feel like Garcon did it one year. I feel like he did it.
So you going with Pierre Garcon? Is that your final answer?
I'm gonna go. Oh man, you know what? You always got to go with your first answer.
Okay.
Damn. But you did say 2012 though, so I'm gonna go with Pierre.
Okay. So the last time a Washington Redskin, because it was a Redskin at the time, had 10 or more touchdowns receiving in a season was Jordan Reed back in 2015.
Yeah, I should have got the one.
He had 11 that season. And that goes to show you that it's been rough around these parts. We haven't had a guy hit double digits since 2015. It's been rough. So, Rico, you're up. You're on the hot seat. All right. So, the year after we won the division in 2015 was 2016. We went 8-7-1 that season. And we had a lot of opportunities to make the postseason. However, my question to you is, in that 2016 season, who was the Redskins' leading rusher?
Is that the Matt Jones era? Is that the Robert Kelly? What top? Who's gonna be my vote swing? Alfred Morris. Oh, I'm gonna go Rob. I'm gonna go Fat Rob and C. I'm gonna try.
Ding, ding. It was Robert Kelly.
Okay. I was stressing a little bit.
Yes, Robert Kelly was the leading rusher of that team. It's amazing that he was the leading rusher back in 2016. But, again, we've cycled through so many backs. So it's really refreshing to have multiple backs in our backfield that we feel like can get it done in the upcoming season. So, all right, we'll get to some comments real quick. And then, because I don't want to miss any of them, and generally that's what happens. I start talking. Next thing you know, I've missed 3 or 4 super chats. So I'm gonna knock some of these out. And I want to go back to when Ron Rivera took over, and I want to kind of work our way back up to the present time. So we'll go back in time, kind of get your thoughts on everything, and then we'll work our way back up. But let's see what these guys and gals out here have to say. So. Thank you for the super chat, DMV123, DMV fan 123. Greatly appreciate you, right? Louie Tee in the multiverse of madness. Indeed, we got the Kings up here tonight representing the Commanders. So you already know it's going to be lit tonight. Dejan Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou and Ed one-on-one in basketball. Who wins? Again, I ain't been on the court in forever. I can't speak for Ed. I haven't been on a basketball court in at least 2 years, minimum. So I would give the nod to Ed right now. Give me a couple of opportunities to get out there because the jumper's wet. Okay. I'm a 3-and-D guy. So I feel like if I can keep Ed out of the paint, I'll have a chance. If Ed's got any strength and he can back me down, it could be a long afternoon. But if I can keep Ed out of the paint, I think I got a shot. I don't know if Ed has a jumper. I mean, if he can extend out to 18 feet or whatever from the basket, but if I can keep Ed away from the cup, I think I got a chance.
Yeah, I got a little KD. I mean, I haven't played in a little bit though.
Oh my God, he said he got a little bit KD.
I was about to say I'm gonna throw my name in there, but then 6'5" with a shot. I mean,
look, man. I looked at the highlights. I said, okay, Ed is a lot taller because you never get a real feel for how tall somebody is when you see him on YouTube, right? You see him sitting down, you do be like, yeah, I'm 6'6". Like, I did not see that coming. You know what I mean? So I was like, Ed got some size on him for real. So I could see that coming a mile away. Let's see. Another super chat. Okay. Got that one. Barrett Down and my guy BD. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Barrett Down and writes, what up, guys? Great to see y'all together. Yes, indeed. It's so good to have these guys finally on the show. It's been a long time coming, and I was waiting for the perfect time to have all of our universes collide. I've been on Ed's show before, so that's we're not a stranger to one another, but I've never been on Rico's channel. He's never been on our channel here, but we've been on a live stream together before. So this is not the first time I've met him either, but this is the first time we've all been on the same show. So Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. I don't know. Ed Oliver, can't trust a man with 2 first names. Y'all know how I do, okay? Oliver could go either way. It's all beauty's in the eye of the beholder, okay?
It's not like Curtis Samuel.
No, that's clearly 2 first names. Clearly. At least he could have put an S on the end of Samuel to make it Samuels, and then you could slide by with that. But Curtis and Samuel, clearly 2 first names. So I'm going to leave that up to interpretation in terms of whether you want to trust Ed or not. Landry Bulbin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, LB, writes, how y'all see our wide receiver lineup, starting lineup? Who is in the slot? Who is outside? who to punt returner / kick returner, who is wide receiver 4 and 5. I'll let you tackle that one first. Tell me what you think about the receivers on the roster. Who do you think is going to make the roster? Are we keeping 5? Are we keeping 6? Last year, we played around with the idea of keeping 7. I'll let you tackle that first, Rico.
So, not exactly sure how much they still believe in Dax Milne. I think just off of specialization, even though we do have some big body targets in tight ends, I think Cam Sims, is technically first on our depth chart as far as height goes for receiver. And as soon as we traded for Carson Wentz, he said he called him immediately, like, please get me the ball when we play. I like that initiative. I'm not sure if it's going to matter, but we'll see. And there's all kinds of guys that I'm interested in. Because are we going to keep Alex from the non-Rivera Panthers? Is he going to be here as purely a punt returner? Is he going to take up an entire roster spot for that? Or do you risk Jahan Dotson, who's going to be a really good receiver, and that way you positional flex your returner and your receiver?
What about you, Ed?
I'm thinking 6. I actually you didn't like the Alex Erickson pickup, but I actually liked it a little bit. It is not a big pickup, but we needed a replacement for DeAndre Carter as a punt returner, kick returner. So I can see where they're going. Dax Milne. It's probably gonna be that battle. But I actually like the UDFA Jaquez Ezzard. I like him. He went to Howard University, went to Sam Houston State. I know Rico talked about his hands. He has iffy hands, but I feel like he's giving me Steve's not the terrible Steve Sims, but the Steve Sims when he was good kind of vibes, like that 2019 Steve Sims that we got. He's giving me that kind of shiftiness and that kind of speed where Steve Sims had potential to be a solid 3 or 4, 5th option at the wide receiver position. And a punt returner, obviously, Jahan, Terry, Cam Sims, Diami, and Curtis are your easy 5. Then after that is a battle for that 6th or 7th spot. Are they going to keep 7? Are they going to keep 6? But Dax is up there. Erickson's up there. I looked at the depth chart. Of course, AGG's still on the roster technically. Harmon's on the roster still technically. They're not going to make the roster, just to make it easy on that. But I got Erickson making that last spot, man. Then I got Dax on the practice squad. Then I got Ezzard on the practice squad too.
Did y'all see AGG working with the tight ends?
I hope so. I hope so.
He was literally working with the tight ends.
He needs to.
I'm not sure if they're going with a positional switch there or what they're trying to do with him. Clearly, I don't think they believe in him as a receiver anymore, a wide receiver. Maybe they're looking to see if he can make like a Niles Paul type of transition from wide receiver to tight end. We'll see. But I think to Ed's point, there are 5 spots locked up at receiver that we can already account for. The question is whether they're going to keep 6 or just the 5 that we already know of. I don't think they're keeping 7. That's a really robust number. And especially when you're keeping 3 quarterbacks like we did last year, you got to cut bait somewhere. I really think that we will see a lot of Curtis Samuel in the slot. I think initially when the season begins, you'll see Jahan Dotson in the slot more because they don't want to overload the young fella, but they're going to put a lot on his plate just like they did Diami. But I think they brought Curtis Samuel here to play outside initially. We saw that last year in his brief opportunities that he was outside, not really in the slot. So I think they're going to start out with him outside. But I think as the season progresses, we're going to see Jahan Dotson be that guy opposite of Terry. You're going to see Curtis Samuel move around the formation, but be in the slot a lot more than not. And as Rico said, that the one big target that we do have as a receiver is Cam Sims. So I think that's a guy that Ron talked about in the offseason, wanting to feature him a little bit more, get him more opportunities. It's going to be tough because it's a lot of guys to try to get the football to. But, you still have Diami Brown. They're expecting a big leap from him from that rookie season. So, that's 5 dudes right there. So then you get to the 6th guy, and I think they are going to keep a 6th receiver, and I think that guy is going to return kicks. Dax Milne got an opportunity to do it in the preseason last year, if you remember. He's not dynamic, but he's a little bit more sure-handed. Alex Erickson has had some dynamic moments in his career. He led the league in return yards multiple times in his career. His problem is he does not have an issue fumbling the football. Well, we said the same thing about DeAndre Carter, and he only had 1 fumble last year, and we didn't lose that. So Alex Erickson can be dynamic as a return man. I see them looking at him like they did DeAndre Carter last year. I can see Dax Milne being the odd man out and them giving the opportunity to Alex Erickson to return kicks. So, it's going to be an interesting battle, obviously, but I think that's how it's going to shake out. We'll see what happens when we get to camp. Dejon Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Dejon writes, all Jamin has to do is wear one arm sleeve and he'll be great. I told you about my Mavs, Lou. I'm shocked that your Mavs got it done. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought y'all were going to lose by like 24 in game 7. And I should have known, though, because I can't stand Chris Paul. Should have known he was going to come up real small like he always does in those types of situations. I didn't expect Booker, to play the way that he did. Ayton he's a gentle wallflower. So I should have known he wasn't going to show up in that big stage in that moment. I think he's done in Phoenix, to be honest. But you know what? I didn't see Luka and the rest. I knew Luka. He's a game 7 dude. One of the highest averages in league history in game 7. So he's played in huge games over in Europe. This game 7 is nothing to him. But I didn't expect the rest of those dudes, like Spencer Dinwiddie, went off. Like, when you get dudes like that having a night like that, I mean, it's tough. And you're not hitting. I didn't see it coming, but I think Jamin's going to be really good this year. A lot of people are counting him out. I'm expecting Jamin to have a bounce back year. What about you guys? What about you, Ed? Do you expect a bounce back season from Jamin Davis?
Well, yeah, Jack was very honest about Jamin the other day. He was honest about the DBs too. He blamed the DBs not playing well because of OTAs or some voluntary activities. But yeah, he said I can't remember word for word, but he said he didn't have a good year. He was a disappointment or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. He's not a middle linebacker. They found that out. They missed on the evaluation. It's crazy that 2 really good linebackers in the NFL missed that evaluation on Jamin Davis. But yeah, if he's in the right spot playing weak side, just letting them run and use that speed and cover guys, I mean, he can be good. We always talked about how he covered Kyle Pitts in college. We want to see that translate to the NFL. The Giants game, he got a sack. You saw him flying downhill. I know it's Jake Fromm, but he showed some flashes and some potential. He gets to learn one more year, and I think a lot of stuff was thrown at him. Was he possibly overdrafted? Was it a reach? That's a question mark. He had a good combine. He's got the speed, the agility, and the talent, behind that defensive line too. But they got to coach him up too. I think Jack's got to do a good job of that too and coaching him up. But yeah, we got to use his speed and him covering guys, covering tight ends.
Right.
The Mavericks, yeah, they're gonna lose 4-1 in my opinion. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think they're built to beat the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors were hoping that they won so they could get home court advantage. Like, they knew that was the easiest path, the least path of resistance to the NBA Finals. So they were happy when they took the Suns out.
Right. But yeah, no, my expectations aren't high on Jamin, to be honest, but I think he'll fill in and have a better season than what he did last year. I
mean, that's not hard, right? What about you, Rico?
Yeah, no, I do agree that I feel like a lot of people are saying he's already a bust. He may never live up to that first round pick, but I do think he will play very well once Jack Del Rio has him moving more and thinking less. Let him go back to more of his natural role, like Ed Oliver said, with more coverage. We were so hyped about him because we saw highlights of him covering Kyle Pitts better than some DBs did that season. And we just need to get him into more of his natural role. Maybe let him lose some of that because he gained a lot of weight for the NFL, so he could potentially play Mike linebacker. It hasn't worked out. Maybe he goes back more so to his college size, so he can get some of that explosiveness, some of that speed back, and we use him as just just out there moving and covering whoever we need covered underneath. And maybe he'll make up for a little bit of the loss of Landon Collins. I don't think he'll necessarily fill in that role immediately, especially Buffalo nickel wise, but I think underneath he'll be a very high impact player for us. That athleticism, you can miss, you can be raw, but I think there's certain ways that you can coach him up and you can make him useful for sure.
Yeah. And I would like to see him blitz a little bit more. I think he's an explosive blitzer. You get him downhill, you get him clean, and he gets to a run and start. I mean, there aren't many linebackers in the league faster than this guy. We've seen flashes, and Jack talked about that. You saw the flashes, that fourth down stop against Buffalo early in the season. Early in that game, matter of fact, first possession of the game, or second possession of the game, they try to run that little, pick route. He gets out there to the running back and stones him on 4th and 1. And so those are the kinds of things you see. This guy is explosive. He's dynamic. He flies around the football field and pops on the screen at times. If they can just get him to be clean, not have him be obstructed, and get him running, I think this is a guy that could be a huge difference maker. I hate when we start throwing around the B word with a dude that's only been in the league 1 year. You know what I mean? He's going into his second season, and already people want to throw the B word around again. We'll see what happens, but man, that's tough. You get a guy that he was only a starter 1 year. And I told everyone when we drafted him, I said, not only are we going to draft this kid, because Ron loves his background and, they're trying to change the culture, but I said, he's raw. He will not be an immediate impact guy year one. I'm just telling y'all to be patient. But, fans don't want to hear that about a first-round pick, and I get it. You get a first-round dude, you're expecting immediate results. So that was tough for Jamin Davis, but I think he will be a better football player because of what he went through in his first season. So let's go to the next super chat from Jahan Solo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jahan Solo writes, don't worry, Terry and I both getting 10 tubs this year. You've said that before, and I think somebody might have also followed up with, the 10 apiece. That's a lot of touchdowns. Again, Terry's never had more than 7 in any given season in his career. To just jump to 10 and then bring somebody with you. I wouldn't be shocked if Terry had 10 with some of the attention that won't be on him this year. But to have 2 dudes, after I just told you, we haven't had a skill position player since 2015 eclipse 10 touchdowns. And you're going to have 2 in one season? That's hard for me to fathom, but we'll see. What do you guys think about Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin both having double-digit receiving touchdowns this season? Rico?
I think it's just too many mouths to feed. I think it's going to be very difficult. Now, granted, things are going to be easier for Terry McLaurin, but at the same time, it's going to be easier because a lot of those other guys are going to be getting those targets. I mean, because I think Cole Turner is going to have a stronger impact than probably a lot of people believe early on. Carson Wentz likes his bigger targets. Now, granted, he hasn't necessarily had an ensemble of shifty, fast, separating receivers like we have that he's had in his career so far. But history shows he loves his big catch radius guys. So I think Cole Turner is going to get a lot of looks, especially in the red zone. And that's the thing with touchdowns. It's more of a red zone stat, even though, Terry Jahan could break one off for 60. But I just think those other guys are going to get more opportunities touchdown. And then we can't forget J.D. McKissick. We love Antonio Gibson. It's just too many mouths to feed for Scott Turner.
I agree. What about you, Ed?
I would love to see it. I really like Jahan a lot. I'm not gonna say I love the pick, but I like the pick a lot. He's got speed. They're comparing him to Deshaun Jackson and Santana Moss. Chris Cooley loves him a lot. I don't see 10 though. 10 each. Yeah. I got Terry getting 8. I got Jahan getting 5. That's what I see right there. Yeah,
that sounds
maybe Diami
right.
getting a couple.
Yeah.
But for both of them to get 10, then we're talking Carson getting in that 30.
No, you're talking Carson probably got pushing 40. If you got 2 dudes with 10, because Logan and maybe Cole Turner, as Rico said, might step up, and because he was a huge red zone target at Nevada, had 10 last year for the Wolfpack. You're gonna have J.D. McKissick catch 2 or 3 out of the backfield. Again, Diami might have 1 or 2, as you mentioned. Curtis Samuel, you'd love to think he's going to have at least 3 or 4 himself. Right. Even if it's just a shovel pass that he takes, that counts as a receiving touchdown. So it's hard for me to believe that 10 apiece for these 2 dudes in year one with Carson here. It's just I don't see it.
Yeah, I just haven't seen a high power offense like that in a long time. Like Pierre and Garcon, and Pierre and D-Jax and Crowder, they didn't even do that. They had a good offense, and they didn't do that.
Right. I agree. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Just Andre writes, the Wiz are one of the worst at drafting in sports. Not in the NBA, in sports. That man said, to hell with just the NBA. We're talking all sports across the board.
No, there's some work. The Blazers, you can go back to Sam Bowie. No disrespect to Sam Bowie and Greg Oden. You pass up on Kevin Durant. That's 2 inexcusable draft picks in the history of football. I'm sorry, basketball. Mm-hmm. But football, there's some bad drafts too. The Raiders are pretty bad at drafting. You look at the draft class with Arnett, who got arrested. No, he didn't get arrested, but he got Ruggs got arrested. Arnett got arrested. Mm-hmm. Cleveland Farrell, was that in the same draft?
No, that was the year before. So it's been bad. And that first round that you're talking about with Cleveland Farrell, it's Josh Jacobs, Cleveland Farrell, and the safety from Mississippi
Darnell
State.
Sam.
No. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but physical safety. None of them got the 5th-year option picked up in Vegas. So, it's been rough out there. That's why Mike Mayock is no longer employed. So, yes.
The Raiders are trash at drafting. The Eagles, recently, you don't take Rager over Justin Jefferson. The Wizards, yeah, I mean, we got some bad ones. Kwame, I like Kwame, the podcast, but he was pretty rough. Vesely,
what about Jan Vasily?
Vesely, yeah, Vesely was bad. Yeah, I mean, we can go down, yeah, but like I said, the Raiders, Jamarcus Russell,
yeah, there've been plenty of them for sure.
Yeah, they got some bad.
The problem with the Raiders is they think they're smarter than everybody else. They just completely. I mean, you're supposed to ignore the media and everybody's draft boards, but they're like Cleveland Farrell. He should be a top 5 pick. Like,
right. Yeah, and that kills me when it comes to the draft when you get these teams that think they're the smartest in the room. Seattle has been guilty of that many times, where they just like completely ignore all the warning signs, plenty of stop signs, red lights. They run through all of them and take a guy in the first round they have no business taking. You see it all the time. And the Raiders, I think Mike Mayock was one of those guys, and it wasn't just him. John Gruden was there too, and he had say so as well. They just were terrible. They were terrible.
The Browns can't draft either. Johnny Manziel, Trent Richardson. They got some bad drafts too. So the Wizards, we're bad, but we're not the worst.
Yeah, to make sure he protect his Wiz. Landry Baldwin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy Landry writes, if Logan can't go for the first 5 games, who would be TE 1, 2, and 3? How about Sammy Reyes at fullback? Ed, you want to take a stab at that?
I don't think they'll try Sammy's at fullback. I mean, it's something to think about. He's still learning the game of football, so I mean, you can try it out and see what happens. I know they got Alex Armah still on the roster, so he would be the first fullback. Tight end 1 is going to be John Bates. He's got experience, and he did better than what I thought he was going to do. I thought he had a nice catch against the Eagles where he got to the 1-yard line. The Cowboys game, he was pushing guys off of him. He had a couple good catches. Thought he played pretty well. He has a good catch radius too. 2 would be Cole Turner, just off the strength of still him being a rookie. Maybe after 5 games, he'll progress and move up. But Logan, hopefully he'll be back game 1. But like the hypothetical said, if he can't go for the first 5 games, then and the guy Austin Hodges out of Arizona State, and then there's another undrafted guy from Ohio. He played quarterback. I don't know if one of those guys will get some snaps. Say you got to hit the break glass thing. One of those guys got to come in and play. We'll see. But the one from Arizona State, he might pass Sammy's just because he played more football. But Sammy's is a hell of a blocker, so he's gonna be tight end 3 for sure. Tight end 1 would be Bates. 2 would be Cole Turner. He would be our Ricky Seals-Jones replacement, and he would probably be the best route runner and have the best hands out of the group still between him and Bates. But to answer the question, would be Bates 1, Turner 2, Sammy's 3, and then maybe Hodges from Arizona State or the Ohio guy who was a quarterback.
Rico.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think John Bates is your tight end 1 if Logan Thomas can't go, just off of the fact that he's going to be on the field the most because he can block the best probably out of all of the guys. I mean, you could argue Sammy Reyes definitely has some blocking potential. I don't really see him playing fullback because I think there's a lot more mentally that goes into that than a lot of people give it credit for. Whereas tight end, you just seal off the edge. That's it. But fullback, you can end up, blocking any particular gap or any situation, mapped to all kinds of stuff. So I don't really see that as realistic. But yeah, I think John Bates is off of being on the field the most is the better blocker. And then we also, like Ed said, the receiving talent we saw, he's not a separator. He's not going to necessarily get open. But if the quarterback can get it to him, Scott Turner scheme him open. And that's the thing with tight ends. Like, it's only really a handful of tight ends in the NFL right now that can separate on their own. I wouldn't even consider Logan Thomas a true separator. He's schemed open. As long as you can catch it when you're open and then, maybe break a tackle or 2, I'm fine with that as far as the receiving target goes. So I think, of course, we want Logan Thomas back, but I think we'll be straight. I don't think it's a hit the panic button situation, especially since we got Cole Turner in the fit.
I agree with you. A lot of tight ends, aren't athletically gifted enough to separate on their own. They're not great route runners. That's not Logan Thomas's game. That's why Cole Turner is so intriguing. I think that's why they're so excited about him. He brings a different dynamic to this offense. A guy that used to be a receiver, so he's got those receiver skills in terms of running routes and separating. We don't have a guy like that. John Bates isn't that guy. Neither is Logan Thomas. So I think he is that guy, similar to Ricky Seals-Jones, ex-wide receiver background at Texas A&M, comes here, makes the transition in the NFL to tight end. And that's why he was a guy that, found himself open quite a bit because he had that wide receiver background. I think they see the same thing in Cole Turner, and that's why they're so excited about him. And as Ed said, I think it'd be something along those lines. Whether you flip-flop Sam East to 2 and Cole to 3, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Those are going to be the 3 guys that would get the nod in the absence of Logan Thomas. I think Logan's shooting for being back week 1. I don't think they're going to put him on the PUP list, even if he's not back for week 1. But it'll be interesting to see, what they do at the tight end position. Do they keep 3? Do they keep 4? Do they keep a fullback or not? Do they just keep that guy, Alex Armour, on the practice squad in case of an emergency? So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic works itself out. But Sammy Reyes isn't playing fullback. They don't want to overload the dude. The dude just started playing football. Last year was his first exposure to playing professional tackle football. They're not going to put a whole nother position on his plate while literally, it's not like he made a position switch. The man's never played football before at all, at any level. So he's having to learn the rules. That was what last year was about, was learning your responsibility, but also learning the rules of the game, learning the physicality. Like, you played basketball, now you're playing football. There's a much different, level of physicality that is involved in football. So there was a lot of things that he had to adapt and adjust to. So to throw another position on him would be, to me, asinine when you're trying to get this guy just to get the tight end position and all the nuances that entails down, pat. So I don't think we'll see him go to fullback, but I think you will see a situation where if Logan can't go, those will be your 3 tight ends. 1-6 Devil Dot, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Tell your wife I said hi. What up, Lou and company? Saw the pod on playback yesterday. Lou, you had me laughing my ass off with the jumping off the ledge, screaming Super Bowl. Look, I know my fan base, okay? And had we had the offseason the Eagles had, and we went 9-8 last year, that's what our fan base would be doing, okay? Screaming Super Bowl loud enough so people over in the next town can hear us, okay? So Eagles fans acting crazy out of their damn minds talking about winning the Super Bowl. I'm not surprised, because if that were us, we'd be doing the same thing. See, I don't think their offseason this year is the dream team. A lot of people bring that up. I think there's more substance with this year's crop of, free agents coupled with the draft moves they've made. I think there's a little bit more substance. That dream team felt like what the 2000 Redskins felt like when you tried to buy a Super Bowl, when you went out and got all these high-priced veterans to bring in here and try to expedite the process. I think they're actually going about it the right way in Philadelphia. I just think they're bottlenecking, because at the end of the day, you still got, Jalen Hurts at quarterback. I mean, there's only so much you can do with a running back playing quarterback. So in my mind, they've made a ton of moves that really give them a chance. And if he's really good, if he's improved, they got a shot to be really, really problematic this year. But we'll see what happens. I'm not overly impressed with the Eagles overall because of their quarterback position. But as a team, as an offseason, I think they were outstanding with what they've added on their football team and what positions they put, Jalen Hurts and the rest of that team in. They've really done a good job of supplementing what they already had. And so I think they are a team to be reckoned with if Jalen Hurts, and that's a big if. I don't believe in Hurts, so that's why I don't feel like the Eagles are going to be able to maximize what they've put together as a roster. But we'll talk more about that as the night progresses. Daniel Morgan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Daniel writes, am I crazy, or does Cole Turner remind you of Aaron Hernandez a little? You're crazy, because first of all, Aaron Hernandez was 6'2". Like, he wasn't a big dude, and he was a lot shiftier than Cole Turner. He could get in and out of breaks because he had a lower center of gravity. Aaron Hernandez was a problem. Not to say Cole Turner won't be, but Cole Turner's 6'6". He's a big dude. He's longer strides. He doesn't get in and out of breaks as quickly as Aaron Hernandez did. Now, could he be as good of a pass catching threat as Aaron Hernandez was? We'll see. That's debatable, but I don't think they're very comparable. They have 2 different body types, 2 different games, and 2 different skill sets, if you ask me. What about you guys? Do you see any comparison between Aaron Hernandez and Cole Turner? What about you, Ed?
when you say problem, it's hard not to think about the other problems that Aaron Hernandez had. But honestly, I guess because the hair, but I was like, man, this guy looks like Jeremy Shockey a little bit. Jeremy Shockey, like you said, was more shiftier than Cole. Like Cole's not creating separation like we talked about earlier, but just because Jeremy Shockey would talk some ish. Like that's what Cole Turner. I see Cole Turner. He was out there talking ish, bodying guys, big boying guys because he's 6'10", like he's what 6'7". He plays his size.
Yep.
Like you talked about DeAndre Ayton earlier, not playing like his size. Cole Turner plays like his size. He plays like he's 6'7". He goes up and gets it. He uses his body. He boxes guys out, and that's what we need in the red zone. We needed somebody like that. Aaron Hernandez, no, I wouldn't say that. And I wouldn't like to bring him up either, to be honest. But I get what you're saying, Daniel Morgan. But no, I don't think he's that. I think I would say more of a slower Jeremy Shockey. That's what I get the vibes of.
What about you, Rico?
Yeah, I agree. The Aaron Hernandez, just even like Louie Tee pointed out, the build is completely different. And so the play styles are also subsequently going to be different. I like the Jeremy Shockey comparison. I liked him a lot. I mean, just even back being little playing NFL Street, I used to love, even as a Burgundy and Gold fan, I used to love using Jeremy Shockey. So if he turns out to be at least 90% of that, I'm extremely happy with him, especially in the 5th round. Oh, that would be lovely.
Oh yeah, for sure. You don't really know what you're getting after. Really the 4th round is when you start looking, because that's usually the cutoff of dudes that are definitely making the team. It's rare you cut a 4th round pick. 5th round and later, it's a crapshoot. We've had some success in the later rounds. If you look at this roster, Chase Roullier, Cole Holcomb, there've been a lot of guys, obviously Cam Curl. We've had a lot of hits in the later rounds, so we'll see if we can continue that trend. James Smith-Williams has become a real big producer for us as a backup defensive end, so he was a 7th round pick. So we'll see if Washington can continue getting a good value in the later rounds with a guy like Cole Turner. Hunter Hodovic, my guy, Double H, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "Sup, y'all? How we doing? In y'all's opinion, which jersey is our best jersey? Trying to decide which Terry jersey I want to rep at the game." Y'all heard the man. So I'll let you take the first stab at this, Rico. Best jersey combination or just jersey in general for the Commanders?
Well, first of all, the helmets is my favorite part of the entire outfit. When we go out there, the burgundy ones, I love it. I think the black are creative. It'd be nice if we end up getting another one. But jersey combination wise, and we've seen like mock pictures of them putting draft picks or Terry McLaurin in different jerseys. I like the burgundy helmet with the white shirt with the burgundy pants a lot. I've seen that. I saw that somewhere and it looked great to me. But of course, I'm really excited to see what the black looks like in person, because in pictures, I'm hype about it, but I can't really tell. But when I see them on that field, and the field's supposed to look new, right, with the new Commanders and everything.
Yeah, I wonder. Let me ask y'all think they're gonna paint when they're wearing the black, they're gonna paint the end zone black, right?
Oh,
I don't know if they're
I would love
creative,
that,
but that would be cool.
I would assume when you're wearing your black unis, you just paint the end zone black and keep the Commanders, gold. But we'll see. I wonder when they're going to bust the black on blacks out, because I don't assume that they'll do that week 1 Jacksonville. I'm assuming they'll keep it basic, either burgundy on burgundy or white on white. But I wonder when they're going to bust out the black on black. Maybe week 3
color rush.
Maybe week 3 against the Eagles.
I don't know. I can see the Eagles.
What about you, Ed?
I like the black on black. It's about time. Oh, there's some breaking news. Per John Keim, he's spoken into existence. Lou, AGG is moving to tight end. This is per John Keim.
Okay. So. I saw photos of him with a blocking dummy. They were blocking, and one of the tight ends, I can't recall who it was. I want to say it was John Bates, was holding the bag, and he's blocking. So I'm like, you're not doing that if you're at receiver, and John Bates isn't holding the bag that you're blocking. So I'm like, AGG is making this switch to tight end, and I saw that a week ago. But again, John Keim does a great job of sifting through things to make sure that he comes with facts. So that he had to make sure he had the actual factuals, and clearly he did enough digging around to feel comfortable to report that AGG is in fact making that transition. I think it's a smart move, because clearly they don't see the value in him at receiver. So give him an opportunity, because you hate to waste a 4th round pick, right? Like, damn, you don't want to miss on 4th rounders if you don't have to. Look, fourth rounders aren't a huge hit rate, but we're only into year 3 of AGG, and so you'd love to see if he can give you something. I have no problems with this. I still don't think he's going to make the football team, right? And I don't even know how close he would be because he's got to put on some weight. He's not a big dude. He's a lanky kind of guy. So it'll be interesting to see what that transformation looks like. I appreciate that, Ed.
Yeah, anytime. I like the black on blacks, man. We haven't had an all black jersey. Of course, with the skins, the white on whites, when we go out there, we always wear the white on whites in big games. When we beat the Steelers 2 years ago, beating Dallas, when we beat them, we usually wear the white on whites. Those are for the big games. The scoop and score by Sean Taylor, the white on white. So all the big games were white on whites. Beating Tampa in 2005, that playoff game. All those games were in white on whites. So that's the best color. These white on whites, they're gaining on me. At first, I didn't like them, but my favorite one is the black on black. I want to see it on a Monday night game or a Sunday night game or a Thursday night game or that last game of the year against Dallas where they can flex it into a night game if it's a competitive game for winning the NFC East.
Right.
That's the jersey I want to see us wear.
So
black on black.
Let me ask y'all this, just piggybacking off of that. Do you think the black on blacks are going to be the new white on whites?
I could see that happening. Because you look meaner in them. You look more intimidating in them, I mean, the white on whites, we meant business when we wear the white on whites.
You knew it was a big game if the white on whites came out. Now, conversely, I don't know if we ever won wearing burgundy on burgundy, right? That
finally did against the Seahawks. I mean, Seahawks on Monday night.
On Monday Night Football. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We had terrible luck in those. They look clean, but we were terrible in those unis. So I want to know what's going to be that one uniform we're like, yo, don't put that shit on. Okay. Whatever you do, put something else on. And I want to know, are they going to play with the combinations? Because everything that I've seen to this point has been one color, white on white, black on black, burgundy on burgundy. I haven't seen too much of them playing with the combinations, a black top and a burgundy bottom, or a burgundy top, a black bottom, or a burgundy top and a white bottom. I haven't seen them playing with those combinations. I think I came up with, you can have up to as many as like maybe 27 different combinations, 18 or something like that, if you play around with the jerseys. I want to know, are they going to do that? I'm not sure about that, but that's all I've seen is one uniform color, straight top and bottom. So that'd be interesting to see if they do that or not. My personal opinion is I like the white jerseys. I think they're different. I know some people have had a little bit of a problem with the color of the burgundy. It's not really actually burgundy on the white jerseys. So we'll see what they look like. I want to see all of these jerseys on the field. The black ones look dope. I like the concept of the black and that they're different. Like you can tell they're an alternate jersey. They didn't just take, the burgundy jersey and just make it black. It's a different logo, in a different spot. And all of the jerseys have different meaning to the city. And so I like what they were able to do. I think the black jerseys are dope as well, but I like the white ones. They're different to me. All right. Chill Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Commanders going to be smooth this year. Everyone disrespecting us. Looking forward to the slush finger with a 10-win season and playoffs. Much love all. And we're going to get to that. We're going to talk about that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put a pin in it right here with my guy, JL Smooth. And we're going to come back to the comment section. But what I want to do is I want to start picking the brain of these two kings here. As I mentioned at the top of the show, I don't know if you guys could hear me. Heavy is the head of he who wears the crown. Okay. And we got a couple of heavy-headed fellas here tonight. And I want to pick their brains as far as how they feel about this team, the direction that they're going in, and how big of a season is this. Before we can move forward, however, we have to first go backwards and then get ourselves up to speed. So what I want to do is I want to get both of your opinions on how you felt about the hiring of Ron Rivera when it was first made. Now, I want you to remove the Bruce Allen aspect from the conversation because everybody wanted him gone. That was universal. We were so excited. We didn't care who the hell was here. We just didn't want him here. I get that. But what I want to know is, how did you feel about the hire? Did you think it was he overrated? You know, because a lot of people like to bring up his win percentage and how many winning seasons he's had in his career, this, that, and the third. How did you feel about the hire of Ron Rivera when it was first made? And then we'll go from there. I want to start with you first, Rico. How did you feel about the hire of Ron Rivera when it was made? And I want to say in January of 2020.
So first of all, I was happy. Even excluding Bruce Allen, I was happy because he's kind of a safe hire. Like, you know what you're getting. Your team's going to be disciplined. And we've seen that our penalties have definitely gone down since he's been here. And my whole thing with Rivera is I just want him the team to be disciplined, us to practice hard, and just be a good game manager, and you know how to manage the clock and the time and things like that. But you hire the offensive coordinator to be that creative mind. Because when we first hired Rivera, I was worried that is our offense going to go back to being really old school? But that's what he brought Scott Turner over with him to do, to bring that Chiefs exciting, all kinds of pre-snap motion things to the offense. So I was like, you know, as long as he hires a guy that's creative on offense, hires a guy that he trusts on defense, I think we can make this work. So I liked it because it's stability. I like the fact that, first of all, Dan Snyder seemed to be going with even if he sucks for a few years, we're going to let him play it out for a few years. We're not just going to go back to being unstable, going from coach to coach to coach. So even not just Rivera himself, but the mentality of the hire, we're going to bring this guy in. He's going to be here for at least 5 years so we can show some stability so that we can stop going from system to system and blaming it on the quarterbacks or whatever. So yeah, I was happy, but it doesn't, I mean, of course he's not Andy Reid. He's not a lot of these other guys, but I think for what we need to turn this team around, get us disciplined, sell tickets, I think he was a good hire.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this, and I'll ask Ed the same question after he answers. Did you believe in him when he was hired? Did you believe he was the right man for the job at the time and could lead this team to where they ultimately wanted to go?
Super Bowl wise, I think there's a ceiling. I think too many things went right, and y'all know I'm a huge Cam Newton fan, so I try not to give Cam Newton too much credit, but I mean, that was just a really good defense, and Cam Newton carried an offense. I know Rivera had an effect on that, but I just felt like a lot of things went right for them to make it to that Super Bowl. I think he's the coach that you're always going to be good. You're going to be perpetually good. You're going to matter. But as far as a Super Bowl, I don't really see it. I hope, but he's not creative enough. He's not going to take those risks as we've seen in this past draft. We're going straight floor for a lot of the picks, really, until we got the Percy Butler. And that pretty much aligns with his historical moves and decisions that he's made in the past.
What about you, Ed? Did you believe in Ron Rivera? And before even answering that question, how did you feel about the hire when it was made?
I thought it was A+ hire, especially for the guys that we can get. You know, everybody's like, "Oh, nobody wants to come here. Nobody wants to come to DC." And then Jay Gruden, he was a player's coach. You know, DJ Swearinger talked about it was a light practice every practice. You know, we don't even really practice. You know, so we just went from a guy. You know, the whole ping pong. I don't care if the ping pong table was in there or not, but you know, it was just kind of telling about the culture. You know, you can take it for whatever it's worth. You know, the purple nurple with Deshaun and Jay Gruden just playing around. You're not going to get that with Rivera. He's more of a leader of men. We needed somewhat of a disciplinarian. We needed a guy who could come in here and create some kind of culture. The culture was dang bad as Bruce, it wasn't darn good like Bruce Allen says. It was awful. And Ron Rivera was that guy. I think he was the best guy available at the time. You know, you could have gone with a young coach that you never heard of. You know, the Giants went with Joe Judge. I thought Ron Rivera was way, way better hire. So I thought Ron was a good hire for what we needed. We needed somebody who could settle the troops and be a leader of men. And he brought Jack Del Rio. I thought Jack Del Rio was a good hire at the time too. Jack Del Rio has a good record. Ron Rivera was coach of the year twice. Took a team to the Super Bowl. Can you say he was overrated because he went 7-8-1 and made the playoffs? Yeah, you can put that against him too. He has a losing record. He's only had 3 winning seasons. D'Angelo Hall went on the radio the other day and let the chopper sing because he has some type of agenda to get off his chest because he didn't get hired as the radio. And he was talking, and some of the things that D'Angelo Hall said was true.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
some of the thing about Ron is he is an old school guy. Some of his thinking is in an old school kind of way where you look at a Sean McVay or some of these young innovative coaches and they're totally different kind of guys and personnel moves. Because Ron, you look at him and it's not all his fault. You look at him not just as a coach, but as a GM. So when guys are not getting signed or people don't want to come here or he's signing just his guys, you're judging him not just as a coach, but as a GM. Is that fair to him? No, it's not. And he's cried, or you can say cried about it because he said, stop thinking about the past. But we're not going to stop thinking about the past. We've been here before you. We're going to be here after you. So it is what it is on that. But he can keep saying that. I get what he's trying to do and what he's trying to say. This year is a make or break year for me. I mean, we'll probably get into that later. Whether he'll be on the hot seat or whatever after this year. I have my opinion on that, a strong opinion.
We'll definitely come back to that.
Yeah.
And you know what? I do want to piggyback off of something since you brought it up. I didn't want to tackle this tonight, but since you brought it up, let's knock it out now. D'Angelo Hall, was on the radio, had a lot to say. There was a lot of vitriol in his comments. He talked about this roster not being a quarterback away, saw a lot of deficiencies and holes on the defensive side of the football, thought Ron Rivera was overrated as a head coach. There was a lot that D'Angelo said. There was a lot to unpack. And I agree with you, Ed. I think there was an axe to grind. I think he was a little salty about the way things ended here in the booth. But then I do think there was some validity to some of the things that he said. You don't want to just dismiss him as being a disgruntled former employee. Oh, he's salty. He's a hater now, and just dismiss everything he's saying, because there was some truth in what he was saying. So I want to throw the ball to you, Rico, on the D'Angelo Hall comments. What did you make of them, and what did you take from what he said?
No, not completely agree with y'all. Even though he is a disgruntled former employee, you have to take a lot of that for truth. I mean, sometimes the people that hate you the most will be the most honest with you, and maybe he went a little too far in certain areas. But and I wouldn't necessarily call Ron Rivera overrated, because I felt like we knew what we were getting when we got him, just based on his history. But D'Angelo Hall did bring up a lot of great points. I mean, just the lack of activity in free agency, bargain bin shopping, and things like that. And it has worked, though. It's actually worked out very well for us. But I wish we would do a little bit of both. And so, I think D'Angelo definitely has some points.
Yeah, and I thought he contradicted himself there, because if you just claimed that we weren't a quarterback away, why would you go after high-priced free agents? Teams that believe they're close go after high-priced free agents that they think can push them over the top, a la the Los Angeles Rams. When you're a team that you're still building and you're trying to find your identity and you're trying to take that next step, you're not looking for guys that are going to cost you a bunch of money that may not be here. Like, for instance, we did that last offseason. When we went after William Jackson III and Curtis Samuel, that was us saying we feel like we're closer now. We just won the division. We feel like we got Ryan Fitzpatrick. I thought that was fool's gold. We're going there next. And we have a chance to really compete now, and we're going to go for it, because we're going to bring these high-priced guys in here that we feel like can help put us over the top. Our defense was really good last year. We're adding another piece. We're upgrading the cornerback position. We feel like a lot of people will argue against that. They will tell you they thought Ronald Darby was more solid for us in 2020 than William Jackson III was in 2021. But that's nor here nor there. They felt like, in the hell, I did as well in the offseason. And we just upgraded the cornerback position for right around the same amount of money. Not too much difference there in terms of how much he ended up getting from Denver and what we ultimately paid William Jackson III. And then, Curtis Samuel was supposed to come in here and be that guy opposite of Terry to take some pressure off of him. Obviously, that didn't work out in year one, but that was our attempt at going after some free agents. And then I thought he, again, was being a bit, I thought he was being a bit aggressive, because the situation. We traded for Carson Wentz. We ate the $28 million. That left us with pretty much no cap space. We went into the offseason with $33 million of cap space. Now you can set up deals to where, like the JD McKissick deal, where you got all these extra years that are avoidable, that spreads the money out. And look, there are creative ways to manipulate the cap. We all are aware of that, but still, guys want their money. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we just weren't in a position to pay a lot of players after making the Carson Wentz deal. That was the first thing that everybody wanted this offseason. No one's going to sit here and tell you that we wanted to address linebacker before we wanted to address quarterback. Quarterback was the number one offseason need, and that's how they attacked it. They addressed it. You might not love what they did. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but they addressed the position. They gave us a fighting chance at the position, and we'll see what happens. I thought he was, again, there was a little bit of truth in there, okay? Maybe a lot of truth in there, but there was also him really spewing a lot of vitriol because you could tell he was a scorned former employee that had an axe to grind, and he was going to make sure that they knew about it. How did you take it, Ed?
Yeah, so I was on Twitter and I seen some quotes, and then I was like, let me go
listen to it.
Yeah, let me go listen. And so I hear B. Mitch said he got a text, or JP Finley, one of them was like, "Oh, I got a text from D. Hall. He wants to call into the show." Mm-hmm. So that shows you that obviously D. Hall wanted to get something off his chest because he wasn't a guest that was scheduled. Mm-hmm. This guy calls in like a fan, and he's like, "Hey, I just want to get this off my chest."
Right.
So, but the thing I really didn't disagree with was because everybody got upset that Bradbury went to the Eagles, which is fine. I'm not mad about him going there, but everybody takes it as a jab at Rivera because of the connection with the Panthers, and that goes back to the not being aggressive in free agency part right there too. Because if he really wanted him, I think he would have went after him. But it is what it is on that. Like I said, I'm not mad he didn't get Bradbury. I wanted Bradbury. I thought he would have been a good fit here, but it is what it is. I think he's wrong in that because Bradbury said in a 2020 presser with JP Finley, he said he loved Ron Rivera as a coach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he called him Coach Rivera, Coach Ron. He had interest in coming here. There was mutual interest here coming here in 2020, but it didn't happen. It is what it is on that. But yeah, I mean, you know what happened when people get picked by London Fletcher as the new analyst or play-by-play or whatever it is. So he's upset at that. It is what it is, and that's human nature. Mm-hmm. But him coming on the show and doing that, he didn't have to do it, but he really wanted to do it. Mm-hmm. And he let the chopper sing. I mean, he'll probably be on NFL Network. I wish him the best. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he definitely had to axe the ground with Ron Rivera. But like I said, some of the points have some truth to it, but I disagree with the Bradbury point for sure. Yeah. Some of the free agent points I disagree with. But yes, they are older school guys. He talked about them. I want to say the William Jackson signing too. Them not putting him in the best situation to succeed. Mm-hmm. I believe there's some validity to that. It took William Jackson about 8 games to really get comfortable here in DC. Right. Then he played better. Yep. I don't think he said anything about Curtis Samuel, but yeah, what he said had some truth to it, but then again, you can only take so much of it because it's a guy that's upset. When people get fired, it could be McDonald's or wherever, they're going to have hatred towards that place of work.
That's right.
No disrespect to McDonald's.
That's right. That's right. We need McDonald's employees, so no disrespect there.
Man,
but yes, without a doubt. Look, the James Bradbury thing is interesting because so many fans complain about Commanders, right? Oh, we got another Commander, but then now they want one, right? And then when we don't get him, they're pissed off, right? Like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like you got to decide. And so I knew he wasn't coming here, and I told the fan base he's more likely to end up in New England or Philadelphia. Those were the 2 places I thought he made the most sense. I said Philadelphia desperately needs a corner opposite of Darius Slay. I think he's going to end up there. That's where he ended up. Not surprised. Here's the thing. We've already spent money at the cornerback position. You signed William Jackson. You signed Kendall Fuller. Both of their deals expire after next season, right? So you've got, I think Kendall's was a 4-year, $40 million, and William Jackson III was something like 3 years, like either 48 or 51, something in that neighborhood. I don't think it was any higher than 17 a year. I think it was more like 14 a year or something like that. Whatever the case may be, he signed that deal, and you got 2 free agent contracts tied up in the secondary. You don't want to keep spending money in the secondary. So I couldn't see them going out and bringing another corner in. And furthermore, so when we get, and D'Angelo Hall knows this, he knows better, which is why I was disappointed. Schematically, William Jackson III is a man-to-man corner, right? We played a ton of zone in Washington, which James Bradbury is actually better at. He's more of a zone corner than he is a man-to-man corner. So I think they were going away. The offseason, Bradbury was available in 2020. They were going away from Ronald Darby and playing a lot more zone. Right, because Darby's biggest problem in Philadelphia was man-to-man, getting beat on double moves, and a lot of balls going over his head. So what they did with Ronald Darby was they told him, hey, nothing cheap, nothing deep. Keep everything in front of you, and we're going to play a lot of zone. You keep everything in front of you, and he played well, right? So they wanted more man-to-man because they wanted to be more aggressive. Jack kept talking about, we're going to be more aggressive. Bullshit. We weren't aggressive last year, blitzing. Now, you look at the numbers, Numbers say something else. We're one of the highest blitz teams in the league. But remember, we played with that 5 defensive line front. Anytime you rush more than 4 defenders, it's technically categorized as a blitz. So when you're rushing 5 defensive linemen, it's a blitz. It's not really a blitz because they can account for those 5 guys, but technically speaking, it's a blitz. He wasn't creative enough, and William Jackson didn't give them the confidence out there because he was so many pass interferences in the first half of the season. He was getting beat, and so he didn't give them the confidence that they could, be a little bit more exotic with their blitz coverages, things of that nature. So I think when you look at what they were trying to do, Kendall Fuller can play man, William Jackson can play man. I think they want to go to a little bit more of a man principal defense. Not saying that they're going to go away from zone because they're going to play plenty of zone, but they want to mix in more man. And Bradbury's more of a zone corner. So all of that goes into it. But I think it's just really about money at the end of the day. You're paying Kendall Fuller. You're paying William Jackson III. Are you going to pay another corner? Yeah, you still got Terry out here. Cole Holcomb's going to be looking for some money here soon. Montez Sweat is going to need to get paid here if you're looking to keep him. Are you really going to look to pay another corner, to bring another outsider in when you got guys here in the building that need to be broken off? I just don't see that happening. So, okay, so both of you, you believed in the hire at the time. You so a little bit more than Rico. Okay, so now let's fast forward to 2020. I think we can all say, and I'm going to speak for you guys, and if I'm wrong, you can interject and correct me. We all thought we overachieved in his first year. When, look, we won 7 games. I'm acknowledging the elephant in the room, but no one expected that to be good enough to win the division, and nobody expected this team to perform the way that they did in certain situations with the quarterback position being what it was in 2020. We can all agree on that, right?
Yes.
So
yes, sir.
You get to 2021, the offseason, and you could see this thing kind of going off the rails, so to speak. I want to ask you guys, going into that offseason, and we were all excited because I shouldn't say that. I don't want to speak for you. I was excited by the moves that they made, bringing in William Jackson III and also bringing in Curtis Samuel. I wanted Corey Davis. I did not want Curtis Samuel. I was vehemently against bringing in Curtis Samuel, but again, never, ever trust a man with 2 first names. I made it abundantly clear. I wanted a traditional 2 opposite of Terry. I did not want a gadget guy that you move around, that you could have positional flex with. I wanted a guy that I could just say, hey, you line up at the Z and you take some pressure off of Terry. I thought Corey Davis could do that for us. That said, they brought Curtis Samuel in. They were very familiar with it. He kicked our ass in that 2020 game. I think that sealed it. When he came here to Washington late in the season, Panthers had nothing to play for. We're trying to clinch a playoff berth. And he comes in here and has like 175 yards of total offense, a big catch, a big run. He killed us in that game. So I think that solidified, like, we need to go get Curtis Samuel. So that offseason, going into 2021, they add Ryan Fitzpatrick, they add Curtis Samuel, they add William Jackson III. They franchise tag Brandon Sheriff. How did you feel about that offseason? And what were your thoughts going into the season? And what was your prediction for the season? So I'll start with you, Ed. Where were you offseason 2020 when those moves were made? How did you feel going into the season? Don't lie. Now, you got videos out there. Don't lie. Tell us how you really felt going into the season. Was it a 10-11 win season for you with Ryan Fitzpatrick under center? And how did you feel about that offseason?
I did say 10. A lot of that was on it was going to be a complementary football where the defense was going to make a leap. Chase Young was going to make a leap. Mm-hmm. Montez was going to, do his thing, 7, 8, 9 sacks, be impactful. Mm-hmm. Deron, John going to do the thing. And I was sold by Will Jack coming in and being a lockdown corner. Kendall played really well in 2020 as well. Just the whole defense is like Cameron Curl, Landon Collins. The whole nine. I mean, Landon Collins barely played in the 2020 season, but Cameron Curl played well. Other guys stepped up. I thought the defense was going to make a leap. And, Chase Young was talking about the sack record and Montez and the sack record. And I bought into that. Now, Ryan Fitzpatrick, my gut feeling, I didn't like it. I was lukewarm to it. I was kind of like, ew, it's Ryan Fitzpatrick. This is what his 10th or 14th team. It's Ryan Fitzpatrick, but I get what he's trying to do. So they signed Curtis Samuel. They want to push the ball downfield. They want to get vertical because Alex Smith, we made the playoffs with Alex Smith. So, okay, if Ryan Fitzpatrick can throw the ball downfield more, you drafted De'Ami Brown. You want to stretch the field. So I bought into the offense. I thought the offense, the mindset they had, the philosophy, I think they had the right mindset as they want to throw the ball downfield to De'Ami. They want to stretch the field to Curtis. And Terry's going to be your number one. I thought they did some of the right things. The injury to Fitzpatrick, I don't know if he really would have won us 10 games, to be honest with you. And the schedule was probably the worst possible schedule you can get. It really was. I mean, I'm not gonna blame everything on the schedule, but
it was brutal.
It was a tough schedule. It really was.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen. I mean, that's just tough. You got to play your A game. You have to play your A game to win those games. But yeah, no. Before the season, I was thinking 9-8 or at least 10-7. The defense let me down. I think the defense was the most disappointing by far than the offense. They just were. They third downs were abysmal. Guys running wide open. Keenan Allen telling you that he's going to be open at this spot of the field, and he goes to the same spot of the field that he tells you where he's going. And then
3rd and 17. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So the defense was just terrible.
It was, and special teams was absolutely horrific as well, especially in the field goal kicking game. That cost us at least a game, maybe 2, throughout the course of the season as well. What about you, Rico? What was the offseason like in 2021? And what was your feeling going into the season with the moves that were made, piggybacking off of what we had just done the previous year, winning the division? What were your expectations for the upcoming season after the moves that had been made? And how did you feel about those moves?
Man, I was super high on the defense, like a lot of us were. I mean, of course, there was the asterisk, the quarterbacks we played, the schedule that we played. But I just thought that we were so athletic. And like you said earlier, we slight upgraded the cornerback position. Give me Josh Allen. Give me Pat Mahomes. Let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Let's time to test our unit. So I was really high on, and then I thought, even though draft-wise is where my biggest disappointment was, I was big on Micah Parsons or trade up for quarterback. That was my whole thing. And we did neither. And so, but defensively, even with Jamin Davis, I was like, yeah, he's raw, but he's an athletic freak. And if the defense is as good as it was last year, everything around him, the defensive line should keep him clean. He should ball out even with as raw as he is. And so, yeah, the defense is probably my biggest disappointment. But going into, just to answer your question, going into it, I thought the defense was going to be legendary. And so, and then like we wanted to upgrade it safety. Bobby McCain wasn't like the greatest guy, but I thought that, you know, it would help to have him. And then offensively, of course, Ryan Fitzpatrick, very optimistic, wasn't sure about him, but I was like, if he could just play how he kind of played in Miami the previous year for us, with a better O-line than what the Dolphins had, with, you know, potentially a better weapon in Terry McLaurin. I wasn't thinking Super Bowl. I wasn't even necessarily thinking playoffs, but I thought he'd be good enough for us to at least be fun to watch, you know? And then next thing you know, hurt in the first quarter, we don't see him again. And De'Ami Brown, I thought he was definitely going to contribute more than he ended up contributing, even though I do feel like some of that is Terry McLaurin not being able to hit him deep. So yeah, I was way higher walking into the season than we ended up being. I agree that last year we overachieved, but I felt like the moves that we made in the offseason were going to make up for that, and we would actually be, like Ed said, like a 10-win team, honestly. And I was one of those people that didn't necessarily believe in Taylor Heineke after that one game. So I was hoping to see as much Ryan Fitzpatrick as possible. When he got hurt, I was like, oh man.
I was the direct opposite. That Ryan Fitzpatrick ship has sailed for me a long time ago. I know who he is. I've seen the movie before. I don't need to be kind and rewind. I don't want to watch it again. So I didn't want any parts of him. It's in the NFL rule book. If Ryan Fitzpatrick starts a game for you, you're not allowed to make the postseason. So once he started week 1, we were doomed. And even though it was only 13 snaps, our season was done when he started that first game against the Chargers. So I was frustrated, but I was excited to see Taylor Heineke. I was like, okay, I went to ODU. I'm a Monarch, alum just like him. I watched him in college. So I was excited to see him get an opportunity to play. And there were moments, the Giants game, the Falcons game, Panthers game, Bucks game. There were moments, but they were too few and far between. I was excited about the season, but I was disappointed about the quarterback position. So I knew there was only so much, similar to what the Eagles are. Like, we made all these moves. Remember, people forget, we got rid of Morgan Moses. We drafted Sam Cosmi. Like, Ron's taking charge of this roster because Morgan Moses was one of those, veteran voices that still had a little bit of opposition to what Ron was doing in the locker room. So they got rid of his ass. They drafted Sam Cosmi, and the minute that Charles Leno Jr. came available, that's when they moved on from Morgan Moses. And I'm like, okay, so they fortified this team. They got depth. That was the first thing they did when they got here in 2020 was acquire depth. You didn't love any of the moves they made. They weren't big moves, but it was for depth purposes. So now you go get those frontline guys. You know, you drafted Chase Young, you drafted Antonio Gibson, you got Cam Curl, you got lucky in the 7th round with him. And now you got all these frontline guys to add to Sweat and Allen and Deron Payne. And then you're getting Ioannidis back on that D line. Remember, he was out since week number 3. So you're like, oh man, we about to kill it, right? And then the defense was an abject disaster from the word go. And we didn't get good defensively until probably weeks 9, 10, somewhere in there. I thought the Green Bay game was the first game where they started to turn it around and give us a chance defensively. And so you were disappointed about that. I did not love De'Ami Brown. He was a one-trick pony at North Carolina. And yeah, we wanted to add speed. I thought there were other guys in the draft that year that could do that. But I was fine. I'll say, okay, you got him. Let's see what he does. And he wasn't able to really do much. I don't expect a lot. This is why Curtis Samuel was huge, because I don't expect a lot from a first-year wide receiver a lot of times. If I get something, especially if you're not a first-round pick. You know, if you're a first-round wide receiver, then the expectations can be through the roof if you want them to be. But you get a guy in the 3rd round, you got to pump the brakes and drive slow, homie. Drive slow. So I looked at that situation. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I really love the fact. We did this with AGG the year before, 4th-round pick. We throw him in the fire. Hey, we need you to start opposite of Terry. That didn't work very well. I wasn't interested in doing that again with De'Ami, which is why Curtis Samuel was huge. And him not playing really pushed De'Ami into that role and really kind of expedited his growth process. And that wasn't beneficial for him or anybody involved. So I was like 7 was the floor, 10 was the ceiling. 10 was like absolutely everything goes our way. The ball bounces our way. We gotta be +6 or 7 in the turnover category, plus minus category at the end of the season if we were to get to 10 wins. Like we had to stay relatively healthy, and all of that stuff had to go well. And clearly it did not. So I said the floor was 7. That's where we ended up. So now I want to get to this offseason. Ron swung and missed for Matthew Stafford in that 2020 offseason, or 2021 offseason, excuse me. So you get to 2022 in the offseason. It's year 3 of Ron Rivera. I'm a big Ron Rivera guy, and not necessarily because I think he's the greatest coach, you know, in the NFL or anything like that. I thought he was the right man for the job at the right time. He gave us an identity. He gave us structure. He gave us a reason to believe when there wasn't one. Because again, as Ed said, who wanted this job? Nobody wanted this job when we fired Jay Gruden. It was going to be hire some young, coordinator that we don't know if he's any good or not, right? So that someone's just hungry that just wants an opportunity. And I thought Ron's choosing us. That's what happened. Ron chose us. I thought that was a great hire. So I developed Ron's plan. I think I knew what his plan was. And he even said it. Build the roster, drop the quarterback in, hit the ground running, which is why he tried to go and get a veteran, especially after winning in that first season. So my question to you now is, we're into year 3 of Ron Rivera. He's hired a front office. This is their 2nd year here. Martin Mayhew, Marty Herney. So he's got his full cabinet. He's got all his staff members here. He's brought in ex-Panthers. F.A. Obata was signed this offseason. He's bringing in all these guys that he's familiar with. We're year 3 of Ron Rivera, okay? How do you feel about Ron now? And Ed kind of alluded to this, so we'll start with Ed. You talked about where you feel like Ron is going and what this season needs to represent. How did you feel about this offseason? We'll talk draft specifically next. You don't have to necessarily get into that specifically if you don't want to. We'll talk draft next. But how did you feel about this offseason, the trade for Carson Wentz? I really want to hear your thoughts on the trade for Carson Wentz. How did you feel when you first heard the news? And what do you think this season represents for Ron Rivera? And do you still believe in him as well?
Yeah, it's a make or break year for him for me. And that's because of the schedule. We'll probably talk about the schedule later. If the schedule was the Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen type schedule, then okay, I wouldn't be mad if Ron wasn't 100% successful this year. But we'll get to the schedule. That ties into my thoughts about Ron.
Okay.
But yeah, the offseason, I mean, yeah, he struck struck out on Russell Wilson. You know, he did go on the presidential campaign, so he got everybody's hopes up.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was the report, and then you see John Allen taking pictures with Russell Wilson at the Pro Bowl.
Right.
Then there's a report on the radio saying that Russell Wilson's not opposed to coming to DC.
Yeah.
So that raises expectations.
Yeah.
Ron comes out with an article from Michael Silver saying, hey, there's Aaron Rodgers. Michael Silver's more of his mouthpiece, you know.
Right.
Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson. There's a guy in
None of
Vegas.
those guys were ever coming.
Yeah, so he kind of bigs up the offseason, the presidential campaign. He goes and talks to Good Morning Football on NFL Network. He talks to Josina Anderson. He does a campaign in the whole radio row or TV row. So he does that, bigs everybody up, gets everybody hyped up that we're going to get somebody. Pete Carroll lies. They lie and they say we're not going to trade Russell Wilson.
Right.
We make calls. The report comes out that we made calls. They denied our trade offer.
Yeah.
Then
he didn't want to come here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. And then less than a week.
Yeah.
He's on the Broncos.
Right.
He's on the Broncos.
Absolutely.
So all the people who are like, what in the world? Didn't they just say you're not going to trade him? But we know it, like you always say, it's lying season. So strike one, strike two. Deshaun Watson, they didn't want to get into that because of the whole
we weren't the team for him.
The whole baggage. I would have taken a flyer on him just because I'm desperate. I would have taken a flyer.
So I think the fan base is split on that. Yeah. I've talked to enough people that are like, I didn't want anything to do with them. I was like, look, if he's not charged with anything, if he's just getting hammered in civil court, sign me up, right? But this isn't the organization with all of the sexual misconduct allegations we have going on. That's not a good marriage for Deshaun Watson to end up here. But
I get that. And so the offseason, the free agents, I'm not mad he didn't go out and get Bobby Wagner and didn't get Tyrann Mathieu and all the big name guys. I'm honestly fine with that. We've tried the big name guys before. It hasn't worked out. London Fletcher worked out. He's not a big name like a Bobby Wagner, but you get what I'm saying with the free agent linebacker signing. So the offseason, it was okay. He got a lot of safe picks. If you want to talk about the draft, he got a lot of veterans, guys that fit in the culture mode that he's looking for. Brian Robinson is a senior. Mathis is a team captain. Jahan Dotson, another senior. Percy Butler, another senior. Everybody basically was a senior, a fourth year, fifth year guy. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for high floor guys that can contribute. This year for me, it's make or break, man. I mean, if you can't beat Trevor and Goff in the first two games of the season, then you're potentially playing Desmond Ridder or Mariota down the line. You're playing Daniel Jones twice. You're playing Justin Fields. I mean, and he said to himself, this third year is a big year, man. It's a big year. And I don't want to hear any excuses. The COVID thing, sure, that's a valid point if you want to say that. We have Milo Eifler on Sunday Night Football. He didn't even have a
picture. Right.
Yeah, so I get that. I understand that. Sure, if he wants to throw it out there, I get that. I'm not against that. Those are valid reasons why things went downhill. Garrett Gilbert in a winnable game against the Eagles. I feel I think that was seriously a winnable game. But Garrett Gilbert is hard to win with somebody like that. So he had some points. But this third year, man, something's got to happen for me, man. You gotta win at least more than 8 games for me, man. And if he stays, I'm sure that's fine because of the culture that he's building. I get where he's going, and I feel like something can happen. But Carson Wentz, was it a desperate panic move? Sure, it was. I just feel like maybe he could have tried to restructure the contract, but I feel like he sometimes he doesn't trust Carson either because next year is a 0 dead cap money hit.
Right.
So if you really believe in Carson and you want to bring in more free agents, maybe you could have tried to restructure. Hey, 28 turn into some money here, some money there, some money in 2023.
They weren't going to do that because they don't believe.
They don't believe him. Yeah, they don't.
Not saying they don't believe in him. They're not certain.
Right.
You got to be certain, and you don't want to start having dead money 2-3 years down the road because of a dude that you essentially just took the risk on a 1 year, rental essentially. So, yeah. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, the offseason, it's not what we all wanted. It's not your Russell Wilson, it's not your Aaron Rodgers. You got a guy who can play. Carson Wentz can play, man. He can play. He's not Irsay is a weird guy. There was a video of him on a plane. Yeah, there's a video of him on the plane. He was on a plane and he was like holding his camera up, recording himself singing. So he's a weird guy, man.
Yeah. He's a music dude. He's a music buff. He has this organization. He collects guitars and
okay.
He can't sing, but he loves to sing and play the guitar and all this stuff. I watched the Hard Knocks because I wanted to get to know Carson Wentz a little bit more. So I watched the Hard Knocks Indianapolis Colts in the season Hard Knocks that they did to get a better feel for him. And, they did a little piece on Jim Irsay. So, yeah, he's a little different. What about you, Rico? Offseason this year, Ron Rivera, year 3. How do you feel about Rivera going into this season? This is a make or break season for him. What did you think about the offseason? Again, we'll get into the draft and the schedule and all of that stuff, but just off of the strength of what was done, and more specifically, the Carson Wentz trade, how did you feel about that? And what do you think the prospects are for this team based off of what they've done to this point?
Yeah, so, first of all, starting with Jim Irsay, I don't really care what he has to say about Carson Wentz. First of all, like, his personality is a little out there.
Yeah.
But also, like an owner talking about a player, like, do the Eagles care what Dan Snyder has to say about Ryan Kerrigan? I just honestly don't care what he has to say about. So that didn't make me feel a little bit less comfortable with the trade. Initially, when the trade happened, I was a little disappointed just because I'm draft your quarterback guy. So I already knew that was out the window immediately with that. Also, I felt like we kind of bid it against ourselves. I feel like we didn't have to necessarily give up those plays, even though if he balls out a third and, a fifth and then possibly a second next year is completely worth it if he ends up playing like a top 15, top 10 quarterback that he has the talent of. So, objectively, the only problem I had, I just felt like we finessed ourselves. Like they were planning to release him potentially. I don't know how true that report was. So I felt like we didn't necessarily have to give up those picks. But again, if he balls out, those picks are well worth it. Yeah. But now looking into, further after the draft, after free agency, I'm a little bit more comfortable with the Carson Wentz trade now. Again, I wanted to draft a quarterback, big Malik Willis fan. And that's for bias. That's talent and off the field reasons. And so, and I just think the way we built the team, I think he has the opportunity to be great. I feel like, honestly, if he just plays how he played for the Colts last year, minus the Jaguars game, with this offensive line, which is I would say the Colts have a better run blocking offensive line. I would say we have a better pass blocking offensive line. I feel like we have a better arsenal of weapons overall. I think he can ball out and win us at least 10 games. So at the end of the day, quarterback is the most important position. If you hit on that, you're happy. And then we're going to dive deeper into the draft, of course, later. So I'm not going to go too deep into that. But free agency, I felt like of course, as a fan, I wanted to go after the higher names. But we've had a lot of success with the bargain bin shopping, like Charles Leno, second contract, Logan Thomas, second contract, J.D. McKissick, technically a second contract. Just all up and down the roster, just the guys we bring in for cheaper than what they're worth, and they end up having a pretty large impact on our team. And so I'm really high on the Andrew Norwell and Trey Turner signings. I think because there's a lot of context. Football is not just talent. It's not just production. I feel like with Trey Turner, he was one of the guys that was the most upset about Ron Rivera getting fired. Then he ended up getting traded, didn't really want to play there. And then he played fairly well for Pittsburgh, but it wasn't the right system. So now he's going to be back with his offensive lines coach, back with his, kind of offensive coordinator, Scott Turner. He wasn't the full-blown offensive coordinator there yet. Played kind of a little bit for like the last 4 games before he came here. Ron Rivera, his head coach, everything around him, it's built, it's set up for him to get back to his Pro Bowl self. Who knows if he'll ever get there again, but I think we'll get closer to that than what he was for the Chargers. Andrew Norwell, first of all, everybody's revenge games. Andrew Norwell technically has a bone to pick with the Jaguars in a way. So hopefully he goes out there and balls out week 1, and I think he'll just overall play better. I'm not as optimistic about him being a Pro Bowler like I am Trey Turner, but I think he can play very well for us. It's going to be hard to replace Eric Flowers and Brandon Sheriff, but I think both of those guys are as good as it gets, especially for the money that we're giving them. So I think overall, free agency-wise, I think we did fairly well. Of course, as a fan, I want us to be more aggressive, and that's going to really take us to the draft. I disagree with a lot of the picks, but looking back and reviewing the draft and how the team is set up, as an analyst, I think it's a really good draft. As a fan, I hated it, and we're going to talk about that.
Yes. So do you think this is a big year for Ron, year 3?
Oh, yeah, my fault. So yeah, I think it is because this technically is your quarterback. Granted, like y'all have already said, they don't necessarily believe in him all the way to move that contract in the further years. But this is another, you got a quarterback, and it's kind of on Scott Turner too, because you got your weapons, you potentially have your offensive line. if Carson Wentz plays fairly well, we're looking at Scott Turner like, all right, if we're not scoring points, it may be you this time.
Yeah.
Got an extension.
That too. But yeah, so, but I think, I mean, I'm saying from the point of view of fans, not like the guys that actually have the control over whether or not,
decision makers, right?
Yeah. But yeah, Rivera, it's hard to say hot seat because I think Dan Snyder's honestly going to give him 5 years no matter what happens.
Yep, me too.
But again, from the fan point of view, I definitely think he is in the hot seat. Here's another quarterback that we're assuming you pick because you are almost GM, almost adjacent. So if this doesn't work out, we're looking at you like you keep bringing in these quarterbacks rather than drafting a guy high. And it's not working out. What's going on? So I think he is on the hot seat fan wise, but Dan Snyder wise, nah, he's good for another couple of years.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think the whole hot seat thing is a fan driven narrative. Dan enjoys the fact that he has this coach centric approach where Dan's Teflon. Like everything that happens, Ron's got to answer it. That's what the coach centric approach is all about. Something happens, Ron's the guy that you go talk to, not Dan. And that's why Bruce was here. That's why Vinny was here. It was never Dan being in the spotlight talking. It was always someone else. Now Ron's handling that role. And so, again, I can't see him getting any less than 5, as you mentioned. So we're going to talk draft here in a second. Clearly, Rico has some interesting takes there. I think we're going to have a nice little healthy discussion on the draft, all three of us. Then we're going to talk about the schedule and what you guys see. Ed has pretty much said what I said, like this, you got to destroy the schedule, man. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. I want to get to the comment section a little bit, knock out some of these comments, and then we'll pick up where we left off. My guy, JL Smooth, 105.3, JL Smooth. My guy, JL Smooth, John Livingston, thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. What up, fellas? I wish football started next week because Eagles fans are becoming insufferable. Indeed, they are.
They are.
He says, and I'm a Bills fan. I know they had a great offseason, but if you listen to them, the Lombardi is already in the case. Yes. But again, I told you, if Washington fans had the offseason that they had, and we were coming off of a 9-8 season, we would be doing the same thing. Eagles fans, we would be insufferable. So again, I have to look at it from that perspective. If I take a step back, remove my fandom for a second and just do it. And I'm an objective guy. I can be objective and say that if Washington fans were in their shoes, if we had the offseason, if we traded for A.J. Brown, if we had traded up for Jordan Davis, if we had all of the moves that got Nakobe Dean in the 3rd round, signed James Bradbury, signed Hassan Reddick, signed Kaiser White, if we had all these moves in the offseason and we were 9-8 last year with the best rushing attack in football, yeah, I'm going to be pretty damn stoked and thinking that this season is the season, especially when you look at the schedule. And then you look at the conference and you say, it's a ghost town. All of the big-time quarterbacks are out west, okay? All of the big-name quarterbacks that you dread playing against, except for Brady and Rodgers, are out west. So anything could happen in the NFC. I get it. But yes, Eagles fans can definitely take it to 10, just like that. Ishmael Benitez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, IB, writes, how's my 3 amigos doing tonight? Great, I hope. He says the Eagles are the front runner for the division? ? He says they did make some solid moves this offseason. So I'll let you guys tackle this. Rico, Eagles, are they the front runners to win this division? No team has repeated as NFC East champions since the Eagles did it back in 03 and 04.
Yeah, first of all, love that stat. Thank you for bringing that up. And also, first of all, I don't really hear the Eagles chatter, like just my space. I'm in Atlanta, so I'm Atlanta versus Saints. Everything that I hear, right. With a couple of other teams sprinkled in. So I'm completely not hearing it. So I'm glad. Yeah. But I can imagine how insufferable they're being. I just haven't seen it myself.
They are they infiltrate your chat, and then the fans have to fend them off. And
it's bad.
They're aggressive because that's Philadelphia. Northern Eastern people are just aggressive by nature. New Yorkers, people from Pennsylvania, they're just aggressive in nature. So it's always fun. Like, it doesn't bother me any. I get a kick out of it, but you know, they could definitely be on you, like on your neck, breathing. You're like, hey, back the hell up off me, man. So I totally get it. And my wife, she was, you know, she came from Atlanta, so I know that dynamic that you speak of with the Saints and the Falcons.
HBCU
like,
rivalry.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue against it. I think the Cowboys, who were technically the top tier team last year, is really the only team that you could argue took a step back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like we improved as much as the Eagles, but I feel like every team improved. The Giants, even though, like, I feel like their draft is overhyped. You couldn't miss with those first 2 picks, and then after that, what did they really do? But they did improve. Just with Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau for sure. But yeah, the Eagles, I would technically say if I had to put my money on a team, they would be my pick. But like, I'm just like you, Jalen Hurts got to show me that inaccuracy in the red zone. All you can really
making,
do, I mean, all he can really do is run, but he's not even like the fastest guy.
He's not the
so it's just
super
like
athlete.
You're not elite at any particular thing to really build an offense around, but it's worked. And again, the offseason was great. So we'll see. Even though the James Bradbury, I see why they did it. But that's kind of the move you make. You sign a top corner for a 1-year deal. You're like, we're winning a Super Bowl this year.
Right.
We don't know how we're gonna pay him in the future. We
Right.
got him now though.
Right.
I don't think they're that good. But if I had to put my
either.
money on a team right now, I think the Eagles are probably 1A. And yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, Jalen Hurts. I'm with you on that. Like, he just makes me nervous. If I were a fan of the Eagles, I'd be nervous every game.
Yeah. I mean, look. They sort of the way we've brainwashed ourselves into thinking Carson Wentz is the answer. We don't know. They've brainwashed themselves. They know that Jalen Hurts is limited, but they brainwashed themselves into thinking that this guy's going to take some crazy leap. You didn't see it at Alabama. You didn't see it at Oklahoma. You haven't seen it in the league. What lends itself to that? This guy's going to be, you know, light years better in year number 3, but we'll see. What about you, Ed?
I'm actually a little higher on Jalen Hurts than the normal consensus. I just like his leadership, you know, not all his play, but I just like his leadership. I think Sirianni is doing a heck of a job of catering to him. Yes, you can call him a running back playing quarterback, but if it works, it works. You know, you got to stop it. You know, same thing with Lamar Jackson. So I think he's doing a solid job. Now, is it the Dream Team 2.0? Nnamdi Asomugha, Vince Young, Carson Strong, even the UDFA they got. They're just, Eagles fans are going crazy over that. Dean is a good pickup, man. I can't lie. AJ Brown is a good pickup. Jordan Davis is a good pickup. Kaiser White, I forgot about that. That's a good pickup. Hassan Riddick, that's a good pickup, man. They made some really good moves in free agency. James Bradbury is icing on the cake. Are they going to use him correctly? Now, Bradbury did have a bad year last year. He got torched. Terry did whatever he felt like doing to Bradbury. Terry got slay a couple times with Gary Gilbert at quarterback too. So
am
I scared of them? Am I scared of them? No, but they have a good team. They're Sirianni did a solid job of catering to Jalen Hurts. He built around him. He knows his strengths, his weaknesses. Devontae Smith is legit. AJ Brown's legit. Goddard's legit. The offensive line is still there. They still have a solid offensive line. So they got a good team. I'm not gonna lie. Fletcher Cox, they brought him back on a cheap deal. Everything worked out for them. Everything they wanted to do, it was like a Madden offseason. If you're playing Madden, this was a Madden offseason. You get all the free agents you want. You spent the money where you wanted to spend it. It was the opposite of our offseason, which is fine. They're, you know, are they gonna? I feel like this is the dream team again. They're gonna at least get 8 wins. I think the lowest is 8 wins for them. If everything goes right for them, but the thing is the playoffs. They can make the playoffs, but how far are they going to go in the playoffs? That's the thing. They made the playoffs last year, and they got dusted and they got exposed. Jalen Hurts got exposed in that
and that's pretty much my argument, is that running is cool, but it can only take you so far before your quarterback's gonna have to make some plays. And if he can't make those plays, who you beating in the playoffs? That's my biggest argument with Eagles fans. You can get there with the number one. Exactly. You can get there with the number one rushing attack, right? You can get there with a dominant run game. Who you beating when you get there? Because at some point, if your defense isn't dominant and lights out, and that other team can score, at some point your quarterback's gonna have to throw the football. Is he capable of doing that? The answer for me right now with Jalen Hurts is no. So I think some people will see them as the front runners. I don't, but they have a good enough roster to get it done. I will admit that for sure. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Fat American writes, my 3 homies, this is amazing. So let me ask y'all, What is your most memorable season as a Redskins, Washington football team, Commanders fan? Lou knows mine already. Yes, of course I do. We talk about 2005 all the time. So, Rico, what is your favorite season? I think I know yours, but I'm gonna let you tell everyone.
For me, it's just got to be 2012. I mean, and even when we drafted RG3, I was like, I don't know how long this is gonna last. Yeah. Baylor, small guy. He technically exceeded my expectations with that rookie season. I didn't think he was gonna be that dynamic. And you know, that was like my first year moving to New York. So that was my first time like being around Giants fan and them having to deal with it and everything. It was just a match made in heaven. That was such a fun time. So it's definitely, I mean, Santana Moss, Mark Brunell down 13-0, 2 touchdowns at the last couple of minutes was great. Yeah. But as an overall season and being able to talk trash, 2012 was that. And then to win, it was a win, go to the playoffs, lose, you're out at the end. I mean, just the whole scenario. Yeah, the whole, like, it was literally like a Disney movie, how that was written. Like, it wouldn't have been as magical.
Rob Jackson with 12. The pick at the end.
Yeah, if we won 12 games, of course that would be better as a fan because we won more games. But the way that we were on our edge of our seats the whole way, RG3 gets hurt, RG3 comes back on the leg brace and is still making plays, and Alfred Morris comes out of nowhere. That season was literally just written like a Disney movie to me. So up until the 14-0 Seahawks, from there downhill. But yeah, that's the most magical season. Definitely the most memorable for me so far.
What about you, Ed?
I'm saying 1991, man. I watched it on the VHS and YouTube. I wasn't alive yet, so no. But I'm talking about real season I can remember probably was the RG3 season.
Yeah.
I really like the 2005 season too. I remember I think Drew Bledsoe, he was the Cowboys quarterback, and we beat them 35-7. Like, we just demolished.
Chris Cooley had 3 touchdowns in that game. That was a fun one. That was a really fun game.
It was ridiculous. So I was alive for that. Then we beat the Bucks. Did we go to Seattle and Carlos Rogers dropped the pick?
It would have made it 10-0 in that game had he caught. We were up 3-0, and they were deep in their own territory. He throws it out in the flats, right to Carlos Rogers. I mean, he catches that. He walks in the end zone. He dropped it, and we fought like hell in that game. We just didn't have enough offense. Defense.
And that was the Sean Taylor scoop and score year, right, too? Right?
That was 05. Yeah. That's the last time we won a playoff game. That scoop and score was the only touchdown in that game, and that's the only time we won a playoff game in the last 20 years.
So, if not 2012, Thanksgiving, I love that game.
Oh, my God, that was classic. I had Thanksgiving in my house that year. My family, my entire family, except for one of my sisters who was a Falcons fan, or Cowboys fans. So that one was so enjoyable. It really was. I'm not going to lie to you, though. I was nervous as hell at the end because, remember, we jumped out to a big lead. Then they started coming. They got on their horse, and they made it really interesting. And then we got a couple of first downs late in the game and put it away. But for me, it's 1999. I'm a little bit older than y'all, so 99 was the year that I thought we could win the Super Bowl again. And Brad Johnson over 4,000 yards set the passing record at that time. Yeah, Albert Connell over 1,000 yards. Michael Westbrook over 1,000 yards. I mean, up until Deshaun Jackson and Pierre Garçon had 1,000 yards in 16. That was the last time we had 2 receivers go over 1,000 yards in the same season. Stephen Davis had 1,405 rushing yards. That was the mark until it was broken by Clinton Portis. And then that was a fun season. The defense was really good. The offense was really good. And then Johnson got hurt late in that season. He wasn't the same. And we had a chance, man, to beat the Buccaneers, and that would have put us in the championship game against the greatest show on turf. I don't think we would have beaten them, but I sure would have loved to have seen it. And it would have been the first time we had been in a championship game since 99. We haven't been to the divisional round since 99. So, 2005. We won the playoff game in 05. But I never thought that 05 team was going to win anything of substance. And we had the least amount of offensive yardage in a playoff win in NFL history. Brunell was a shell of himself at the end of that season. We had no offensive weapons. David Patton and Taylor Jacobs are your receivers. Are you kidding me? We're going to beat anybody with those guys. But 99, we had firepower offensively, and we had a good enough defense. And Brian Mitchell was our return man. he accounted for our touchdown to start the second half that gave us the 13-0 lead. So that 99 season felt like a season that could go a lot further than it went. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Washington football fan, WGIL, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Washington football fan, WGIL writes, my top 3 prognosticators. I've watched you 3 grow over the years. I'm very proud of your work. I need a current screen name and would welcome your input. I can do that. I can put some screen names up here. I never put it up there because I don't need it for my layout, but I can definitely acquiesce. I got no problems doing that. Let's see. There we go. That should do it, I think. I don't know. I don't see it yet. Anyway, I appreciate the comment, man. And we all have grown as content creators over the years, and we're going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to put out fire content, and we really do appreciate all of you for watching and supporting, because you guys make these channels what they are. We're Commander Kings here. We're kings because you guys have, essentially put us in those positions with your support and love. So we really do appreciate all of you, and I think I speak on behalf of them when I say that as well. GearCell1, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, GearCell1 writes, it's rough out here, fam. Good to see the Kings. Just saw Bradley Beal wearing patent leather penny loafers with tassels and corduroy leg warmers at Wendy's. Tragic. Hashtag HTTC. He's not getting traded, right?
No, because he can get paid the most amount. If he comes back, he can't. No other team can pay him $245 million.
Right.
So yeah,
he didn't make any All NBA team, right?
He made third team in 2020 when Russell Westbrook was on the team.
So he's eligible for that Supermax.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Most likely.
Gotcha. All right. Appreciate that. Rockman 1033, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, what's good, everyone? It's good with you, Rockman. Says, do you think we should use Jamin Davis like the Cowboys did last season? I guess we're assuming he's talking about Micah Parsons. They're not the same player, Rockman. Micah Parsons was a freak on the football field, and you could see the pass rushing prowess. Like, you could see if they said, you know what, Micah, don't worry about being a linebacker. You just play edge rusher. He would get 10, 12, 14 sacks every season if they just turned him loose that way. And the fact that you can move him around and you don't know where he's going to be. He might be in the A gap, mugging the A gap this play. He might be rushing the B gap. He might be looking like he's in coverage and then coming out of it, coming blitzing the C gap. You don't know where he is and how to account for him. It makes him even more dangerous, which is what they did with him last season. Jamin Davis isn't that kind of guy. You can't line Jamin Davis up and say, hey, go win one-on-one against the tackle and get to the quarterback. But I do think, again, they're similar athletes and their athletic profile is very similar. But they're two different types of players, if you ask me. What says you, Ed, about the prospects of using a Jamin Davis like Micah Parsons?
Yeah, basically, you said they're different players. They're different body types. Micah is he's an animal. Mm-hmm. The size and the strength and the speed. Mm-hmm. It took him a little bit, the Tampa Bay game where he was getting spun around a little bit. It took him a little. He had a learning curve too, but. Yeah, I mean, you alluded to it earlier too. Yeah, we can definitely blitz Jamin a little bit more than what we did. Using him as an edge rusher, I don't see that part like they did with Micah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, getting him going downhill a little bit more. Using him as a blitzer, some exotic blitzes, doing some stunts with the defensive line, so Jamin can get some clean looks here and there. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, definitely just get him attacking and stopping the run. Yeah, they should try to. I could try to use a little bit. Maybe you can copycat that a little bit, but like I said, you're not going to get the crazy results where Jamin's blowing up like how Antonio Gibson just got blown up by Micah in that game we played him the first time. I don't see Jamin doing that to somebody's running back or to another offensive lineman like Micah was doing this year. But yeah, Jamin can definitely rush the passer and get there.
And Rico, you definitely professed your affinity for Micah Parsons in the draft last year. So how do you feel about them potentially trying to use Jamin Davis in a similar role?
I mean, just plain and simple, the reason we love Micah Parsons so much is just the fact that like, I mean, you can preach versatility with Jamin Davis, but it's not the Michael Parsons level. Jamin Davis isn't stacking and shedding against a tackle. Like Ed Oliver said, you got to keep him clean, maybe with some stunts. I mean, if you think Zach Brown, as far as like if we use Jamin Davis to blitz like that, I think that could work very well because he's fast enough to where he can chase down the athletic quarterbacks, all of these mobile quarterbacks that are starting to hit now in the league. You need a guy like that. And we saw some flashes where he dominated that one screen play. He completely blew it up. So I think we need to use him more like that. But in comparison to Michael Parsons, that literally he can beat Charles Leno one-on-one. I don't see Jamin Davis doing that per se. But I mean, yeah, there's some versatility with coverage, blitzing, but not just straight up pass rush off the edge. Two hands off the ground or one hand on the ground, whatever. He doesn't have that.
Right. I totally agree with you there as well. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Fat American writes, I feel like our offense is going to be a juggernaut type of offense, slow and methodical, but controlling. Do you guys prefer that or explosive? I'll let Rico handle that. I've got something to say about that, but I'll let Rico handle that first.
Yeah, I mean, Carson Wentz play style, breathes explosiveness, but I think with Ron Rivera and the guys are going to try to get him to slow it down. I mean, Ron Rivera's preached the run game like crazy. You spent a 3rd round pick on a running back after you already have 2 good ones, in my opinion. So I think we're doing everything that we can to run the ball as much as possible, and Carson Wentz work off of that. Not Carson Wentz first explosive plays, and then now there's not 8 guys in the box, and you run the ball with Antonio Gibson or Brian Robinson after that. I think the initial objective is to be the most aggressive, the most physical team, and then we'll get explosive plays off of that. Of course, as a fan, explosive is more fun to watch, but I just prefer the offense that wins games. And if it's the slow and methodical one, Scott Turner's always going to be somewhat creative, a lot of pre-snap motions and using guys to do multiple things. J.D. McKissic out wide randomly, or maybe even 2 running backs, so Antonio Gibson and J.D. McKissic out there at the same time in the backfield. It's going to be a lot of creative things like that. But I think ultimately, when you break it all down and simplify it, we're just going to be a run-first team. And as long as that wins games, I'm happy.
Yeah, the 4-game winning streak was slow and methodical. We beat the Raiders with 17-14. We beat the Buccaneers 20-24-13. So it wasn't explosive type of football. The Panthers game, we made like 5-10-yard plays. We didn't have like a big play in the Panthers game. Basically, what I'm getting at, the 4-game winning streak, but it's a different team. I think they do want to make more explosive plays because they brought in Jahan Dotson. They compared him to Deshaun Jackson. Ron Rivera said that out of his mouth. So I do think they want to make some more chunk plays. They do want to push the ball downfield. And I think they wanted to do that with Fitzpatrick. They want to stretch the ball down the field. They want to get the ball to Diami. So I do think offensively they want to push the ball downfield. For me, yeah, I do want to see explosive offense. I sat through watching Alex Smith. Even though we won football games, I do want to see for once this offense have some explosive plays, some big chunk plays. Terry McLaurin going downfield and somebody else helping him out. Another wide receiver like Curtis Samuel too, if he's healthy. I think he can make, he can get a 20-yard catch here and there.
Why can't Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to also say that, I mean, we're going to have to be more explosive than we've been for sure, because no team is putting together multiple 12, 15 play 80-yard drives every game. Right. So we're naturally just going to have to be more explosive, but I don't think we're going to be necessarily an explosive offense, the one that, they flex all our games to Sunday night games because of how fast paced we are. I don't think we'll be that, but it's got to be more than what it was last year, because Scott Turner showed in that Buccaneers game, that final drive, that he can put together that type of drive, but it's unrealistic to ask any offensive coordinator, any head coach to do that 5 times a game.
Yeah, and they brought in Brian Robinson, who's not like a home run hitter.
Right.
He's more of a, I'm going to just beat you up. You're going to get tired because I'm just beating you up every down.
And my thing is, why can't we be both? Why can't we have a fusion of both of those things? Clearly, they want it to be more explosive. That's not a secret. And we have to be. We can't be any less explosive than we've been, because we don't generate explosive plays offensively. And a lot of that is because their teams are keying in on Terry. He's the one guy that we had that could generate explosive plays at the receiver position. And then J.D. McKissick and Antonio Gibson were guys that could do it from the backfield, but it's hard to get your running back out in the space. So we haven't had a ton of explosive plays. That's one of the objectives. As stated earlier, it's hard to go 15, 16 plays, 12, 11 plays, and consistently doing that without a penalty or a batted ball and ending up in 3rd and 7 or 2nd and 14. It's tough. And I think it was Rico who said it earlier. It's just tough to be able to do that. And so consistently over and over again, what's nice? A 3-play, 63-yard drive that ended in a 57-yard touchdown strike. Those are nice. And every now and again, you need those. And we haven't had enough of those. We could probably count on one hand the amount of explosive touchdowns we've had that have been over 40 yards. So the last 3 years. So it needed to happen. But there's also, and Ron has alluded to this, during that 4-game win streak, we ran the football. We took the air out of the football and we ran the clock down and we won time of possession. And they want to do that too. To me, I think this offense is built to get the lead first and then run the football. I don't think it's the other way around. I don't think this is a run the football to then set up, because we're not an under center team where you run, then go play action fake, have your quarterback turn its back to the defense, suck everybody up, and then go over the top. We're not Cleveland. We're not Minnesota. We're not Tennessee. We're not Green Bay. And we're not the Rams. We're not those teams that have that Shanahan mindset and offense, 49ers as well. We're a gun team. We're primarily gun. 95% of our offense is run out of the gun. So to me, they want to throw the football. They want to establish the passing game. They want to get out, score some points via the passing game. And then they're up 2 scores. Now they want to run the football, take the air out of the football and be dominant on the ground and exert their will and dominance over teams. We'll see if they're able to do that, because in order to run effectively in this league, you got to be playing with the lead. You can't be running the football 42 times in a game and you're trailing for, 48 minutes of a 60-minute game. That's tough to do. So I think you're going to see a little bit of both. I would prefer the explosive natured offense. But again, I just want points and I just want to win. Like Rico said earlier, I just want to win. Whatever is winning, sign me up for that. If it's 13-10 or it's 33-30 or it's 33-20 and we dominating defensively and offensively, I just want to win. I would prefer the domination on both sides of the football, but I just want to win. I don't really give a shit how it comes to be. I just want to do it. Indigenous Brother, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Indigenous Brother, writes, salute to my guys. Good to see the fam together. Much respect, my guys. I had to retire 99 Problems. Chase ain't, by the way, shaking my head. Hopefully he bounces back in a big way. So that was you before. Don't give up on him. All right? Don't give up on him. There could be a big year coming this year. A refocused Chase could be a determined and a dominant Chase. Let's hope that is the case. Good to hear from you, though, either way, as Indigenous Brother. Let's get to the next super chat. I don't want to miss any. I think it just skipped a whole bunch of them, as it often does. Yeah, here we go. Marcus B. Thank you for the super chat, Marcus B. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Marcus B. writes, why are people putting Hurts over Wentz like he's so much better? I don't know if a lot of people are doing that. Maybe the people you're talking to. I think they're looking at that Eagles roster and maybe thinking it's better than ours, so they're elevating the Eagles as a whole over our team. Look, it's no secret. I said this when we made the deal. This is Carson Wentz's last opportunity to be a starter. He was drafted number 2 overall. The expectations for him were high and through the roof. His first 4 years in the league were exceptional. The last, couple have not been as great. And so, yeah, you're at a point, you're at a crossroads in his career, whereas Jalen Hurts was a 2nd-round pick. I don't think he was drafted to be the starter in Philadelphia. I think he was drafted to be a backup, and I think he might be exceeding some people's expectations, whatever the case may be. I haven't heard that Wentz is, or Hurts is much better than Wentz. But look, I mean, you're essentially screaming over 2 apples that look the same. Both have a little bit of a rotten spot here or there. You can cut it out, bite around it, whatever. Like, we'll see which one of these guys turns out to be legitimate. We've seen Wentz do it before. That's the difference. We haven't seen Hurts do it before, but we'll see what happens. I'm not too big on that. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Metaphor, who writes, vote Sammy's for linebacker. Attack, kill, destroy. Definitely not going to do that, but he's a big sumbitch. That's for sure. So, if they wanted to throw him out there at linebacker, I'm pretty sure he would to hit a couple of guys.
Everything but tight end.
Anything.
Nobody wants him to play tight end. Everybody
would put him somewhere else, right? All right, everywhere else but tight end. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Just Andre, who writes, they have a lot of faith in Percy B. Already have high expectations for him before he plays. That's a perfect transition into our next conversation. So let's talk draft, fellas. So Percy Butler, Ron Rivera talked about him playing at a bare minimum 53% of the snaps. That's what they did last year in their 3 safety look with Landon Collins, Cam Curl, and Bobby McCain. So the assumption is that they're going to continue to play a ton of 3 safety looks. That's what that Buffalo nickel has morphed into here in Carolina. It was a big linebacker, whether it was Thomas Davis or it was Shaq Thompson. Here, it's going to be a safety playing that Buffalo nickel role. It was Cam Curl in 2020. Last year, it was Landon Collins. This year, it looks like it's going to be Percy Butler. So the question I have for you guys, the draft. How did you feel about it? I'm going to start with you, Rico. How did you feel about the draft? Clearly, and I've said this before, and I'll just say this to set the table. Ron was in full win mode. I told you, my way to categorize this offseason in one word was desperate. We were desperate. We needed a quarterback desperately. We went out and made a desperate move to get a guy because we didn't trust that if he was released, he would choose us. So instead of waiting to see if he picked us or if he picked Pittsburgh or if he picked somewhere else, they went and traded for a guy that didn't have a no trade clause in his contract that couldn't say no because all the other quarterbacks said, no, I don't want to go there. So this offseason has been one of desperation. And all of the picks to me are of guys that they know played a lot of football. Martin Mayhew keeps talking about guys that have a ton of experience, played a lot of football. As Ed said earlier, a bunch of seniors and guys that have played a lot of football. They want guys that can come in and play right now. Or as I like to say, guys that come in clear packaging. You can see exactly what you're getting, okay? The high upside guy, that packaging is black. You have no idea what's inside. And usually it doesn't come with batteries included, okay? A lot of assembly is required, like with Jamin Davis. With these guys that we're getting, it's a clear package. You know what you're getting. You're going to reach inside, and all you got to do is turn the on button on, and these guys are going to perform. So with that said, how did you feel about the draft? Obviously, value-wise might not have been great, but they did get Sam Howell in the 5th round. Even talk to me about the trades that were made and how you felt about each day of the draft. The first day, trading back, getting Jahan Dotson. Day 2, getting the 2 Alabama players. And then finally, day number 3 of the draft. And did it make this football team better and ready to compete in 2022?
All right. So as far as the draft goes, there's the heart as a fan and there's the brain as an analyst. 2 completely feelings on the draft, 2 completely different results of how I feel exactly how the draft went.
Right.
Starting with the first round, I like the trade down other than the fact of who was available. Like ignoring the existence of Jamison Williams and Kyle Hamilton, I think we won that trade with the Saints. I was never that high on Chris Olave to begin with. And I think, we're going to talk about the picks later, but what you ended up with technically Brian Robinson, another trade back. You got Sam Howell and Cole Turner and Jahan Dotson versus Chris Olave. I'm taking what we got, way before the Chris Olave one. Again, I wasn't that high. The main reason I hated what we did in the first round is because we missed out on, to me, Blue Star, the crazy talented Jamison Williams, most notably. There may be some questions with Kyle Hamilton, but I was definitely willing to take him there. Mm-hmm. And so I think we won the trade with the Saints, but I don't feel like we necessarily won the draft by missing out on those 2 guys. So it's kind of both sides for that. And then going into the second round, Fedarian Mathis, fan-wise, hated it, but analyst-wise, it makes a lot of sense. Jamin Davis is struggling because he can't be kept clean. Mm-hmm. We're potentially losing Deron Payne. And I hate the circle is stupid. Like we feel like we feel the need, but we created that need. Yeah. So just to feel that in the second round is like, with Now we're just back to step one. But I do feel like it was a pretty solid pick, again, analyst-wise, because we need to keep our linebackers clean. Cole Holcomb, if we're going to try him and Mike, like with a straight face, and I love Cole Holcomb as a linebacker, but if we're going to literally play him and Mike the majority of the time, we need a guy that's going to keep him clean, is going to eat double teams. So Darian Mathis makes sense right there. But again, as a fan, I was definitely disappointed. Again, most of the reasons as a fan why I hate a lot of the picks are the guys that were available and who we took instead of that.
Right.
I mean, of course, there were guys like Nick Cross. I mean, Nakobe Dean was sliding, all that type of stuff. And my point was maybe take Kyle Hamilton in the first, even though I like Jameson Williams better as a player, because you can attack receiver in the second, because there were so many talented receivers in the second. Most notably, my guy, George Pickens, Georgia Bulldog fan, of course. Mm-hmm. I think he has a case to end up being one of the better receivers in the draft. And I feel like the Steelers validated that by, they're spot on when they get receivers. I mean, they've hit on guys that people never expected them to hit on. And so when they took George Pickens, I was kind of like, yeah, okay, the Steelers like him. That must mean he's probably going to be good. So I kind of validated my own opinions on him. And then third round, again, another surprise. Didn't expect us to go running back that early, especially that running back specifically. But when you take a step back and look at the roster and how he's going to fit in, I think that's a solid pick as well. Then Percy Butler, fourth round. That was when we finally got the ceiling guy. And I was really excited about that. I think the fourth round is where you tend to start making decisions like that. I was really excited about the Percy Butler pick. Of course, Chris Sims, who he's either really right or really wrong with certain things.
There's no in between with him. Right.
No in between. Loves Percy Butler. Feels like he's the best pure free safety in the class, and he can also man cover. So it sounds like we basically got Daxton Hill, who I was willing to take in the teens or the 20s in the fourth round. If you're as high on him as Chris Sims, I'm not there yet. We'll have to see. But I'm really excited about the Percy Butler pick. And then of course Sam Howell. I mean, that was fun. We finally got a quarterback with some ceiling to him. Again, I'm a big Malik Willis guy. I wasn't a huge Sam Howell guy, but in the fifth round, I'm willing to take that chance for sure. Who knows what happens? I doubt he'll play this season, but he may end up being your franchise guy. Right. Now it does suck not having a fifth round option on a quarterback that's going to be a backup for at least a year. Because now at most we'll probably maybe get 3 years out of him before we got to pay him. And the best opportunity to win a Super Bowl is in a rookie quarterback Super Bowl window. Right. And then Cole Turner, I was excited about that. Immediately, one of my favorite picks just because we got to get Carson Wentz, a big target. And even though I was a big Greg Dolchich guy, that was my guy, or even Jelani Woods, they were gone. And so I was cool with us taking Cole Turner. I think for what we need him for, he's going to be good. Then also Chris Paul, Christian Holmes, solid picks. I think the gap between him and his teammate Tyler Smith are a little bit overblown for one to go in the seventh and the other one to go in the first. Yeah. I don't think it's that big of a gap, but of course I would take Tyler Smith over Chris Paul. But I think that's kind of a steal in the seventh. Yeah. And also, I think one thing that people haven't necessarily noticed with this draft, of course, like you said, they play to say pretty much everybody's a senior or a super senior other than Sam Howell. Right. I mean, and guys that are part of the NCAA committee, team captains, all of that type of stuff. Of course, you see what they're going for, but also our draft has a lot of elite 10-yard split. So I think they went after guys with explosion, with quickness. Because Brian Robinson, Percy Butler, of course, as a running back, you want a guy that can hit the hole immediately. Those are some of the, discrepancies we kind of have with Antonio Gibson. Does he see the hole? Does he hit it quick enough? Of course, he can do things like he took that screen for Buffalo 80 yards for a touchdown. Right. But when it comes to between the tackles, is he making the right decision quick enough and is he able to get there? Right. Brian Robinson projects as that with the elite explosiveness there. Percy Butler, you're going to need a guy. In my opinion, I think he's going to play some Buffalo nickel, but I think he's a little too small to do it as much as Landon Collins did. So I think he's more so going to take over what Bobby McCain does right now eventually, but I think he'll kind of be all over the place. I think he's just always going to be on the field, whether it's the Buffalo nickel or the high free safety, because he has the higher ceiling as far as that goes. And you're going to need that, especially if he's going to cover tight ends, he's going to need that quick area explosiveness to break on the ball when he needs to. Right. Cole Turner, need that little bit of explosiveness to separate at the last second if you can get that out of him. And then, of course, Chris Paul also had an elite. I didn't really see that on tape, but apparently he has an explosive 10-yard split, and hopefully that
I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, I didn't see it either on film, but they apparently tested for it. So, but yeah, again, to separate in conclusion, as a fan, hated it. Wanted Kyle Hamilton and Jameson Williams. George Pickens, all of these elite talent guys, even like a Christian Watson, I'll take the ceiling. But as an analyst and for what this team is trying to do, this draft was actually really good. And they fill in a lot of spots. Guys are going to contribute early and contribute well. Yeah. So I see what they're doing to build on what they did in the free agency, getting Carson Wentz. I think the draft was great for building around it.
Ed.
That's really hard to follow up, man. I mean, Street, goodness, you covered everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's really hard to follow up. But, I mean, I really like Jahan Dotson. I mean, he has traits. I think a lot of, like you said, the fan perspective, I think a lot of people didn't see him play. And a lot of people got upset with that pick because, we didn't take Jameson Williams. We didn't take Olave. They really wanted Drake London. I'm happy they didn't get Drake London.
Oof, thank you, Atlanta.
I see if Drake London has a good career, I won't be surprised either. But I just feel like I'd rather take separation, clear separation, than to go get a guy. I know the thing with Carson Wentz where he likes, big guy, big receivers like a 6'5".
I think that's being overblown.
Yeah, I think it's overblown too because Travis Fulgham. He was throwing the ball to Travis Fulgham. Deshaun Jackson, when he played against us, when we were up 17-0, he was slinging the ball down to Deshaun Jackson pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he will work well with Jahan Dotson. I get what they're trying to do. I think the picks make sense, like you said, Street, from the analytical standpoint. Now, if you want to call them reaches because of the positional value, I get the argument there. Like, say PFF is going to give it probably an F, or I've seen some of the PFF grades. Like I said, they're not gospel, but I get why they give low grades because you took a DT or defensive tackle in the second round. When you usually take a defensive tackle, the value of a defensive tackle, somebody that eats space and they're not a pass rusher, you want to wait typically to the 4th or 5th. Running back, you want to wait until the 5th or 6th. Like if you take a running back in the second round, they're usually going to give you a bad grade. Even if it was Kenneth Walker or the other guy who the Seahawks took. Breece Hall.
Well, you went to the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets, who actually like those guys. And if they would have taken those guys in the second, because I don't want to contradict my point, because if I bag on the Brian Robinson pick, then I'm contradicting myself because I actually like the idea of getting a Kenneth Walker just because I just think he's a beast and a dog. I think he's going to be really good in the NFL. Same thing with Breece. I think both those guys are going to be really good. And you can argue for running backs now in the second round because you look at Joe Mixon, you look at John Taylor. Nobody's Derrick Henry, but that's a second round running back. Najee Harris is pretty good. He was a first round running back. So Brian Robinson, could you have gotten a running back later? Pierre Strong, maybe. Davian Pierce out of Florida, maybe you could have got him later on in the 4th. You could argue that, but I get where they're going. What's going on with Antonio Gibson? There's clearly something that they don't like. That's an indictment, in my opinion, on Antonio Gibson. Or you can take it as a compliment that they want to have a 1-2 punch. So you can take it in multiple ways there. There's metrics saying that he left a lot of yards on the field. The offensive line was like a top 5, not only pass blocking, but run blocking. They had a lot of open lanes. There's a metric analytical stat showing that he left a lot of yards on the field as well. Mathis, all the picks, they have valid points of reasoning. They want a guy that can eat up space. The rumors came out that they're quietly shopping Daron Payne days before the draft. That report came out, which is true. So obviously Mathis is going to replace Daron Payne. So they came up with a contingency plan for that. 4th round, Percy Butler, like you said, the high ceiling guy. He's a good special teams guy, but obviously they want to do more than that. This is not just a Troy Apke, you run a 4-3 in a straight line. Deion Sanders is like, oh my gosh, this guy can run. No, it's not that kind of pick. They want to use Percy Butler doing more than just that. Ron Rivera said that he can possibly play Buffalo nickel. Cole Turner, in my opinion, I think that's a home run in the 5th round. I think that's a sweet spot for a tight end. Sam Howell, I think that could be the steal of the draft potentially if he does play. He was the top-rated quarterback before the season started, so that's a good pick. 6th round, Chris Paul, the guard. I can't remember whether he was 6th or 7th. But
they were both 7th round.
Yeah, they're both 7th. I think that's a solid pick. They traded back in the 5th. There's some metric to judge the trade value or whatever it is. I think they did a good job with trading back in the 5th. The whole value thing with trading back, they got 1698 and was it 120, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so they had 113, 120. They traded 120 and 186, which was in the 6th round, for the opportunity to get the 2 5th-round picks that they had.
Yeah, so I think the whole metric value, I think they graded out well on that too. Dotson's a good pick. I think the Packers would have taken him. I think Tennessee would have gladly taken a look at him. You could have. Some people were like, "Oh, you could have got Treylon Burks." I don't know if you want another Treylon Burks here. You know, he's not a polished route runner.
Did y'all hear about him? No, I know it's just.
Oh yeah, out of shape. Yeah, out of shape. Yeah,
it was that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, so I mean, I give them. I think they earn a good B. All the picks make sense. They make sense. Are they the sexy pick? No, it's not Kyle Hamilton. It's not Jameson. It's not Olave. But they all make sense. They all make sense for what they're trying to do.
So sounds like you like the draft probably a little bit more than Rico does. Rico understands the draft. I think he's in the same kind of like mindset that I'm in. First of all, I'm a combination of the two of you. I don't have a problem with the draft at all. I think it's actually a really quality draft. I know what they did and why they did it. The rationale. I'm a rational guy. You know, I'm pretty practical. If you can make it make sense to me, then I'm okay with it. And I understood why they did what they did. Doesn't mean I have to love it, right? But I understand why they did what they did, and it makes perfectly good sense to me. I disagree with you, Ed, though, on them thinking like this being an indictment on Antonio Gibson. I think they love Gibby. I think that there are three factors in play here. Number one thing.
The fumbling is the one. That's the one indictment I'll say.
Ron brought that up so many times. Ball security, when he talks about Brian Robinson. That's the first thing that comes out of his mouth. So the fumbles were a problem last year. They benched him, but you're not benching Antonio Gibson to go to Jarrett Patterson. That's not good. Okay. So they said to themselves, how can we be in a better position in case he gets injured or he has the issues protecting the football again? How can we better protect ourselves against that? That's why I think that was made number one. Number two is we missed Peyton Barber last year. You can sit here and act like we didn't, but we did. We missed short yardage, and I had somebody say, well, we were top yada, yada, yada in short yardage. Okay, that's fine. Watch the games. Okay, there were games where we struggled, i.e. Seattle, where we moved the football up and down the field, and then we would get into a 3rd and 1 or a 4th and 1, and we failed like 5 times in that game. And that ended up making it a 17-15 game that we barely held on to despite dominating. Like, we couldn't do the little things in short yardage, and they thought Antonio Gibson was going to be able to do that, and they were wrong. And that's okay. All right? So I think that's another thing. And then the last thing is I'm not sure they want to pay him. Right? When his contract's up, he's a 3rd-round pick. He's going into year 3. I'm not sure they're looking to pay Antonio Gibson when his contract is up. So those all, to me, are factors in play with Gibson. But I don't think it's an indictment on him. I think they still love Gibby, and I think he's their feature back. And as long as he's holding on to the football and he's healthy, he'll remain that in Washington. But it doesn't hurt to have another guy behind him like Brian Robinson.
I also think Brian Robinson is not necessarily a contingency plan, but like since Antonio Gibson gets banged up quite often, they may not rush him back. Remember, I mean, how fast we rushed him back with the turf toe. It was like, we just need him we need somebody on the field that can carry an offense on their back. And I think Brian Robinson allows us to ease Antonio Gibson back in if he does get hurt. I would also like to see Antonio Gibson play more of a Cordell Patterson-like role, especially later in the season with the Falcons, because earlier he was more receiver. As we got later into the season, he became more of a running back as Mike Davis wasn't as good as they hoped. And I would love to see Antonio Gibson just, pretty much being used everywhere. I mean, we saw, again, the screen against Buffalo. I want to see him do more things like that.
Yeah, I just feel like a 3rd-round pick, he's got to get on the field more than usual. It's a pretty high pick. So, I mean, and somebody in the comments said he's a battering ram. He is that. He is super physical. Yep. He's a bruiser. And Gibson's a bruiser, too. So, it's like they both are going to be battering.
To me, Ed, a 3rd-round pick is a guy you do want to see on the field sooner rather than later. But I think a lot of people devalue short yardage situations. You win and lose games on short yardage. Like your inability, like remember the Green Bay game? We got to when they called back Taylor Heineke's touchdown because they said he gave himself up. We still had 2 chances to get in the end zone from the half-inch yard line, and we couldn't do it. Like, that's a problem. We didn't have that problem in 2020. Why? Because we had Peyton Barber. That's why. Like, people really forget that first game of the season, we gave it to him on a 4th and 2, and he had to elude 2 Eagle defenders and then dived to get that first down that ultimately won us that game. Like, his role to me was immeasurable, and people just kind of sweeping. Oh, he's not fast. He averaged 2.6 yards a carry. Give me the guy that's averaging 2.6 yards, but he's converting 14 or 14 third or fourth in shorts. You know what I mean? So I think that's a big deal, man. That role that he will probably be filling.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because the Eagles game, he had 17 carries for 39 yards.
Yeah,
so that's exactly on par.
He literally was a like 2 yards per carry dude, but those were some impactful 2-yard runs, man. I'm trying to tell you.
He actually had a big game for the Raiders. Like he had a 100-yard game for the Raiders.
Yeah, they won a game in overtime. I want to say against the Dolphins. He was huge in that game, huge. And I had a Raiders fan hit me up and say, thank you. I was like, hey, no problem, man. You're quite welcome.
It's funny that like they placed him on waivers thinking that we'd be able to get him back. They thought he would clear waivers,
right?
And he didn't. Then they pretty much panicked. I mean, they kind of kept it under wraps through the majority of the season, but you could tell when we got to the offseason, they just let it spill out. It was like we missed Peyton Barber.
Yeah, heck yeah, we did. And I was an advocate. I was probably out on an island by myself, but I was fine with that. Like Peyton Barber is a really good football player. And I remember when he first got here, Ron kept telling everybody, because remember we had Adrian Peterson, and everybody's like, well, Peyton Barber's not making his team, not over Adrian Peterson. And Ron kept telling you, I really like this dude. I liked him since I was in Carolina. He was in Tampa Bay. And I had Buccaneers fans hit me up and say, yo, you're going to like this dude, man. He does nothing great, which was false because he's a hell of a short yardage back. But he's like, he's going to give you everything he's got on every single snap. He did that on special teams, and he did that on the field when he got his opportunities as well. So we'll see what happens, man. But I loved Peyton Barber's role for us in 2020, and I think they're looking for Brian Robinson to not only recreate that, but also carve out a niche for himself. I don't think that's the sole reason they got. Calvin Krim, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Calvin Krim, writes, hey, Lou. What's up, Calvin? Says, Eagles mascot is Swoop. Cowboys have Rowdy. What should the Commanders do? Would Baker or Jimmy G make Eagles a Super Bowl contender? Anyone else? I don't even know what our mascot is. What the hell is a commander? Are they going to have like a military guy? Is it just going to be the big crest? Somebody walking around in a big crest that has all the stuff up there? Like, I don't even know what they're going to do. Do y'all have any idea what the logo, like what the actual mascot will be? Is there even going to be a mascot?
Yeah, Jason Wright said he's working on it. I think something about. I want to say he was working on a fight song too. I know they're bringing the band back,
and they said they had already altered the fight song too.
Yeah, and I guess it would be like a G.I. Joe, or I've seen some people with the Commander Cobra from the what was the show back in the day, the little Cobra Kai or something.
Yeah.
I've seen people with those
Karate
pictures
Kid.
on Twitter. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
It's probably gonna be something obscure because, like, the Suns have like a gorilla in a jersey. Like, it could just end up being something random like that.
It has absolutely nothing to do with nothing, right?
That would be terrible.
So I don't know. I don't know what they try to recreate there. As far as would Baker or Jimmy G make the Eagles a Super Bowl contender? I don't think so. Now Baker is interesting because he's got tremendous upside. I think Jimmy G is a system quarterback. I think he really benefits from playing with Kyle Shanahan and that run-first offense that then gives you that play-action fake. Jimmy is a guy that has the quickest release in all of the NFL. And so that we saw that offense here in 2012 with Robert Griffin III, who also had a lightning-quick release. When you get those linebackers to suck up because they expect run, and then you get that drift route. We saw the Pierre Garçon drift route so many times in 2012. That guy coming open on that dig route over the middle of the football field. That's hard to stop, man. And Jimmy G throws that ball really well. So I think that offense is tailor-made for Jimmy G. And if you get him outside of the parameters and that framework of that offense, I think he's going to struggle. Whereas Baker has the talent. I thought he was injured last year. I thought he fought through injury, tried to play, and it really backfired and hurt him. But Baker would be interesting, not necessarily Jimmy G. And there's no other quarterbacks out there that are available that the Eagles could get to maybe upgrade the position. So I don't know if anybody would really upgrade the Eagles situation. I mean, you at this point, you are what you are if you're Philadelphia. You have what you have, and you just got to roll with it. But the whole mascot thing it's Ron Rivera would say this: interesting versus important. That's interesting. Definitely not important. We could have no mascot if we win 12 games. I don't care. I don't care one bit. You ask me, would I rather have the fight song and the band and all that? Give me the dubs. I'll take that over any of that stuff. I know there's a lot of people that are draped in tradition and want to keep that stuff alive, and that's fine. I just want to win, man, at the end of the day. Raw Rebel, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Raw Rebel writes, I want the yellow pants and helmets to return. What do you guys think? Not with this, with this group of uniforms that we have. I can't see how those gold pants would really, kind of come into play. What about y'all? Could y'all see yellow pants making its way into this color scheme?
I guess if they want to make a throwback type of thing,
but they're not gonna like this organization probably isn't gonna recognize Redskins, right? They're trying to erase that more so than anything else. So I couldn't see them doing that.
But the homecoming game that we had against the Chiefs, didn't they? I know they had it was the different kind of burgundy.
It was the brown. It was like little brown plain helmet that they wear with the dark burgundy jerseys and the dark gold pants that they would always wear.
Yeah, so I guess if they want to do something like that, probably not this year, maybe next year. Or we have a homecoming game every year, so I guess they might do something like that.
Yeah. I personally just don't like the way that jersey ever looked. There's some good memories attached to it, but aesthetically, I don't really like the yellow with the helmet with the yellow. I never really was a fan of that, me personally.
Oh, I love the yellow pants with the R helmet, the yellow helmet. Like we wore those back in 2005. I remember Sean Taylor. Huh?
With Jason Campbell, right?
Yes, with Jason Campbell and Sean Taylor had the socks pulled all the way up with all the stripes on it. That's dope. When I would play Madden back in the day, that was the number one go-to jersey right there. So that was real clean. But I don't see how you can incorporate that in with the situation we got going on now. Mark Mullinex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Mark Mullinex. If I see a comment from you, I will read it. Let's see if we got another super chat here. Mr. Ron B. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Ron B. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, outside of the Sunday disaster in Dallas, the team has mostly been competitive under Rivera. But make no mistake, this is the year to take a huge step forward, especially with the schedule. So Mr. Ron B conveniently transitions us to the next topic, which is the schedule. You've all seen it. This is why I thought this was the perfect time to talk. You've had a chance to digest the schedule, go over it on your own channels individually. So you've got an opinion, obviously, on the schedule and what it looks like, and how you think Washington will be able to navigate it. Now, this is subject to change. I'm not holding you to anything that you say here tonight, because you can change your mind in August as we get closer to the season. You see this team on the field, or there's an injury here or there, or something happens, or you're just more confident now after seeing something in camp. You've been there a couple of times, you've watched them perform, and you feel a lot better. So this is subject to change. However, first blush, schedule comes out, you see it, and you already knew who we were playing, right? Like, that's the thing about a schedule, is you know the opponents already. You just don't know, and you know where you're playing these opponents. We knew we didn't have a game across the pond. We weren't playing in Germany. We were going to play all our games on American soil, and we knew home games versus road games. We just didn't know when and what time those games were going to be played. So now we have all of the particulars. One of the things I wanted was, I asked the NFL, I begged the NFL, give me a chance to get off to a nice little start, man. Okay, don't give me Dallas week 1 or Philadelphia on the road week 1, or don't give me Tampa Bay or somebody like that week 1. And they said, nah, I got you. Don't worry about it, bro. They blessed us, and if we can't, and to Ed's point earlier, if we can't take advantage of the blessing that they bestowed upon us, dropped in our lap, we are in some trouble this year, right? So. Schedule. I'm gonna start with you, Rico. Schedule. You had a chance to see it. You laid eyes on it. What did you think about the schedule? There are two primetime games with 2 games that could be flexed late in the season to primetime games. They are multiple revenge games. You mentioned Andrew Norwell revenge game in week 1 potentially. So there are revenge games. Somebody has even said, hey, Carson, the Jaguars pretty much put him out of Indy with them getting eliminated from postseason play with that loss in week 18. That could be a revenge game for Carson as well. Sure, knock yourself out, but we know the 2 Philadelphia games and the Indy game are the ones that they're circling on the calendar as revenge games there. Talk to me about the schedule. What was your initial thoughts and reactions to it, and how do you think Washington is going to navigate this schedule?
Also, to add to some more layers to the revenge game, Doug Peterson's with the Jaguars, and we're going to see Brandon Sheriff versus Deron.
That's
Payne,
right. I had brought that up before, but I forgot to bring it up again. Absolutely, Brandon Sheriff coming right back to FedEx. His first game outside of the building, he'll be right back in the building, just in the opposite locker room.
Yeah. But schedule-wise, like you said, they blessed us, and not even just at the beginning, because, of course, if we don't start 2-0, if you can't beat the Jaguars and the Detroit Lions, who can you beat? And, of course, other teams are probably looking at us kind of like the same way. Right. Like, I know we like to talk about easy wins, but other teams are probably looking at us like easy wins, especially their fan bases that may not know as much about our team. Right. But it's like, if you can't beat the Jaguars and Lions, who will you beat? And I do like that. I mean, Ron Rivera teams tend to start slow. This is the time to start fast. But they also kind of blessed us, even though I hate the bye week 14, as late as it is. But they kind of blessed us around the bye week, because if we're hurt by that time, you have Texans, Falcons, Giants, bye week Giants. So if there were a time that we could afford to maybe lose some players and still win some games, that little run right there would be very helpful. So I think the beginning of the schedule is very favorable, especially the first 2 games. And then that towards the end of the middle is a soft spot to where, like, say Antonio Gibson's banged up, and, maybe if we were playing the Cowboys, you would rush them back. But since we're playing the Falcons, and by then maybe they probably only have 2-3 wins, maybe you're like, nah, we'll give Antonio Gibson another game and we can figure it out and probably still win without him. So I feel like we have the benefit of that right there. And then just overall, I mean, the flex games, I think the Cowboys, I think that will be a meaningful game at the end of the season. Final game. I think us or the Cowboys, between one of us or maybe both of us, are fighting for a seed right there, a playoff spot in general. So I think that game will end up getting flexed. So yeah, I think again, to Ed Oliver's point, to everybody's point, that you gotta, with this schedule, I mean, just quarterback wise alone, you need the ball out. Like, there's just no excuses. I'm really high on Justin Fields, but he's shown me nothing so far to make me believe that he's gonna be able to beat us.
And they haven't added anything around him. I feel bad for the kid. I really truly do.
It's bad. It's just like, you gotta hope maybe by the time we get to the end of the season, when you play the 49ers and the Browns, maybe they already have their playoff situations to where maybe they're resting starters, and you want to play guys when they're at their best to see where you truly stand. But if you're trying to make the playoffs, that's actually probably a decent time to play those guys, because they may already have, their playoff seeding. They may sit some starters or whatever. So I think this schedule was set up beautifully, other than just the bye week being week 14.
All right. So Ed, I want you to dive in, talk about this schedule, talk about everything that you thought about when you had your first initial reaction to it and laid eyes on it. You've already talked about the need to get off to a fast start. I couldn't agree with you more. That was the first thing that jumped out at me. It was like, whoa, they blessed us with Jacksonville and then at Detroit. Are you serious? Like, we got to be 2-0 going into that Eagles game with a ton of momentum. Talk to me about this schedule and what you see for it.
Seriously. Yeah, I mean, you said 12-5. I know you had a little buzz, you had a little drink, but
I actually wasn't drinking. I said I was gonna spike the punch that night, and I did. I spiked it, and it was pretty much pure alcohol when I was done. Like, I didn't expect to go 12-5, but I started looking at the schedule and I started getting excited and I started talking crazy. I'm pretty sure it'll be more like 11-6, 10-7 when I get closer to the season. But we could be 12-5 if Carson Wentz is what we think he could be, but it's going to have to be, consistent Carson Wentz playing well along with this defense and then special teams. But go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have gave us, more favorable games than what we got. I mean, the Jaguars had the first pick of the draft.
The last 2 years.
Yeah, the Lions had the second. So you had the two teams with the 2 worst records. Now the Jaguars, we're talking some trash on Twitter. They said, "What's up to Carson Wentz?" So they're already talking trash. Like you said, Brandon Sheriff, revenge. Well, he shouldn't. Brandon Sheriff has no revenge against us because we paid him a pretty penny 2 years in a row. Peterson. So there's a lot of connections. I mean, Carson Wentz has connections to almost every team in the NFL now.
Feels like
Lions, yeah, man. You got to take care of Jared Goff. Jamison Williams, I don't know if he's going to be there or not.
Right. That's early.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is good. Chark is a good pickup. Swift is cool. Hawkinson is cool.
We haven't won in Detroit in our last 4 trips.
So right.
It's not an easy place for us to go and play and win games. But that I can assure you, all 4 of those trips contained Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Chase Young from the passer. It is what it is on that. It was debatable, but it is what it is. I mean, you got to take advantage of that, man. They have an opportunity to start off 3-0.
Yes, because I've guaranteed a win in Week 3 against the Eagles. So I think 3-0 is definitely within reach, and I feel like you got to go and grab it.
Yeah, guarantee. Shout out to Charles Barkley, but I don't see why you don't start 3-0, man. I mean, it's a golden opportunity. We haven't been 3-0 in years. I can't even remember. But yeah, the quarterback slate compared to last year with Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Derek Carr, Herbert. I mean, it was murderer's row. Tom Brady, all those guys. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson. And we beat a couple of those guys too. But yeah, this year you get your Mariotas of the world, Davis Mills, who I do like, but the Texas defense is it's a process for them. It could be Desmond Ridder by that point, to be honest with you.
Could be. Absolutely.
On November 27th. We could be playing against Tyrod Taylor in December, and we get the Giants back to back.
Right.
Justin Fields, like you guys brought up, I mean, we're playing a lot of second-year backup young quarterbacks, man. This is just a perfect storm, and that's why I feel like, man, if they don't win at least 10 games, really, or at least 9, then something has to happen, in my opinion. Seriously, I don't know if it's a coordinator or something. Man.
I don't think anything will, but I think there will be a lot of fans that feel exactly the way you do. If we can't find a way to navigate, and again, injuries and things like that could derail the season quickly, right? But if we're relatively healthy and for some reason we can't find a way to navigate this through the schedule with 10 dubs, I will seriously take a look at what we're doing here. Is this the right direction that we're going in? Nobody brought up Kirk. Are y'all not moved by Kirk coming back to Washington for the first time since he left?
Kirk is just Kirk, man. He's not a sexy guy. He's just not. He is what he is. He's an 8-8 or 8-1 kind of guy. That's what he is. He's gonna get his yards. Jefferson is a dog. Thielen's a dog. Dalvin Cook. I picked us to lose that game. I actually did. I know a lot of people are gonna be upset with me for that, but I actually picked that as a loss.
Also, just looking at the schedule just now, I noticed also that like a lot of our toughest opponents we play at home. Luckily, like the Packers, the Titans, and even if you want to consider the Vikings, we do play them at home. Probably our toughest road game, really, honestly, outside of the division, is technically the Indianapolis Colts. But I feel like Carson Wentz has every motivation to play his best game that day.
Yeah, and I even brought this up at the schedule as well. I love the colors. Home away. It's not 2 straight home. It's not 3 straight on the road. It's not 3 out. We got one stretch in this schedule where it's 3 out of 4 on the road. And that's the only time we got back-to-back road games in weeks 10 and 11. And then you go back home and then you play another road game. But we get our back. And I like that season ends with 2 back-to-back home games to finish up. So, and that's the only time the whole season we have back-to-back home games. So this is a really good schedule. They screwed us royally last season with the schedule, backloaded with 5 straight games in the division to finish up. They blessed us this year. They made amends for the nonsense they did last year. So this is a schedule that I feel you have to navigate through and come out of the other side. And I've said this, the entire division plays a soft schedule. It's not just us, right? Dallas won the division last year, and they're tied with us for the least toughest schedule in the league And a lot of people are like, how in the hell did that happen? They won the division. How do they have the same, record overall of the teams that they're playing? And so it's everybody in this division is going to be playing a soft schedule because everyone's playing the AFC South, which is Houston and Jacksonville. Everyone's playing the NFC North, which is Chicago and Detroit, Minnesota. So you're going to have opportunities. I've said this already. If you're serious about going to the postseason and you're in our division, 3 teams could conceivably make it out of this division this year because the schedule is so soft. If you're serious, you need to go 3-1 against those 2 divisions. Look, you may not sweep, and you could sweep either one of those divisions. You may not sweep, but you got to pick Texans or Titans or Colts. Which one of y'all we gonna beat? Y'all both can't beat us. We got to beat one of y'all. Same with Green Bay and Minnesota. Both of y'all can't beat us. We got to beat one of y'all. You come out of that thing 3-1, and you have to, in the teams that take advantage of the little sisters of the poor, Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, the teams in the division that take care of those games will be the team that at the end of the year are looking at playoff berths. The reason we've struggled over the years is because we don't take care of business against teams like that. We may beat Jacksonville, but we'll go the next week on the road and lose at Detroit. We may beat Philadelphia in week 3, lose to Dallas, and now we're 2-2 when we should be 3-1. You know what I'm saying? Then you get the Titans at home in week 5, and you're like, okay, we can win this game. You lose, now you're 2-3 instead of being 3-2. Like that's little things like that change the entire trajectory of your season because you didn't take care of an opportunity to be the Detroit team that went on to win 4 games the entire season, and you were one of their 4 wins. Like that can't happen this year. So it'll be interesting to see how they navigate through the schedule. We can sit here and talk about games we should win. I've said this already, and I'll continue to say this. We look like food to Jacksonville. You want to know why Ed is talking about Jacksonville players talking trash? Their fan base thinks they're going to beat us. Why? Because we look like food on their schedule. Somebody's going to eat, right? Somebody's going to eat. We think they're food. That's why we keep talking about we got to start 2-0. We think Detroit's food. Detroit's been talking about biting off kneecaps for the last 2 years. Like those boys aren't playing out there. So we think that we should beat Jacksonville and Detroit. Those 2 fan bases are saying the exact same thing. We better beat Washington. So until we get to the level where teams that are what we believe to be beneath us, which Jacksonville and Detroit technically are beneath us because we had the number 2 pick in the draft in 2019, but that's not where we reside. Jacksonville lives in the top 5. We don't live in the top 5. We're in that middle class with everybody else. We're in the 11th pick. We're 13th. We're 17th. That's where we generally reside. But until we get to a consistent level, we're going to have teams that are beneath us feeling like we're equals, and we're not. And I don't blame them for feeling that way. We got to make sure that those games aren't nail biters because if you give a team like Jacksonville confidence in week 1, they'll jump up and bite you. They'll definitely jump up and bite you. Same with Detroit in week 2. And so Mr. Ron B says this is the year to take a huge step forward, especially with the schedule. I couldn't agree. And I think the rest of the panel does as well. All right. So let's get to the next super chat.
I think, honestly, the only way that we got blessed everywhere, except for just the fact that we played the Cleveland Browns, just off of the, we were 3rd place in the division. They were 3rd place. They're clearly going to be way better if Deshaun Watson is playing. That's literally the only way we got unlucky on the schedule. Every other way we got blessed.
I feel the same way. Like late in the season, you're going to have Deshaun. Even if he gets suspended, he'll be back by week 17, right? So that didn't fall in our favor, but I'm not looking for any shortcuts. Like too many of our fans are comfortable with the notion that we play better when we're under the radar. Everybody's talking about Dallas and Philadelphia. This is when we do our best work. And that's fine, okay? You have to start somewhere. But eventually, if you want to be a triple P, as I like to call it, a perennial playoff participant, you want to be a triple P, you got to have expectations and meet or exceed those expectations. When you win the division, you can't crumble under the expectation that you're supposed to be good, which is what we do every time we win the division. We win the division, we get excited, and then Antonio Brown is twerking in week 1 as he scores multiple touchdowns on us, and our season goes to hell in a handbasket. We can't keep having that happen. We got to start building something. This is the kind of schedule that allows you to build a foundation, and then we have to continue to build off of whatever we do in 2022. CJ Shoots Photo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Yo, Kings, fan of all 3 royalty. Some predictions with this question. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Says, picture it's the end of the 2022 season. What positional group is our strength and what positional group needs help? Hail all day. I'll throw that one to you first, Ed. At the end of this season, what do you think will be our strongest position, and what position will we be talking about as one of our primary needs heading into the offseason?
I'm gonna say, well, it's easy to say linebacker needs help. We just need depth at the linebacker position. I'm actually really say offensive line. I'm a believer in this offensive line. A lot of people are skeptical about the offensive line because Sheriff left, Eric Flowers left, but I think John Matsko is just a heck of a coach. I think he's going to get these guys ready. Has familiarity with Trey Turner. I think Sam Cosmi staying healthy is going to make a leap as well. Sam Cosmi had a good rookie year. I thought Orlando played well. Rouillet had a good year, even though he was hurt for the majority of the season. I think he's going to come back strong. They got good depth. Schweitzer is behind Trey Turner. Whoever wins the job with Trey Turner and Schweitzer, I'm very comfortable with either one of those guys. Sadiq Charles, you never know if he'll make a leap here. So I'm pretty confident in the offensive line. I think the wide receivers should get better with Jahan. Another concern for me is, Lou, you brought up slot corner. Is Danny Johnson going to be that guy, or are they going to bring somebody in? Are they going to have depth at the cornerback position too? We had some injuries last year. Troy McTyer went down, and I know William Jackson missed some games. So we didn't have a lot of depth outside or inside, to be honest with you. So I think corner is they might sign I got a feeling they might sign a free agent at the cornerback position before training camp is done. I got a feeling they might sign. I know they had interest in Patrick Peterson at one point, and some rumors about Joe Hayden. So I feel like they're going to add another guy to the cornerback group. But yeah, I would say it's obvious to say linebacker depth, and corner and running back is impressive too. I mean, you got a battle there with Gibson and Brian Robinson.
What about you?
So basically, I agree, and just to expound upon that, and the word in a way to take it a little bit further, I would say offensive line is the safest bet to be our best, and this is going to just include all health. Everybody just stays healthy by the end of the season. Unrealistic, but just say at best case scenario, everybody's healthy. Offensive line will be our best position group at the end of the year. I think a sneaky pick is receiver, though. I think Jahan Dotson, looking back at the film, I think the reason they like Drake London so much is that they have a type. They like a guy that can carry an offense when there's nothing around them. So if you put them alongside Terry McLaurin, they can't do anything but ball out. I think Jahan Dotson, same thing with Penn State. There was nothing around them, no quarterback. Whereas like Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson had each other, and CJ Stroud, and even the Alabama guys. I love Jameson Williams. He had Mechie and Bryce Young. Jahan Dotson was out there getting it out the mud. I mean, completely by himself. Teams knew he was getting the ball every game and all game, and he was still productive. And I think that's a unique trait that this team really coveted, and they went and got their guy. And so I think the receiver group is going to be secretly be really good this season, especially if Carson Wentz can actually stay healthy and take advantage of it and actually allow them to put up the stats so we can have, something to base it on. We can't say the receiver group is great and they're not putting up stats, even if they are talented. And then same thing defensively, linebacker is obviously the big one, but I completely agree with Ed Oliver where corner is the sneaky one to where we get to the end of the season and we're looking at how much we're paying Kendall Fuller and William Jackson, and depending on if Benjamin St-Juste, when healthy, played fairly well, but who knows? I mean, that concussion situation was a little scary. I'm still confused about that myself. And Danny Johnson played pretty well in the slot, but we really don't know about the future of the cornerback position for this team right now.
Right. Yeah. The crazy thing is that we both haven't said the defensive line yet.
That's where I was going to go with mine. That's exactly where I was going to go with mine.
You got Chase and Montez and Autumn. Last year, I think off the rip, we would have just said D-line. D-line, 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 D-line.
Right. I think wide receiver would be my strongest. After the season, I think we really this is the best collection of talent I've ever seen as a Washington fan. Going back to Gibbs 1.0. Like, we have never had this much speed, this much talent at the receiver position where it's pick your poison. We can do so many different things, line guys up in so many different positions. And now we got a quarterback that we feel like can get them the football. I'm just really excited to see this offense work. I think it's going to be poetry in motion at times because a lot of people are down on Scott Turner. I think he's a really good offensive mind and a good schemer of offensive concepts. I just think that guys were open and quarterbacks weren't able to get them the football. I mean, there are clear instances of Terry. Like, Cowboys fans love talking about Trayvon Diggs shutting Terry down in that first game. And I'm like, there are instances Terry's 2-3 yards behind this dude and Heineke just can't get him to rock. So I'm excited to see what this looks like. And I think the receivers are going to ball out this year and have a season that really puts the rest of this division on notice. The position I think I'll be looking at the end of the season and saying, hey, man, we need some work is the defensive line. Like, I want to see what bounce back years look like for the two ends in Young and Sweat. Sweat wasn't terrible, but we were expecting so much. As Ed said, they had the whole, we're going to break the combined record for most sacks, in franchise history and in the league and this, that, and the third. And it just wasn't what we were expecting from those two guys, but specifically Young. But the lack of depth at defensive tackle, because they're not going to resign Daron Payne. That's evident, right? They may go out and they may sign a veteran. I keep talking about Star Lotulelei because he's still available. He's another Commander that's probably on speed dial at this point if they don't have another option. They're going to do something else. I don't think they're comfortable with Daniel Wise and David Bada as your, other defensive tackle opposite of Fedarian Mathis on the bench. You got to have one more dude that you trust. So maybe they are comfortable with Daniel Wise. I don't know. He's coming off of a major knee injury as well. So we'll see what happens. But I think defensive line will be a big question mark for us because if you only got two defensive tackles, you're going to need to do something. And so, and if you don't really love what you're getting out of your defensive ends after this year, that's a problem too, right? That's a big problem because we assumed, we're going to have to re-sign, both of those ends or maybe pick one or the other. Well, we may be able to make that decision very quickly. If Montez Sweat goes out and has 13.5 sacks this upcoming season and Chase Young only has 4.5, is there a conversation still as to who you re-sign if you have to choose one? So we'll see. I don't want to put those expectations. I know what a lot of people are going to do with Chase. They're going to look at what Nick Bosa did. First year, 9.5 sacks, was a menace. Tears his ACL in week 2, comes back 15.5 sacks the following year. Chase, a menace, defensive rookie of the year, 7.5 sacks, all kinds of big impactful plays, forced fumbles, scoop and score, everything you could imagine in that first year. Tears his ACL. It wasn't week 2. It wasn't week 2. It was like week 9 or 10. It was after, matter of fact, it was the first game after the bye against Tampa. And he had 1.5 sacks. That's it. Got robbed of one against the Atlanta Falcons when he pushed Matt Ryan and called him for a roughing the passer. But still, I mean, he was not impactful in that regard. And so I don't expect him to come back and have 15.5 sacks, but I want him to be closer to 10 than he is 5, So we'll see what he does. But it'll be interesting to see if the defensive line is a problem, then we're probably not going to be all that good because we play too many rushing teams. Tennessee, Indianapolis, Cleveland, all can run the football. Philadelphia was the number 1 rushing attack. San Francisco can run it with the best of them. Every year they're in the top 5 in rushing. If we can't stop the run, if we are light up front, if there are gaping holes in our defense and rush defense is leaky, we will be in trouble because we play too many teams that can run the football on our schedule. Thank you for the super chat, CJ Shoots Photos. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre, writes, I think William Jackson III had an underrated good season. He struggled at first, but when he got back from injury, his side of the field was quiet the rest of the season. I agree with that. I thought he was really good in the second half of the season, like you said, once he got back from that injury. And I think they got a better handle of how to utilize him. what kind of positions to put him in. And then he got a better handle of what they were asking him to do in the defense. Remember, it was new for everyone in that regard. So I thought he got a lot more comfortable. Jack basically said that those dudes weren't ready. They weren't at OTAs last year. And he pretty much put a lot of – and if you recall last year, we gave up a lot of big plays early in the season. And, they kept saying communication. It sounded like we had old not Joe Barry. Who was the dude after Joe Barry? The striking, smashing skulls and striking iron.
Haslett.
Manusky. Greg
Manusky.
After every game, they would talk to him on Wednesdays the next week, and it's just communication. Take away this play, you can't take away the 80-yard run. You can't take away the 75-yard touchdown strike. It's just communication. We just got to be better. That's what it sounded like after every game last year. We just got to communicate better. And then they did. And the secondary got better. And so Del Rio is really excited about what they think this secondary can do. And I think William Jackson III is a huge part of that. So,
yeah, and they will all be at that off-season activity.
Damn right they will. You heard what Jack said. you heard what Jack said. Jack did that for a reason. When coaches say things in the media like that, they're talking to the players through the media. So, and I don't know if they had already expressed that to the players, like, yo, we need y'all here. Remember, it was a big deal. Chase wasn't at OTAs last year. You remember that? How big of a deal that was? He was out, shooting Family Feud and Under Armour commercial and Chipotle commercials. And I didn't have a problem with it. I was like, yo, get your coin, man. I'm not going to sit here and tell the man not to go get his bag. But after he put up a buck, 1.5 in the sack department, I'm like, bro, you got to be here. And the two have nothing to do with one another. It's more, him not being creative as a pass rusher and him thinking that he's explosive enough to just rush up the field than anything him showing up in OTAs. But still, it's just not a good look when you struggled the way he did last season. So we'll get to the next super chat here. See, I don't want to skip any. And I think we are right in this area, right about here. So I didn't skip any. Here's the super chat. I did skip one. I'm going to go back and get it. I'm going to get this one while I go look for that one. Oh, it's no super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Prophet Keith Lawrence. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Prophet Keith Lawrence. If I see a comment from you, I'm going to read it. Got another super chat here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Wentz over under top 12 QB. Commanders 6 wins or 11 wins. Got to pick one you think they're closer to. I'll start with you on this one, Rico. Wentz over under on top 12 QB and 6 wins or 11. Which are they closer to in 2022?
And they obviously go hand to hand. If he plays like a top 12 quarterback, we win 11 games, I think, easily. I'm going to go over just off of that run that he had with the Colts last year. Like that middle of the season, people were talking about, is Carson Wentz back? I mean, he was really balling out there. Granted, he had a really good run game to lean on, and I feel like he'll have something similar here. But again, like we've already stated, I think this receiving core is better than what he had there. And so if he could just give us, of course, we want him to go back to 2017 Carson Wentz minus the injuries. But even if he just gives us last year, I think we win it at minimum 10 games. I think he will be closer to 12. And I definitely think we'll be closer to 11 wins than 6.
Ed, top 12, over under on Carson Wentz, a top 12 quarterback in the league, and closer to 6 wins or 11 wins in the upcoming season.
Yeah, I just Googled like a top 10 quarterback list. So yeah, I'm looking at the list, honestly. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady's better than him, Pat Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Dak's better than him, Lamar's better than him, Josh Allen, 7, Kyler. I mean, I guess I'll just answer the question. Stafford's better.
I mean, I don't think you mentioned Herbert or Burrow.
Yeah, Herbert's better, Burrow's better. So that's like what?
Kyler Murray, if you didn't mention him.
Kyler Murray, Derek Carr is better.
Yeah.
Top 12, no. Can he be top 15? Yeah, for sure. He can definitely be top 15. I think he was there's a lot of stats that show he was like a top 20 quarterback last year. I think if he's a top 15 quarterback, that should get you 10 wins against the schedule, in my opinion. Closer to 6 or 11. Closer to 11. yeah, we're 6. I can't see us having 6. I just can't see it. If it's 6 wins, then yeah, then everybody should be on the hot seat for that.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. If we and I'm a big Rivera dude. If we're closer to 6, we got problems. We got problems.
6-11.
I think naturally 6 just can't make sense. We won 7 last year.
Yeah,
one of the top 5 most hurt teams.
Exactly, Rico.
When it's not like we lost Taylor Heineke, so when in doubt if Carson Wentz sucks, you just go back to Taylor Heineke, and the schedule is way easier.
That's what I said. Like that's what I keep trying to convey to people. Is like, do you understand the schedule we played last year and against the quarterbacks that we played? And we won 7 games with COVID and injuries and everything that transpired. We won 7 games with the schedule that we played. Are you telling me that with this schedule, even if Heineke has to play the entire season, we can't win 8, 9, 10 games? Like, it's just hard for me to stomach that. I totally agree with you. 110%.
Yeah, so close to 11 for sure.
Hertz Swag Call. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Hertz Swag Call writes, Bradbury versus Terry, the last 6 games, who win in that matchup up till this day? Look, I'm going to just tell you, James was getting filleted. Okay? James was getting filleted versus Terry, especially that first game in week 2. Terry had his way with him in that ball game, had a touchdown grab against him, turned him around on a beautiful sideline comeback. Terry's had his way with every corner at some point in this division that is viewed as that team's number 1 guy. Bradbury for the Giants when he was there, Darius Slade for the Eagles. He's always had success against Darius Slade. Like Ed mentioned, even when we had Garrett Gilbert throwing up the deep ball, Terry was going and getting it against Darius Slade. And Trayvon Diggs got indoctrinated into the league by Terry that first year where they was talking trash. Y'all remember that? And then the next play, Terry cooks him for like a 41-yard touchdown. And like I said, last year, Terry was open as well. And Taylor Heineke couldn't get it to him. So I like my guy versus their guy. But the beauty of it is it doesn't have to be Terry versus James Bradbury by himself anymore. We got other dudes that can contribute. And even though the Eagles have 2 guys they love on the outside, do you have 3 corners that you love? Do you have 4? Because we can go 4 or 5 deep at the receiver position now. So I like the fact that we can put stress on the defense that way. What do you guys say to that? What about you, Ed?
Yeah, I mean Terry's gonna have his way with Bradbury. They had a good matchup. The only way that Terry can really get stopped if it's a bad throw, because Bradbury did have the interception on Taylor Heineke. Mm-hmm. Like it was like what, 2 minutes left in the game? It was crazy how that game went.
Yeah, it was.
We got the ball back some way somehow because the Giants are just so trash.
Yeah.
But yeah, he should have his way with Bradbury. I'm really not concerned at all. Bradbury's a good corner, don't get me wrong, but Terry's just a better offensive player. It's going to be a good duel though. I'm excited for it. Bradbury, because it's probably going to be Terry versus Slay, and then it's going to be Bradbury versus Jahan or Curtis. So I'm intrigued by that match. I'm excited for the Eagles game. It's going to be a good game.
I agree. What about you, Rico?
Completely agree wholeheartedly with both of y'all. I think maybe I'm a little bit higher on Terry. Like, I just don't think it's really going to be fair, Terry versus Bradbury, because again, to the point, it may not even be Terry versus Bradbury all game, but even when it is, I think Terry's going to kill him. We finally have a quarterback that can hit these guys deep. So I think the corners are even going to play a little bit less aggressive than they did. Like that James Bradbury interception was straight aggression. We know what they're trying to do. We're just going to go and attack it. It wasn't necessarily Terry McLaurin's fault all the way. I feel like they're going to kind of play on their heels a little bit, because now we have a quarterback that can actually hit them when they get open deep versus them being open deep, and we're not even taking advantage of it. Now they have to cover the entire field. Yeah. So I think that's going to allow Terry and everybody else to eat underneath even more than they have previously.
And that's what this offense is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a 3-level offense where you get those shallow crosses, or they call them mesh concepts, underneath, and then you get those linebackers having to choose. You put them in a predicament, right? You make them wrong, whatever they decide to do. If they come up on the shallow crosses or those mesh concepts, then those dig routes and those intermediate routes behind them should be open. And if they don't, they sag back on those, then you hit the shallow cross and try to get run after the catch. There'll be some opportunities for things to be a little bit more open because of the speed we now put on the field. So I think Terry wins the best, gets the best of that matchup between those two. But you know, it's funny with corners that's similar to tackles. You can have a great game, and then all it takes is one play, and that's all anybody wants to talk about. You give up 1 sack, forced fumble, and you had a terrible game, and there were 40 reps against you, and you didn't give up anything else. Same thing with a corner.
Not lying.
You got to have selective memory, man, because all it takes is one. Eric Ricucci, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Eric writes, does Terry get an extension before the season starts? Yes. What about you, Rico?
I agree. I think it may be something similar to Jonathan Allen. Hopefully not like the morning of training camp or the day before, whatever. It was like last second, turning the paper in at 11:59 p.m. type of thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be that close necessarily, but I do think it will be before the season starts. Hopefully, I hope it's before training camp.
I think it will be. What about you, Ed?
Yeah, it needs to be. I know they have they got OTAs this weekend. Not that it matters, but I feel like during one of the offseason team activities, they're gonna get it done. Like one that happens in June, I feel like they're gonna do it then. But they need to get it done, man. I don't know if they're waiting for Landon Collins, that money to come off the books, spot track and all that stuff, the college space. But yeah, they need to get something. I don't think there's a choice. They're gonna get it done.
They're right. I think you said it perfectly. There's no option here. This isn't debatable. And we've seen a lot of these guys get traded this offseason, which, beg the question, will Washington trade Terry McLaurin? And you always hear teams are monitoring the situation. There's nothing to monitor here. Go about your business. They're not trading Terry. He's getting a deal here. He means too much to this organization, not just on the football field, but he's one of the faces of this franchise. And again, I've talked about this, the psyche of an NFL locker room. When a guy does it the way that Jonathan Allen and Terry McLaurin have done it, when guys do it the right way, do everything that you ask and go above and beyond the call of duty, you got to pay those dudes in the locker room. Because if you don't, and that guy's got to go somewhere else to get his bag, that tells everybody else in the locker room, if he did it in that manner for that many years, at that level of consistency, and he couldn't get paid here, well, what the hell does that mean for me here? Like,
exactly.
You can't not pay a guy like Terry and Jonathan Allen and expect other guys in the locker room to bust their ass because they're playing for another team. They know it. If you can't get those guys paid. So in order to keep everything in the locker room copacetic, you have to pay a guy like Terry. He deserves to be paid. He's done everything the right way. He's done everything you've asked of him. He's played injured. He's played with the lack of the consistency at the quarterback position you would like a guy of his stature to be playing with. And yet he's never complained. He's always gone out, gave us 110%. He's been on the field the best guy, off the field the best guy. He's the perfect example of what they deem to be a commander and a guy that helps change the culture. You got to sign Terry. It gets done, and I think it gets done right before training camp.
I think it's even. I'm sorry, it's even like the small things, like when we showcase the new brand, the new logo, the new name. Of course, he was one of the three faces, but his mannequin is the one in front of Chase Young and Jonathan Allen, doing like a specific pose. While Jonathan Allen, even though they are faces of the franchise, they're in the back just kind of standing there. So it's just like he's we have multiple faces of the franchise, but he's the face of the franchise. And I love your point about if he can't get paid, how will we? Like, there's no way they'll pay us.
Exactly. And to your point, Ron Rivera was having a one-on-one sit down with Julie Donaldson. They could have put any helmet. They could have put a bland helmet. Didn't have a number on it. They put Terry McLaurin's helmet there with a 17 on it. Like, there's symbolism there. He's not going anywhere to me. Chase Stern, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Chase writes, do you think Wentz will be the best quarterback in y'all division? Dak kind of mid, not gonna lie. Nah, I don't think he'll be better than Dak, honestly. If Dak's healthy, I know they lost Amari Cooper. I know their offensive line, and I think Ed spoke to that earlier, that they lost some offensive linemen. It's, sort of a, trying to rebuild that thing on the run, so to speak. But they still got talent out there. They still got, Michael Gallup. They still got CeeDee Lamb. They still got like 18 tight ends. They got running backs. They'll be fine. They drafted this kid that I love, Jalen Tolbert, out of South Alabama. They'll be just fine at receiver. Don't worry. I think Dak's going to be really good, like he always is. And so I think what everybody else in the division is fighting over is who's the second best quarterback. And I think Wentz is that. But what says you guys? Rico, what do you say?
First of all, I agree. I think Dak got it until, of course, Carson Wentz at his best is better than Dak at his best. but who knows how often, if ever, you're going to get Carson Wentz 2017 again. So
Right.
I agree. It's a fight for second place. Dak is number one, but you also have to define best because, Jalen Hurts is going to have the most rushing yards. I'm assuming Dak will have the most passing yards. It's just like who the team that wins the most games. How do you isolate him from everybody else?
And I guess it's the eye test too. Crucial situations, game on the line, who stepped up, made the winning plays to help their team get it done. I think those are things that people will, kind of look at as well. If the numbers are close.
Yeah, so I agree. It's a fight for second place. I think Carson Wentz has a really good chance of being the second best quarterback. But Dak got it right now until further notice.
Ed.
Yeah, Carson's second. He's still a better quarterback than, throwing the football downfield, doing the most with less. Even in 2019, which is not too far long ago when they were 5-6, he led them to the playoffs. They were 9-7, where Jadeveon Clowney knocked them out of the game.
Right.
Carson had a good stretch there, where he threw the pass against us to Greg Ward on Josh Norman and head-to-head in 2019. I know it's 3 years ago, but they played basically an NFC East championship game against Dak where Dak said his shoulder hurt.
Yep.
And then,
they were terrible. Both teams were terrible in that game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and then Carson did what he could with Greg Ward and Goddard and Boston Scott and then Zach Ertz. And then Dak comes and plays against Washington, plays against us the next week with the same shoulder and beats us 47-16. So it kind of shows you who stepped up in that game is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
To answer the question quickly, Dak is number one as of right now. Then Carson's number two. Hurts is 3. Tyrod's 4. Daniel Jones is probably 5.
Yeah. I don't have any qualms with that list. And I can tell you this much. If we get to a situation like I think a lot of people discount 2019. Like that might have been his best year, with much less around him. Yeah, the Eagles were killing it in 2017, and he was a huge part of that. But 19 was impressive because he had nothing. He had nothing, man. I mean, we're talking about throwing to Greg Ward, right? We're talking about throwing to some of these dudes that were, insignificant. He's throwing to JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Like, these are guys you're like, who? He's and this is what he had to get it done with in 2019, and he did. So I think Dak is number one. I don't think he's mid either. Okay. I don't think he's mid, but we'll see what happens. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, Eagles losing the first game of playoffs as a 5 seed to who? Commanders, NFC East champs, 4 seed versus 5 seed. Carson 3-peat revenge tour. Cry Eagles, cry. That would be awesome to sweep them 3. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in one season. I don't know if you had them sweeping the Eagles. I do have them sweeping the Eagles. However, I could see a split with the Eagles. But I've always said this. You look at the season series between Washington and Philadelphia the last 4 or 5 years, it's usually one team sweeping the other. It's rarely a split. So I think if we can find a way to win that first game in week 3, which I've guaranteed, then we're going to go to the link. It's going to be a raucous environment. They're going to really come down heavy on Carson Wentz. He better be mentally prepared because it's going to be ugly. Hell, he better be prepared for the game at FedEx because it's probably going to be 35, 40% Eagles fans any damn way. So it'll sound like a road game if we're not playing our best brand of ball. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. That would be awesome if we could get them in the playoffs and beat them there. It would be reminiscent of Washington beating the Eagles in the 1990 playoffs when there was the body bag game, and then you go to Philadelphia to the vet and beat Buddy Ryan and the Philadelphia Eagles, and essentially that got Buddy Ryan fired after all the trash the Eagles were talking. So we'll see what happens, man. Christian Sorto, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Christian writes, I respect all of y'all's takes. 3 goats on the same video. Ice Cube, today was a good day. You know what it is, man. It's the Commander Kings, man. You know what it is. I appreciate you supporting all of the different channels, and thank you for that, Christian Sorto. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Not sure if this is your first or your second, but double up, just in case. My guy Chill Dude writes, worst quarterback that has started for us in the last 10 years. I put my vote on butt fumble, which is, as I like to call him, Dirty Ches, Mark Sanchez. I'm gonna have to go with a guy that I championed. Matter of fact, I'll let you guys hit it first, and if you don't name him, I'll name him. I'll start with you, Ed. Worst quarterback that has started a game for this franchise. You got a long list, and you got plenty of options. Okay, take your time.
Oh man, this is a tough one, man. It's got to be the Jeopardy music on this one. You can just choose so many.
There's so many options. Do you have one, Rico? While he's thinking.
I think it's funny because it's like there's so many options you can't be wrong. There's only right answers.
Yeah.
It's subjective, right? You can go in any multitude of directions. I'll start because I know y'all trying to think of somebody in particular. My guy is John Beck. He was awful. And there was a whole quarterback competition between John Beck and Rex Grossman. I found myself enthralled with this competition because I trusted the Shanahans. They told me that they wanted him when he got drafted by Baltimore. Kyle Shanahan was pissed off. He wanted him in Houston the year prior. And so they sold me a bill of goods on this kid being, decent. And then John Beck's talking about rallying, getting everybody out to practice. I'm the star. He called up Chris Cooley and said, hey, I'm the starting quarterback of the Washington Redskins. We're going to have a little passing camp. Would love for you to come out. And so he took the reins. Like he talked a good talk, man. He talked about Transformers and all kinds of shit that didn't matter. And it's like, this is a really likable dude. I was even singing a song. It is a reggae song. And it goes, I said, oh, go Johnny. Johnny be good tonight. And I was singing that in the preseason. And I was so John Beck. And man, did he suck. God, he was hot buns. Oh my God. I remember that Roy Halou 17 reception game like it was yesterday. It was checked out. One of the worst games I've watched, and there have been plenty, trust me, over my lifespan as a Washington Redskins / football team / Commanders fan. There have been a lot of bad games. I don't know if there's a worse game than the one we played against Buffalo over in Canada when we got shut out by the Bills, something like 26-0, and he was scared shitless in that game. He did not want to play in that football game. It was an embarrassment. John Beck was awful. Awful. And we've had some bad ones. He's the worst for me. All right, Ed, you got one now?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Mark because losing to the Giants 40-16. Like, that's inexcusable at home. Like, every pass he threw was getting batted down. And the fact that he made Josh Johnson. Like, I was so happy to see Johnson. That's how bad Sanchez was.
You're not lying.
I was so happy to see Josh. Like, Josh Johnson injected life into the fan base just to see him. Like, it was so bad. After the game, Adrian Peterson was like, yeah, I think Josh Johnson should get a chance.
It was terrible. You're not wrong. What about you, Rico?
Yeah, it may be a little recency bias, but I'm going to have to go to Mark Sanchez as well, just off of the fact that, like Ed Oliver said, how happy we were to see Josh Johnson tells you everything you need to know about Mark Sanchez. And then the way we lost against the Giants, the fact that it was a division rival and the way it went down, I'm going to have to go Mark Sanchez. Now, of course, John Beck had more hype behind him, but Mark Sanchez had a little bit of like, since the Jets, he used to go to the playoffs, and
he had a gift for the gab. Like, he talked a good talk during that week of practice. Like, like he was gonna come in and do some damage. And man, it was over before they ever started. I mean, that game got out of control very, very quickly. I remember that game vividly because, and this is the only time I've ever done this. I came on at halftime of that game, and I screamed that everyone needed to be fired. I wanted house cleaned. It was 36-0 at halftime. I wanted the house cleaned. I wanted Jay gone. I wanted Bruce gone. I wanted them to get rid of every quarterback on the roster. I was ready for them to blow this thing up and start from scratch. Of course, they did not do that, but that was a bad game. So absolutely. Let's see. Got another super chat here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Fat American, who writes, y'all remember losing like 14 straight to the Cowboys? No matter how much they sucked, we lost. Finally beat them in Darryl Green's final game as the Skin. Crazy. I just remember my dad's a Cowboys fan. He would always tell me, we got two houses, yours and ours. And for years, we couldn't beat them. And it was like 14 in a row. You're not line. There was a stretch there. And in that stretch was that 1999. That was the last time I cried over a sporting event of any kind. We were up 35-7 on Dallas in 99. That was one of my favorite seasons. I told you that was my favorite season. Week 2 of that season. Troy Aikman, Rocket Ismail, Michael Irvin, and that group. And we were killing them. And I was talking cold, hard cash to my dad. Oh, my God. It was the reversal of the Monday Night Miracle because he was talking cold, hard. And I just had to sit there and take it. It's 13-0. We haven't even gotten past midfield with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So he was talking cold, hard cash. And I'm killing him. It's 35. I'm dancing around him. He's sitting down in the recliner. I'm dancing around him, singing Hail to the Redskins. And then it's one touchdown after another touchdown, after another touchdown. And then it's 35-35, and we're going to overtime. Dallas wins the opening coin toss, and it's an 80-yard bomb to Rocket Ismail. And just like that, 41-35, we lose the game. And I'm in disbelief. I think it might have been 35-14. I don't know if it was ever 35-7. I was in utter disbelief. That's the kind of ish that would happen. I don't know if you guys remember the Patrick, I want to say it was Patrick Creighton that caught a pass late in the game. We had him. It was almost like a semi-Hail Mary. And Patrick Creighton comes wide ass open and catches it. Like, remember the Stephen Davis game? It's 7-6. All we have to do is get a first down. He fumbles the ball and they beat us with a field goal. Remember the Tony Romo game where they kicked 6 field goals and beat us 18-16 with Tony Romo having like a broken back? I'm exaggerating, but he could barely move. We would lose to them in the most preposterous ways. Unbelievable. I don't know if y'all got anything to add to that, but losing to the Cowboys over the years has been painful. And we created and invented ways to lose to these dudes, which is why when we do finally beat them, like we did on Thanksgiving 2 years ago, it's that much sweeter. That 2012 win, that's an all-timer for me because that one was so much fun and there was so much hype around that game. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, greatest day of life. I'm going to rewatch this 3 times. My 2 favorite YouTubers on the same live. I feel like it's my birthday. We appreciate you, Luck. Thank you for the super chat and the love. We really do appreciate you. 1/6 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, change my ceiling for us 14 if we get Wentz 2017-2018. Again, that's a lofty number for a team that's never won more than 10 games since 1991. It's hard to jump from 10 to 14. The last time we had 10 was 2012. Like, I can't see us just skipping over a 12 and getting a 14. Like, you can catch lightning in a bottle. That's hard to do. What says you guys, man? Ed, is there any way this team can win 14 games this year? Anywhere?
No. 14?
No. Okay. What about you, Rico?
Nah, I don't. It's entirely too many things that would have to go correct. It's not realistic.
Yeah. I can't. I understand that's your ceiling, and you're not saying that's what we're gonna do. But
did anybody in the league win 14 games last year?
I'm not even expecting the Bills to do it. And they're my favorite team in the league.
I don't know if anybody did because the Titans were the number 1 seed in the AFC, and I think they won 12 games last year. Yeah, and we know nobody won 14 in the NFC. So I don't think anybody did that last year. So yeah, you're right about that. Don't think anybody won 14 last year. But again, the schedule is set up. I can see Dallas winning 14 if they play the kind of football they're capable of playing. They've done this in the past where they've won 13. They've gone 13-3 with that, and then had the number 1 seed, and then Aaron Rodgers came to town and put them to bed real quick. So we've seen them do that before. They went 12-4 with Romo one year, number 1 seed. Giants showed up to town the year they won the Super Bowl and put those boys to rest. So we've seen the Cowboys go off on one of those seasons where they can't do any wrong. This is the kind of schedule that would allow them to do that, but we'll see if they're able to navigate it. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I have no faith in the Wiz and the 10th pick. Going to end up picking a role player that they don't develop players at all. Rui been straight stagnant He says they have no lottery luck. That's all you, Ed. All you.
Yeah, we're in purgatory. We don't lose enough to get a top 5 pick. We don't win enough to really make any noise. Or we made the playoffs. Like we made the playoffs last year with Brandon Russ. But yeah, I mean, if you keep getting the 9th pick of the draft, the 10th pick of the draft, you really got to scout and hit. I mean, I give credit to the Grizzlies. I mean, you guys got Desmond Bane. He was the 30. You got to hit home runs on guys like
Brandon
like
Clark.
Yeah, I mean, Bane, Clark, Dylan Brooks was a later pick.
That was a 2nd round pick. Yeah, I mean,
you gotta make picks like that. That's what you got to do. But the Wizards don't do that.
That's how you win in the NBA. Like, if you want to win a championship, you got to get a superstar. That's clear as that. That you got to have a top 5, really, you need 2 top 15 players, but one of them has to be a top 5 to 7 player in the league. But if you want to compete consistently, then you have to draft well. And you haven't done that. And
we're not a free agent destination, so it's not like somebody's going to be like, oh man, I want to team up with the Wizards. Yeah,
right?
It doesn't work like
exactly. That. And there's only a select few places that are free agent destinations. Memphis isn't one. It may turn into one because of Ja, but it's not one. No one's clamoring to come to Memphis, so you got to draft well. Same thing with OKC. That's why they've had such a good run, is because they might have the best GM in all of basketball because they draft well, and despite trading away all of their assets and stars. They've accumulated a lot of talent, and we'll see if they're able to put it all together. But no one's coming to OKC. Like, they got my man to come when Russ was there and recruited him, Paul George. Yeah. For a short period of time. But ain't nobody coming to OKC, and they know that. You got to draft well. Nobody's coming to San Antonio. You got to draft well. And so you would think, though, Washington is a much bigger market. That's the problem I have in the NFL with our team, is such a big market. You would think that we should be able to attract free agents, but when you stink the way that we have and at the level that we have, nobody's trying to come to Washington. And players want to play with other players. That's what it really boils down to. I'm choosing to go to Cleveland because they got Deshaun Watson. I'm choosing to go to Denver because they got Russell Wilson. I'm not choosing to come to Washington and your starting quarterback is Ryan Fitzpatrick, So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Just Andre. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. CJ Shoots Photo writes, shout out to Rico and the Real Ed Oliver HTTR. Shout out to the 2 kings that blessed the stream tonight for sure. Greatly appreciate them and greatly appreciate you as well. My girl Condo P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Condo P writes, 1-6 double doc, change the ceiling for us to 14 if we get 17, 18 wins. Read that one already. I can tell you this much. If we get anywhere near 14, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm going to be talking crazy. And don't be surprised if I told you what Eagles fans are doing. I'm going to be very obnoxious. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to try and hide my fandom. If we're good, you're going to know we're good because I'm going to be talking cold hard cat. If you watched the Super Friends stream last year when we won 4 in a row, I lost my mind. And it was just a 4-game win streak. Okay. And the last 2 of which we beat both of our opponents 17-15. Who do you think you're going to beat 17-15? Like, that's not sustainable. Yet, you couldn't tell me nothing. And I was looking forward to that 5-game stretch. Now, I didn't know that COVID was about to ravage us, and so were injuries. I didn't know Landon Collins and J.D. McKissick and Logan Thomas all were about to get injured and be done for the season. I didn't know we were going to lose Cole Holcomb and all these players,
half the O-line
to COVID. And, I had no idea that this was coming right around the corner. But still, I was beside myself. So, if we get 13, we get 12 for 13 wins. Are you crazy? Man, it's going to be lit. Noble King, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it.
I'm going to be right with you, too. The whole Atlanta.
Everybody on board. If we doing that, I don't give a – you can't – and you're not going to be able to downplay the schedule because that's what they're going to do. If we go 12-5, 13-4, oh, look at the schedule. I don't give a shit. You're not going to make me feel bad about my 12 wins, my 13 wins. I'm going to take it gladly with a Coke and a smile. Just like that. You ain't gonna make me feel bad. Noble King, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. If I see a comment, right here. Damn, I just flushed $1 in the commode. No, you didn't. I didn't see you didn't do it correctly, and it happens when you just do it for the first time. Put the comment in first and then hit the button. But if you got a comment, leave it down there. I'll read it. I know what you were trying to do. You didn't just flush $1 down the commode, man. All right. Let's see. Got another super chat here from Johnny Boy 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Johnny Boy 26 writes, those Eagle fans are out of pocket for real, for real. Look, man, you know it comes with the territory. They hate us. We hate them. That's why it's family business, man. Nobody's going to hate you more than one of your family members, right? You don't love anybody more than your family. You don't hate anybody more than your family. So at the end of the day, I respect it. I respect it. And that'll make it much sweeter when we beat them twice, right? When we beat them in week 3, they're not going to be infiltrating the comment section. They're going to be ghosts, all right? You're going to have to go find them. They're not going to seek us out. That's how they do. They like to throw their rock and hide their hand, okay? So no worries there. 1-6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Super Bowl! I'm telling you, if we would have had the offseason that the Eagles had coming off of a playoff, like imagine that Ron Rivera's first year, instead of it being 7-10 or 7-9, imagine if that were 9-7, right? Year 1. We won the division with a winning record, and we go out and we have the offseason the Eagles had this year. Come on, man. Stop. I don't care who the quarterback is. Y'all would have lost y'all damn minds. Okay? So trust me when I tell you, and I know this fan base like the back of my hand. I've been dealing with this for the last decade. I know how y'all would have reacted had we been. This is why I told Ron, I said, Ron, bro, I love that you won the division and I wanted you to. But that was the worst thing you could have possibly done. Because what you've effectively done is you've reset expectations. Everybody said you came in, you made sure you told us off the bat, hey, in the military, it takes 3 to 4 years to change the culture. So that was his passive-aggressive way of saying, hey, don't expect a winner for the next 2 years. I'm trying to change the culture, get this roster where it needs to be, find us a quarterback. I'm back here working behind the scenes. Give me a little bit of time. Win the division in year 1, that timeline goes out the window, and now the fans are like, hey, we winning 11 games a year. With Ryan Fitzpatrick, that's how you know they lost their damn mind. The fans thinking we was going to win 11 games with Ryan Fitzpatrick. So if you felt that way with Ryan Fitzpatrick last year, what do you think we would have felt this year if we'd have made the moves the Eagles made? It would have been crazy. Trust me when I say it would have been crazy. Anyway, I digress. I got another super chat. I want to read this comment. I thought I just saw one from my guy Noble King. He says, I just want the Commodes to flush Dallas. So you must be an Eagles fan because you keep calling us the Commodes. You got that from Law, and I don't appreciate it, okay? I just want you to know I don't appreciate your jokes. Yeah, our stadium is a dump, and I said this last year when that fan pushed the was it last year or was it the year before last? I think it was last year. Who were we playing anyway? When that player from the other team tried to jump in our stands, and our fan pushed him and said, "Get your ass out of here! What you doing?"
Yeah, it was
man?
Monday night this year.
It was this past year, right?
Yeah.
Seattle. Was it Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monday night
I was like, man, he a legend. Because all of those other fans was going to stand there and let him jump up there, turn around, sit down, and get your ass out of here. This ain't your home stadium. Look, that's our stadium, and FedEx may be a dump, and it's always leaking some kind of brown liquid, right, onto its fans and people that are in the stands. It's our dump, though. Respect our dump and take your damn shoes off when you come in the house. What is wrong with you? So you're gonna be disrespecting our name, all right? Act with class. Don't show your ass. Okay, that's what I like to say around these parts. Let's see. We got another super chat. All right, looks like we might. Nope, I spoke too soon. I see a couple super chats down here. I don't want to skip any. We'll read this one and I'll go and check and see if there's any that I skipped over. Next super chat from Washington football fan WGIL. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Washington football fan WGIL, who writes, Lou, we need to score more. Will you talk about the red zone going forward? So I will turn that over to Rico. The red zone has been a problem for us. I don't think it was actually a problem for us the first year with Ron in 2020. I thought it was a massive problem last year. Taylor Heineke made some poor decisions in the red zone. Our inability, the best red zone teams are able to run it in the red zone. We were incapable of doing that effectively. When you go look at the 2020 season, we ran it very well in the red zone. We're one of the better rushing teams in the red zone. And I think that's how you are able to establish the type of balance that is necessary to be successful in the red zone. Talk to me about what you think the red zone offense will look like in 2022, and will it be successful?
Well, first of all, I think that Green Bay game last year was a Class A example of what the exact opposite of what we need to do in the red zone. That was arguably the best we moved the ball all last season, but it just didn't result in points because we couldn't do anything in the red zone.
Facts.
I think getting back Logan Thomas healthy and adding Cole Turner, John Bates only getting better, and having a quarterback that's going to make better decisions and has the the arm strength to maybe zip in the red zone. Guys are less open. There's less field to work with. Defense is easier for them to cover things. So I think having a guy with a stronger arm that can zip it in there maybe a half a second sooner than what Taylor Heineke could, I think that's all going to help a lot. And then, of course, adding Brian Robinson to the mix, he's going to, run enough people over to by the time we get to like the third, fourth quarter, they're going to be tired of running into people, hopefully. And I just think, kind of like your point earlier, where we just can't get too much worse with the explosiveness. It's the same thing with the red zone. It's only up from what we did last year.
Right. And then we didn't have a field goal kicker for the first 2/3 of the season that we trusted. So that made it even worse. Because chip shot field goals were getting blocked. Are you kidding me? What are we doing here? What kind of operation are we running right now? And you remember how excited we were. I can't speak for you. I remember how excited I was and how excited the fans in the comment section were when Heineke threw that pass to Cam Sims against Carolina, where he threaded the needle in between those two defenders. It was a hell of a pass, right? We didn't know he was capable of doing that because we didn't know his arm was strong enough to do that. Those are the kind of tight window throws you have to make in the red zone to be successful. The windows are much shorter, and the opportunity to zing it in there is much tighter. So you got to have an arm, or you got to anticipate better. And like you said, it's hard for us to be any worse than what we were last year. What says you, Ed?
You added a 6'7" guy in Cole Turner with high catch radius to get Cam Sims in there in the red zone too. If you want to do a play action or something different, and Brian Robinson, we brought him up earlier. He's going to be our bruiser back, our third down back, our short yardage back. So I'm excited to see him. And then Antonio Gibson, we'll give him some opportunities too. He had 11 touchdowns his rookie year. I thought he did a good job his rookie season in the red zone too. A couple times this year too. I thought Tampa Bay, he was super, super clutch in the red zone. So we got options, man. We got some more. I like Cole Turner in the red zone. Logan Thomas coming back healthy when he does come back. They got options. They got options.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Luck, who writes, would y'all mind if I paid for Alex's ticket to our home game? I think we can have fun in the parking lot after the game. Let me at him, Lou. No, I don't want any violence. I told you I do not promote violence on this channel. All right. First of all, I'm not an advocate for putting an opposing fans' teams' butts in the stands at our games. We got enough of that already. Okay. I don't need you paying for a ticket for an Eagles fan to come in, infiltrate the stadium, try to help them get out of here with dub. So, no, I don't want you doing that, and I don't want things getting physical, okay? Alex is a good dude. Leave Alex alone, okay? Keep it in the chat, all right? And look, I've already told you this. Behave yourself at these games this year, man, okay? Behave yourself, all right? No more knocking people out in the stands or after the game in the parking lot. All right, let's see what we got. Read that one. Let's take this one here from DC_dude. DC dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. DC dude writes, can we make a pinata out of D'Angelo Hall and just beat him? And which of you three would be first in line? I don't have any disdain for D Hall. I don't know about y'all. Rico, Ed, y'all have any disdain for D Hall? Would you want to be the first to take a shot at the D Hall pinata?
Nah, I mean he said some of the things he said was true, but like I said before, he definitely had some things to get off his chest. Obviously he's not happy about not being being in the booth this year, and you could certainly tell about that. But I look at D'Angelo Hall no different. I love the 3 picks he had against Jay Cutler. He was there for the magical 2012 season where, he ran back an offside kick, almost onside kick against Dallas.
Right.
Battling with Dez Bryant a couple of times. So his tenure here was pretty good. Unfortunately, it ended on a bad note with the Hard Knocks, DeAndre Hopkins. But like I said, I have no ill will against D Hall.
Right. What about you, Rico?
Yeah, same here. No ill will. Just like Ed Oliver said, what I was gonna say is basically, I mean, the best way to get to him is bring up D Hop on the from the joint practice. My friends still bring that up to this day. Man doesn't play for us or nothing. They always be like, remember that joint practice. So that's the best way to get him. If it can get me, it can definitely get him.
I can tell you this much. Look, D Hall. I loved D Hall, actually, to be honest with you, on these post-game shows when he used to do the post-game, because I don't even watch the post-game anymore because it's the same. It's like rinse and repeat with B Mitch. We win, he's excited. We lose, he's ranting and he's blaming everybody and we're the worst at this, that, and the third. And it's exhausting listening to that stuff. I only really go there for the player interviews. But D Hall did provide, I thought, a great perspective when he was on that show. And I think there was a little bit of animosity towards the organization for his departure as a part of the broadcast team. I don't think he appreciated that. So I think there was a little ill will in regards to what he said. But there was also, as Ed mentioned, there was some truth in what he said. Like, don't dismiss what he said because he was being an ass about it. He did say some things there that it does stop and make you think, right? You may not agree with it, but it wasn't just him shooting off, from the hip and just making up stuff. Ron Rivera hasn't had this sparkling career that a lot of you would like to think. He's been an average NFL head coach, but he's better than average if you ask me. And not every average coach has made it to a Super Bowl. Rico talked about that magical season, and yeah, there was a lot of Cam Newton, there was a lot of dabbing, there was a lot of guys playing above their normal expectations, but you still got to do it. You still got to. It's hard to go 15-1 in an NFL season. It's hard to go 15-1, and I think they went 15-1. They might have went 14-2, whatever it was. It was ridiculous, is what it was, and he did that as a coach. And they went to the playoffs 3 times in like a 5-year span in Carolina. So, and you can talk about the losing record, 7-8-1, and he did it here again, 7-9, all you want, but that's still a postseason trip. You can't take it away from him. So, you could call Ron, overrated. You could talk about this team not being just a quarterback away, and that that's how they're reacting. You could talk about them sitting on their hands. There were circumstances dictating how we move this offseason, and he knows that. And that's the thing that I didn't like. It seemed a little bit disingenuous from that perspective, and the whole William Jackson III take and how they used him. Yeah, look, it wasn't the cleanest transition, and they knew, and they said it when they got him. He's a man guy. We play a lot of zone, but we want to play more man, but he's going to have to also adapt to our principles and how we do things. And it was a rough transition. It was not smooth, but he got better as the year wore on. And, I like I said, there was a lot of truth in there, but there were also some things where you go, okay, whatever. I don't look at him any differently. I don't hate D Hall. I'm not one of those people that I've always said, once a family member, always a family member. There'll be family members that you don't talk to, you don't have a relationship with. You see them at the cookout, you give them a head nod, but you ain't really looking to hold a conversation with them. That's Albert Hainsworth. Okay, still a family member. I'm just not talking to his ass. I ain't got shit to say to him, but he's still a family member. He still played here, right? Same thing with D Hall. I love him though. I got nothing against D Hall. Hate the way it ended for him in the broadcast booth, but no ill will here. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I got Big Money Sonny. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Ed, what's good, Redskins fans? Missed that, man. He said, my man, I missed that. Thoughts on JDR being fired if the defense plays like last year? I will throw that, since he was talking to you first, Ed, I'll throw that to you right off the bat. Thoughts on Jack Del Rio and how you felt he's done to this point, and if they have another disappointing showing, is he on the hook for potentially being fired?
Yeah, Big Money Sonny. It's what's good, Commanders fans. Now, I know it sounds weird, but I'm getting used to it. But JDR, I mean, yeah, and he talks a big game. There was actually a tweet on Twitter talking about our player rankings, and he quoted the tweet.
Yep.
Yeah, he was happy about that, and he's already put the DBs on notice. He's put Jamin Davis on notice. He's been very transparent on who he was disappointed with. I don't agree. Now, I understand about the OTAs. It can be very important, but the fact that guys were so wide open on third downs, I still feel like you can't 100% pinpoint it on that. I feel like some of it is on coaching. Now, sure, the miscommunication was terrible. William Jackson was getting blown by Landon Collins and him too. Like, they waited way too late to move Landon Collins into that Buffalo nickel role. I don't know if there was concern about him complaining about it, but it is what it is. Like, if you want to win games, they should have been made that adjustment. Right. That's where he's better in the box. He's a box safety. That's what he is.
Yeah.
William Jackson, it took about 8 games for him to get comfortable in that position. Jamin Davis, once again, he's a rookie. The evaluation was off. He's not a middle linebacker. He's just not a Mike. It is what it is on that. Yeah. So they made a mistake there. So they made about 3 mistakes that you can easily pinpoint to. Third downs were atrocious. So yeah, this is a big year for Jack. Jack had a good rookie year with first year with the team. I thought he motored Chase Young's game. I thought he motored Montez Sweat. I think he was able to get through to the guys that first year. The second year was rough. Yeah, this is a big year. You cannot be bottom 5 on third down defense. People cannot have a third. Justin Fields cannot have a 3rd and 15 and convert it to Darnell Mooney. That's unacceptable. Jared Goff cannot convert 3rd and 15s. Same thing with Christian Kirk and Trevor Lawrence. If we're allowing that to happen time and time again, Marcus Mariota to run mobile quarterbacks, that's an indictment on Jack too. He struggled against mobile quarterbacks. If Marcus Mariota is out there running around and getting first downs and running read options like he did on that Sunday night football game or Thursday night football game, then that's on Jack, in my opinion, too. So yeah, it's a big year for him. I do think, if we finish bottom, if the numbers look like they did last year, then it's time. Yeah, he should be fired.
Rico.
Yeah, so I agree. Well, as far as him being fired, again, like we talked about earlier, as a fan base, we probably want him to be, but I just highly doubt that he does. Ron Rivera is too loyal for that. He feels like, he's going to go down with the ship, essentially. So I think overall, we need to see improvement for sure.
Right.
Way easier schedule. Quarterbacks are way less talented. We're not going against the elite of the elite back-to-back games. But at the end of the day, I don't think, unless it's something abysmal, I don't think he'll be fired.
I agree. It's got to be terrible to the point where Ron is like, okay, you're the reason this is going on. And I can't see Ron throwing him under the bus. I think Ron's, again, there's a loyalty there to a fault, I think, with a lot of these coaches. And unless the owner comes to you and says, hey, you got to fire this guy, and you're willing to do so, I don't see that happening. My biggest gripe with JDR is just the lack of creativity that I've seen. You got 2 ridiculous, athletically gifted and physically blessed edge rushers and Chase Young and Montez Sweat, and all we do is just line them up, one on the left side, one on the right side. And I'm like, why they can't both line up on the same side? Like, why we can't move them around? Why they not standing up, walking around at the snap, and having the offensive line have to account for where these dudes are? Why we just got to do the stationary, you rush, off the right, left, defensive end position. I just think you can do so much more with the talent that we have to create pressure and to give defense or offenses different looks. And I don't think we do that. So I'd like to see a little bit more from him in that regard. Big Money Sonny, Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Big Money Sonny, who writes, Rico, didn't know you lived in New York. If you are in the city, stop by Redemption. It's a good Commanders bar. Thoughts on the drafted safety? Question mark. So Rico, you have the floor. Take it away.
Yes, sir. And I do plan on moving back at some point. And yeah, I'll definitely hit that up. I do definitely miss New York for sure. And the drafted safety, Percy Butler, I'm really excited about him. I'm not to the Chris Sims level yet, like we talked about earlier. But I do think that he could be somewhat of like a baby Daxton Hill, who I personally was very high on in the draft. I really wanted him. After we traded back, I was maybe hoping it would probably be him we took with that pick. But I still like Jahan Dotson, but that's digressing. I like Percy Butler. I think, again, he's going to play maybe some Buffalo nickel, but he's a little too small for that to play it as consistently and to really bang with people as often as Landon Collins did. Remember, Landon Collins is a bigger guy. Mm-hmm. So I think he's ultimately going to be that true free safety that we've been looking for. Bobby McCain got better, but, you know, when you get better than terrible, that's not necessarily great. So I think Percy Butler will eventually start to eat up his snaps. I think early on, Percy Butler will play more Buffalo nickel if we don't bring back Landon Collins for cheap. But I think ultimately, projecting his career for like the next 4 years, I think he'll be a true free safety for us.
I think so too. I think he's a true free safety. They love the versatility because, as I mentioned, you watch him on tape, you get to see him play too high, you get to see him play single high, you get to see him play down in the box, you get to see him blitz, you see him play over the slot. So you got to see him doing so many different things. They get excited about that. But I think his natural position is free safety. We'll see if that's what he ultimately transitions to, or if they use him like Cam Curl, who they deem to be a chess piece. They move Cam Curl all over the football field. Maybe they view the same thing for Percy Butler. Ralph, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Ralph writes, glad you three guys got together. I watch you all the time. Super Bowl Commanders. We appreciate you greatly, Ralph. Thank you for the support, man. I always tell people it's enough support for all of us to eat out here, man. Rio and my guy Protect Sports and, you know, Big Douglas. There's so many of these Washington shows out here, man. Support all of these dudes who putting out content, spending the time, putting in the work, and see these dudes grow as well, man. But I appreciate the love and the support.
It's not like you have to insert a coin to watch each video.
Right. It's free. It's free of charge, man. You know? So we appreciate the support for sure. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Lou, Big Money Sonny, salutes to you putting together the panel. Congrats on everyone's growth. Hit the like. We taking applications for the mob and the Cherry Squad. Hashtag Condo P for prayers. I love how that Cherry Squad has morphed into a thing of its own. Again, y'all know I can't co-sign on that. We've had that discussion already before. But again, man, I appreciate these two kings for coming on and blessing the program, man. It wouldn't be what it is without them. 1/6 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy 1/6 Devil Doc writes, to your point about Robinson, football is a game of inches. And Ron, you know, was very adamant about what he brings. The first thing out of their mouths after day 2 of the draft was, we got tougher as a football team. Talking about Fadarian Mathis and Brian Robinson. And I think that toughness they're speaking of is in short yardage situations. And one of the things Ron talked about ad nauseum was the fact that Brian Robinson had the highest broken tackle rate of any running back in this year's draft class. More yards after contact, all of that good stuff. And he's essentially telling you, hey, we need that. You know, we lacked that last year. We need that. So I think that's a big deal, you know, getting a guy that you can feature in that role and feel confident that, like, I've never felt the level of confidence that I did in 2020 with any other back before in short yards. I always thought we were going to convert when they put Peyton Barber in the game. Always. I've never felt that in my life. So I would love to feel that again. And I'm hoping Brian Robinson can instill that and then some. You know, he can catch too. A lot of people don't talk about he can catch the football. Like, he's no slouch as a receiver too. So he brings a lot to the table. Decipher SPC2G. thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, great to see you three live together. Much love. Have you guys heard / discussed the talk of AGG running at tight end? Crowded wide receiver room, crowded tight end too. Guess we'll see. We briefly talked about that. Ed delivered the breaking news from John Keim, and it's funny because I had just said it like maybe 7 minutes before that.
Right.
That AGG, I saw a picture of him with a little blocking technique stance, hitting the pad with John Bates holding the pad. I'm like, that's only something tight ends and offensive linemen do. But specifically, I'm watching John Bates hold the pad, so he's with the tight end group. Is there anything to that? And then Ed, like 7 minutes later, is like, yo, breaking news, John Keim just confirmed that AGG is making the switch to tight end. So again, it's going to be an uphill battle for him because we have tight ends. We drafted a tight end. We drafted one last year. We have one in Logan Thomas that they love. You got a developmental guy already in Sammy Reyes, who they really think is arguably the best blocker, they've said, or at least the most physical one that is on the team. AGG is 200 probably in 20 pounds max. So he's got to put on weight, which I'm pretty sure he's in the process of trying to do and make sure that it's good weight. Then he's got to learn how to block. And it's a lot, man. It's going to be a lot. But I'm willing to see this thing through if he is. What about you guys?
I like it. I mean, yeah, it was crazy that we were talking about it right before because even when you watch him in the preseason games, when he did get those opportunities, he just moved really, really slow with the football after the catch. Like he was very slow.
Like he's
it was
stuck
like
in mud, man.
Yeah. So he looked like a tight end. I think this is good for him. I mean, the Eagles are doing it with JJ Arcega-Whiteside, and he was a 2nd round pick, not a 4th round pick. So I like the move. I think it's intriguing. I like it.
What about you, Rico?
I like the point that he brings up with the super chat that the tight end room is also crowded, but I agree that he does have a better chance of competing there. Again, like you said earlier, Lou, I mean, he is a 4th round pick, and they're not necessarily attached to a 4th round pick like it's a 1st round pick, but they're going to, explore every avenue possible to get this guy to work out so they don't feel like they wasted the pick. And there is talent there. I mean, even just that Browns game where he got hurt, we just kept forcing him the ball however we can. We even gave him the ball on screens, even though he's not fast.
Not right.
We were just trying to just see what we can get out of him. Show us something. So yeah, I think the move to tight end, I'm not optimistic about it because me personally, I'm really excited about Armani Rogers, the Ohio quarterback that Oliver briefly talked about earlier, and his potential. But I really like him as a guy, like just as, I mean, him with the Rubik's Cube and how interesting of a person he is. So I'm rooting for him, but I'm just not. I wouldn't put any money on it working out for sure.
Yeah, I don't think this has much life to it, but I'm rooting for him, and all you can do is give it a run and see what happens and see if it turns into something. I mean, I think probably a lot of people didn't think Logan Thomas would amount to much as a tight end, even though he's played it before. And Ricky Seals-Jones, same thing, making the transition from wide receiver to tight end. We've seen it happen and guys be successful. Darren Waller is the latest and greatest example of that. If you get the right guy to be able to do it, big things can happen. So we'll see. Kevin, the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Kevin, the PRF writes, if our offense struggles the first few games, whose seat gets hot first, Wentz or Turner? I'll just say this, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rico and then Ed. Rico already said Turner got an extension, so I don't think his seat's getting hot anytime soon. It just all depends because you can tell when they're frustrated with the quarterback. When they feel like they're calling good plays and they go watch the film and they see guys open. Like I could tell that they were frustrated with Dwayne in 2020, right? You could hear it in their voice. You could hear it with the things that they would say, but you could also watch film. If you're watching film, you see dudes running open. And if they feel like they're missing out on opportunities because Wentz isn't seeing the field or he's missing throws, then it'll be on Wentz. If this offense is stagnant with all this talent and they're not putting these guys in positions to succeed, then I think you can start to point the blame at the coordinator, which is what everybody does without even having all the facts anyway. If the offense sucks in a game, get rid of Scott Turner. Well, Scott Turner could have been awesome, and we just didn't execute. But that's what everybody's go-to de facto move is. Hey, fire the offensive coordinator. Scott Turner sucks. What says you, Rico?
No, that's literally how it goes. And first of all, I completely agree. And to add to that, I don't see a scenario where Carson Wentz could be good and Scott Turner doesn't look good.
Exactly.
I mean, just to kind of look at it from the other way, there's no way Carson Wentz can ball out and then we're like, oh yeah, Scott Turner's still holding them back. So
right.
It goes both ways. It's really hard to isolate one from the other in certain ways. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Scott Turner here for the next couple of years at the very least. Wentz, there's a reason they haven't.
Right.
We could have paid Terry now if we would have, changed his contract, split it up over the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But they're keeping it at that strong $28 million this year, and technically nothing furthermore going forward dead cap wise. So they've clearly shown who they believe in and who they're a little iffy on still to an extent.
Ed.
Yeah, I would go Wentz. We get on the hot seat first. Like you guys both said, that Scott Turner got that extension. And the contract is telling too, like if it doesn't work out, then there's a $0 dead money cap hit next year. So I think Wentz, man, and they Sam Howell, I don't think they expect him to play much this year, but they did get a developmental quarterback. So, if things go wrong with Wentz and there's like 4 or 5 games left, which I don't think is going to happen, but this is just a hypothetical. Then they might just look to see, what they got in Sam Howell. But I think Wentz should be fine around that point where they won't be looking at Sam Howell and putting him in the game.
All right, this one is funny, and I apologize for this because not everybody is built like this. Okay, so big money, Sonny. Big money, Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right, yo, Ed and Rico, y'all look like y'all about to fall asleep. Lou's live streams are like marathons. Thanks for giving us great content. Salutes, y'all. I'm gonna try to get y'all out of here soon. I promise.
Well, first of all, on my end, I'm up till 4 or 5 a.m. all the time anyway.
Yeah.
I'm a huge gamer, so like I'm always up. It's just that my eyes, after when you went on the rant about the old burgundy and gold and how we couldn't beat Dallas, I was crying, laughing to the point that my eyes, got a little heavy and I was rubbing them.
Yeah.
So I'm not tired. I was just literally almost crying, laughing at Louie Tee's rant on how we couldn't beat the Cowboys for years. So.
And you see how quick that happened? You see how quick that happened? Like it came out of nowhere, right? I didn't even know I was gonna do that, right? Crazy. I do need to say this though. When did you get your braces off?
April. Appreciate you asking.
Man, your teeth look fantastic, bro.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Yes. I've been there. I had braces from 11th grade to my first year of college. So I know the struggle. I saw the bands. I know the little triangle you had them in on both sides. It's like heaven that first time you get to rub your tongue across your teeth.
It's a little
nothing
weird.
Be there.
But yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, I'm just learning how to talk around this retainer. I have it in right now, so a couple of my letters sound a little crazy, but I'm getting better at it.
So my advice to you, so you have one of those like Invisalign?
Yeah, I don't know how, but that's what I ended up getting. I thought I was just gonna get a wire.
I had wires. They're terrible, right? The one at the bottom ended up sliding all the way down to my gum and it wasn't doing anything. And then the one at the top, I bit an apple and it broke. And that happened like literally 2 months after I got my braces off. So my advice to you would be wear the retainer when you're not doing anything. Like wear it all the time. You'll get used to it being in your mouth. It won't be a big deal. But like if you're talking or something, you don't have to wear the retainer, man. Because I know when I wear it, I'm like Sylvester. Yeah,
it's bad.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
Appreciate it, man.
No doubt, man. A193. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, "What up, y'all? I know how we feel about Turner, but if this defense is lackluster for another season, is Del Rio out the door?" So we kind of answered a question like that already. I think we kind of all agreed that that would be something that would need attention, but we don't think Ron is actually going to do anything. We think Ron is one of those guys that's going to be loyal to a fault. And even if Del Rio is the problem, I think they'll feel like, hey, we put guys in positions to succeed and they just didn't get it done. So we'll see. I don't think Del Rio is going to be out the door. But then again, you never know, man. If they can't get on the same page as to how to call. I think they see the game from the same lens. They played linebacker at the same exact time frame in the NFL. I think their minds kind of work as one. So I just don't see them being not on the same page, if that makes any sense. They both were, went to college in California in the 80s, was drafted into the NFL in the 80s, into the 90s. They played in the league. I think they see football the same exact way. So I don't think you're going to see them turn on one another. A193, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, rights. Over under Dotson with 1,000 yards in his rookie season. Ed, go.
Under. It's easy for me. I like Dotson, but it's under for me.
Rico.
Only.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. You had something to add? Ed?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't see two. Like you said before, we haven't had 2 1,000-yard receivers in a long time. So I'm going to go under. And that's not a bad thing. If he gets like 700, that's still really good for a rookie.
Heck yeah. And Terry didn't get 1,000 in his rookie season. He would have if he hadn't gotten injured, but Terry didn't get 1,000 in his rookie season. I don't think it's anything wrong with the guy having 846 in his rookie season, having, 697, but you could see what he was doing. Like, that's a far cry from what we have gotten out of AGG and what's my man name from last year?
Josh Doxson.
Doxson and De'Ami Brown. That's what I was trying to think of. That's a far cry from what those dudes put up in their rookie campaign. So, and Dotson's going to do that. If he's healthy, he's going to put up some good numbers. Rico, over under on 1,000 for Dotson.
Definitely under. And to add to that, I mean, our second leading receiver was J.D. McKissick. Like, as long as he gives me 600, 700, like you said, and shows like he could have had 1,000, but the ball just went the other way a lot of the time, I'm cool with that. And it's just going to be really hard to convince me. I mean, we're still not exactly sure about Carson Wentz.
Exactly.
So it'd be different if we had Aaron Rodgers. We knew what we were getting from the quarterback position. Yeah. Then maybe I could take a risk and say over, but nothing's stable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing to me is I'm not worried about Jahan Dotson's talent and what he's capable of doing, even in his rookie season, because I think he's polished and he's ready to go right out of the packaging. So unlike some of these dudes we've taken and you're like, hey, I don't know if he's ready yet. He is ready. That said, is Carson Wentz ready? We don't know the answer to that. We hope he is, but we can't be assured of that. And because of that, I think you got to say under there. But again, I hope that you're right and it's a over situation or even a push. But the likelihood is he probably will be under 1,000 yards. And that's perfectly fine by me. I have no qualms with that whatsoever if he's under 1,000 yards in his rookie season and he shows promise. Lone Revolver 1, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lone Revolver 1 writes, Dak had been blessed with weapons. Carson never has had that. This year, Carson has the chance to be the best in the division. While he hasn't had this type of weaponry around him, I will agree with that take. You still got to be able to, it's the consistency for me. When Dak's healthy, Dak's been a top 12 quarterback or so in the league, roughly in that 10 to 12 range, on the fringe of the top 10. So Wentz, again, hasn't even been remotely close to visiting that territory since 2019. And you could argue that he wasn't there in 2019. I still argue that was one of his better seasons because of what he had around him. But this is the best collection of talent Carson Wentz has ever been surrounded with. It's not up for debate. So now the question is, and it's a strong offensive line. He did not have a strong offensive line pass protecting wise last year. Eric Fisher was a turnstile at left tackle for the Indianapolis Colts last season. So at the end of the day, he hasn't been protected the way he will be protected with the weapons that he'll have in Washington in the upcoming season. Now it's a question of, has he learned, has he grown? He said when he first got here, introductory press conference, I've grown as a quarterback. I'm learning when to, like the man sprained both of his ankles last year trying to fight for extra yardage. That's hard to do, right? He's got to know when to say when. He says he's learning that. We'll see. we've answered that question. All of us on the panel have answered whether we think he can overtake Dak. We don't think that's the case. So we'll see. He's got the weapons, got the offensive line, got the running backs to potentially have some success, but we'll see if he can do that or not. My guess is no. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, to the panel, best believe we sweep in the division. Let's hear your thoughts. Come on, Lou, get me to get a cosign on this. All right, so Big Money Sonny thinks we're sweeping the division. I said we haven't swept the division, and I said I can't remember because the last time we were good enough to do it was 2012. We weren't good enough to do it in 2015. We didn't do it in 2015. But we did it we had a chance to do it in 2012. We lost to the Giants in that epic game where Robert Griffin III finds Logan Paulson on that 4th down as he's falling down. And then we got blessed by Victor Cruz. Got blessed by Victor Cruz over the top. I remember Josh, what was his name? The Dirty Turk, the dude. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Chasing in pursuit of Victor Cruz. And the safety, I want to say, was like, I think the safety was like Oshimago Otagwe or somebody. I don't remember who it was. I'm blanking on the safety, but they were both chasing him, and neither one of them was going to catch him. Can we sweep this division? Rico.
I mean, talent-wise, maybe, but I just think it's pretty unrealistic. I think the Giants, we should. I think the Eagles, we can. Cowboys are going to be tough. When you have the better quarterback, you have the better chance, arguably. But I think as a team, we can beat I think we should beat the Cowboys at least once. So sweeping the division, I don't think it's impossible, but right. I wouldn't put money on it, me personally.
Dallas is always tough in Dallas. I don't know the last time we won there with Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
When's the last time we won before that in Dallas?
Probably the Kirk Cousins game where like everybody was
out week 17. Right.
Yeah.
We don't win in Dallas. Like that was 2015. So that's 5 years apart. I don't see us beating Dallas in Dallas. If we do, it always feels like a miracle. And something has to go wrong. There was no Dak in 2015. And when we beat them in 2020, there was no Dak. Right. We haven't beaten Dak but once. And it took a forced fumble that we scooped and scored on and a snap procedure and then followed by a missed field goal to get that one. So Madu Williams was the name of that damn safety that was chasing him. Still can't think of the Josh. He wore 26 too. Ed, sweep the division?
No, I don't think anybody's going to sweep the division. I don't think the Cowboys will sweep the division. I don't think the Eagles will sweep the division either. I think it's going to be more competitive than what it was last year. Mm-hmm. But no, I do see us getting – honestly, we really should sweep the Giants. I see it splitting with the Eagles and splitting with the Cowboys. That's how I see it shaking up.
I think you're onto something with no one sweeping the division this year. I think you're onto something there. I think we can go 5-1 in the division with the lone loss being Dallas in week 4. But we will see. We will see. Super chat here from, read that one already. Let's read this one. Washington football fan, WGIL. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, I have a suggestion. How about you 3 doing post-game shows at least 1/3 of the season sponsored by Duplin? Hey, I'm trying to get them to respond to my email advances. I'm like, hey, look, man, I keep telling people how delicious your product is. Pay me. They're not going for it. Look, we all have our, shows that we do. And, if we can come together and do something, we will. I can't speak for them, but you know where to find me after every game. I imagine some of these games, they're going to actually be in attendance. Again, I can't speak for them. I'm not going to any games. Now, I say that, and we go to the NFC championship game and we're hosting or a divisional round, that might change some things, right? Maybe even a playoff game, just a playoff game in general. I might decide, let me get my ass up and go. But I don't plan on going to any games, so you know where to find me after the game is over. But that's interesting, something to consider. Thank you for that super chat, WGIL. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't skip over any. Nope, that was the right one. I got a super chat here from Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat, Chilled Dude. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, thanks for a great show, y'all. Hit that like, sub these gents up, get your popcorn ready. Going to be a great season. I have the links to their channels down in the description of this video. Again, these guys need no introduction. And more likely than not, and I can't say this with 100% certainty, which is why we always promote guys like these two kings here in their channels. I'm pretty sure you're subbed up to them if you're subbed up to me. That's the assumption. I don't like to make assumptions. You know what they say about people who assume. So go and sub these dudes up if you haven't already done so. I can tell you this, Rico, I felt like I got hit with a Rico trying to find your damn social medias. Okay. I was struggling on IG to find you. I asked Ed, I was like, yo, you know how to get a hold of Rico? He's like, yo, try him on Twitter, man. He be tweeting his ass off. So I found you on Twitter easily, but I couldn't send you a message. So I was like, well, damn, how am I get hold of this dude? I sent you an email, that shit bounced back. So I was like, damn, am I gonna be able to track this dude down or what? But I was glad that I was able to get you in, and everybody showed me your IG. You had 2 different IGs, so I was able to track you down there as well. So really appreciate y'all for coming on the show and blessing the program, man. This was a lot of fun, and we'll have to do it again in the future. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Joe Rockhead J writes, the King Manders. It's like the YouTube Monk, Clark, and Sanders. If we win 11 plus, I'm walking everywhere in slow motion with "Cot Damn" as the theme music. Look, man, I'm telling you right now, if we win 10 plus, you said 11, we win 11 games, and I'm gonna be talking reckless, especially if those 11, if it comes in a certain way, like it'd be hard for me to be excited about, and I still would, about an 11 win season that was, you start out 5-6, and then you win your last 6 games. You're hot heading into the postseason, but we did that shit that we always like to do, start off sluggish and slow and then rev it up at the end of the season. And you would have beaten some good teams. I don't know if San Francisco is going to be good or not with Trey Lance, but you go to San Francisco, you got Cleveland at the crib. You assume Deshaun Watson is going to be playing in that game. You got Dallas, you got the Giants twice, which you feel like you might be able to get over on them, but still, these are all games that you would have to win your final 6. That would be cool, but I want to be dominant. Like, aren't y'all clamoring for the year where we start 7-1? I know I am. I'm just looking for that year we're 6-2. And you're like, all right, let's see where this goes. Like, we're never 5-1. We're never 4-2. We're always 2-4. We're always 1-3. We're always fighting like, man, we lose this game. This is a must-win game, and we're in October. Like, can we get off to the schedule makers are giving us an opportunity to get off to a 4-1 start or a 3-1 start, 3-0. To hell with assuming we're going to lose to Dallas. They're giving us a chance to get off to a 2-0 start. I don't want to count Philadelphia as a victory like they trash, because they're not. But it's at home. It's not at Philly. That's a winnable game at the crib. You could get to 3-0, go into Dallas with a ton of momentum. I don't know what the Cowboys schedule looks like. I don't care. You got a chance to get off to a 3-0 start. Take it. Run with it. Build that momentum. I've talked about that Panthers season, and when you see teams do things like that, I always say, winning begets confidence. Confidence begets winning. It's a vicious, flavor delicious cycle that repeats itself over and over again. That's how the Panthers, nobody looked at the Panthers as a 15-1 team that steamrolled the rest of the NFL in 2015. But you know what happened? They won a bunch of games to start the season. And then their confidence swelled and they begin to smell themselves and they have bravado now and they had swag. And now all of a sudden they couldn't do any wrong because now you expect to win. Our problem is we don't expect to win. We hope we win. We got to win some games early in the season, build up that confidence, and then who knows what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Joe Rockhead J. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Wentz top 10 QB, Winsington Commanders NFC East champs. Yeah, I can't co-sign on that. Top 10 I can't. Can any of y'all co-sign that?
I'll speak it into existence. I like the optimism. That's not my prediction, but I like the optimism, like the confidence.
What about
I'm not
you?
putting any money on it. I hope, but I wouldn't be able to put no money on it right now.
I'm with y'all. I'm speaking into existence. Yeah, go ahead. Right? Have at it. I don't see it happening. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Wentz top 5 dead or alive. I can't with you. I won't with you. I will not. Shauna Gang. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Shauna Gang writes, why do y'all Washington fans hate Taylor? Like, damn, y'all just throw him under a rug like he trashed. Shaking my head. Give him his flowers. He did try. And by the way, love all you guys. Big fan. So I can't speak for them. I'm going to let y'all tackle it first. Ed, what do you say to that about
a lot of people do dislike Taylor Heineke. There was a debate the other day talking about, should they trade him? I'm there's no point of really trading him. Carson Wentz, I don't think he's right. Yeah, it wasn't a rumor. It was just I think it was like Hogs Haven or somebody like that. Yeah. They were like, they should trade him while they can, and I just disagree with that. I get what they're saying. I don't really see the value. Maybe Kyle Allen, he was traded for a 5th round pick. I think Heineke would get probably a 6th, maybe a 6th. And I guess that's not terrible, but I think the value in a backup quarterback is huge. Look at Chase Daniel, how much he's getting paid. Look at Gardner Minshew. Look at Colt McCoy now. Backup quarterback, they're getting nice contracts. They're not getting big contracts, but they're getting nice contracts. Mike Glennon's of the world. But yeah, it's hard to have a good backup. I know Sam Howell's in the room now, but honestly, I would keep Heineke for now. I don't think there's a point of really trading him, to be honest. But I like Heineke. He came in and he did what he could. He did what he could with a limited arm strength. He won some games. The Tampa Bay game, that was a huge game for him to step up and win that game. The playoff game last year against Tampa Bay. He can tell his grandkids, hey, I went toe-to-toe with Tom Brady for the rest of his life, even though he didn't win the game. And he stepped up and he won 7 games for a backup undrafted guy out of ODU. Was the Heisman, basically the Walter Payton Award winner out of ODU. He's done a lot of good things. So I have the arm strength is just limited, and he's where he's supposed to be right now as a backup. That a really good backup. That's where he's supposed to be right now.
And I know, Rico, you're not the biggest fan of Taylor Heineke. So what says you on this topic?
Well, the legend of Taylor
Heineke.
That's right.
Well, on the field wise, I'm not the biggest fan, but I may be the more grateful to him than any of y'all because he beat the Falcons. And that's my game.
You were at that game, right?
Schedule. You had to.
Man, that was a lit game to be at, man. That might have been
beautiful.
That and the Giants game were the 2 best games to go to of the year for Washington. So you were in for a treat there.
Oh man, loud, gotta be obnoxious at the end of that game. Because my friend circle out of 15 of us is, of course, it's half Falcons fans, but it's Steelers, Colts, Rams, 49ers, Bears, a whole bunch of random stuff. Not too many NFC East people. I get the NFC East basically from Twitter and just us playing them, but I don't have any friends that I talk to on a daily basis that are really those. But the Falcons gotta beat them, and Taylor Heineke lives on forever in my heart. After, especially the way we beat them, just like Jake Fromm for my Bulldogs. Yeah, I don't expect him to get drafted. I don't expect him to be a great NFL quarterback, but he got us a championship. And he can do whatever he wants in the state of Georgia after that. And I kind of feel the same thing with Taylor Heineke. And he actually happens to be from Georgia. So, if Taylor Heineke ever needs anything from me, I got him. But on the field wise, backup, straight up, point blank, period. Nothing beyond that. Really good backup to have. Again, to the point that we spoke about earlier, you won 7 games last year. When in doubt, even if Carson Wentz gets hurt, you should win at least 8 this year because it's the same constant at quarterback as far as Taylor Heineke goes, and everything else should be better scheduled, all of that type of stuff. And trade-wise, I mean, the only way you can get anything more than a 5th-round pick for him is October. A team with a really good roster, their quarterback is done for season, maybe you'll get a 5th-round pick for that. But other than that, I don't really see the trade situation. So I love what he did, but I just don't expect much of him as far as the future goes. So that's how I am for Taylor Heineke as far as a fan.
So Shauna, I don't know where you're getting your info from, and I've said this all along. I love Taylor Heineke as one of the best NFL backups in the league. I feel that way. Like I said, I don't want him off this roster. I just don't want him starting. Okay. Because there's a standard you have to hold yourself to as an NFL starting quarterback, and he just doesn't meet that standard. But what he does do is meet and exceed the standard that you need for a backup quarterback in this league. And so I think if you need a quarterback for a 2 to 4 week stretch, quarterback's out, you need a guy to fill in for 2 to 4 weeks, Taylor Heineke's the man for the job. And I'm 110% confident that if we have anything go wrong this season, he'll be able to step in and he'll give us a chance to win every single week. And that is priceless in this league because not enough teams have a competent backup quarterback. That said, Heineke proved last year, and I know a lot of people say, well, this was his first time as a starter. And look, there's certain things you can see that are tangible that you can say, okay, he can't do this. Bless his heart. He can't do that. All right. He doesn't have the arm strength. The man isn't going to stretch his bones and become 6'3" overnight. He's 6 foot, and that might be generous. He might be 5'11". Okay. At the end of the day, there's a lot of things that he just doesn't have that you're looking for in a starting quarterback. That doesn't mean he can't be an exceptional backup quarterback, and he is to me. So I like Taylor Heineke a lot. Love him as a backup, but you got to upgrade the starting quarterback position. So, Condo P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My girl Condo P writes, salute Rico, salute Ed. That's right. Salute the Kings, man. Really, truly do appreciate these two legends for coming on and blessing the program. Let's see. All right, right there. See, got a super chat right here. Kevin the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Kevin the PRF writes, wait, double up. Thank you for doubling up. Kevin the PRF who writes, I want a healthy season. Do the Kings have enough resources to spring Vermillion from the feds for me? As far as I know, the position is still pending. They hired somebody to fill that position already. It was an old dude that was with the organization with Gibbs 1.0. So they hired another old hag. And again, I say that in the most respectful manner. I don't know this guy, Adam from Eve, but if you were around with Gibbs 1.0 administration and you've been around, either you were super young then, if you were already a middle-aged man then, you got to be a little bit older and long in the tooth now. So either way, guy with a ton of experience is going to be holding us down in that capacity. And Vermillion's done, bro. And no, we don't have enough resources to spring him. So I don't know what his situation
I'm working on YSL right now.
Hey, you see what it is. You see what he's trying to do, man. All right, he got his own endeavors over there, man, trying to get somebody else out, man.
Yeah, man.
You know how it go. All right, Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Chauncey Davis, the OG, triple OG. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, Chauncey, I am feeling proud watching you three young men just like my sons. You know me, Lou. The old man is all about La Familia. I do. And we appreciate you, man. That's why you the OG, triple OG, man. All love, man. Really do appreciate you, Chauncey Davis. All right. See, Luck. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Luck writes, yo, cash flow, where you parked at, my guy? We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. That one went over my head. Do y'all know who he's talking about?
Nah, I don't. He sounded like the people that call my phone.
It's probably somebody in the comment. I see cash flow in the comment section, so that's
yeah.
what
The comment section been wild.
Hey, look, I already knew it was going to be right now. I already knew it was going to be.
They're hilarious though. They are. They're hilarious as hell. That's why I've been laughing.
Hey, me too. I've been reading some of this stuff. You just, and I don't usually get a chance to read it because I'm talking, and engaging them. But when you guys are talking, I get to kind of peruse the comment section. Yeah, so look, what happens in the comments stays in the comments. Okay, there's a lot of tomfoolery going on.
They on head right now.
Christopher Richardson, stand up! You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Truly appreciate you, Christopher. MOBB, y'all know what to do. Open your arms wide. Extend the love to Christopher Richardson. Welcome him to the squad. Welcome aboard. You won't be sorry. Truly do appreciate you. Got another super chat here. This one is from Kevin McMurtry. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Kevin, who writes, bros, this collab is crazy. I'm subbed to all three of you pimps. How confident are you in Cole Holcomb's ability to be our starting Mike linebacker? Can he step up or will he hinder us? Great question. It is something that I wanted to tackle tonight. Rico, Cole Holcomb, middle linebacker. What do you think? Can he excel in that role? He was given the Mike responsibilities last year from a green dot responsibility standpoint, but he was not actually given the title of Mike linebacker. Can he make that transition seamlessly and give this team what they've been lacking at the middle linebacker position for quite some time?
I love Cole Holcomb as a player. Don't particularly love him as a Mike linebacker to like stacking shit. Now, he has gotten better at making tackles at the line of scrimmage because even like the first couple of years he was here, loved his potential. And he would have a lot of tackles, but it'd normally be like 3-5 yards down the field. This past season, he actually started making tackles at the line of scrimmage, but he's still not a true Mike, and it's not an intelligence thing. It's just more so, can he stack and shed with offensive linemen? Can he go up against a guard, get him out the way, and make a tackle in the run game? I don't see him doing that too often. Maybe occasionally. He did it on like 1 4th down play. I remember distinctly. That was really good. And I just think overall, linebacker group wise, they're waiting to evaluate some of the guys. I think they want to give Khaleke Hudson, Derek Forrest, or even Farrod Gardner, who we picked up as an undrafted free agent, like a chance. I think we're going to overplay them. Like, so say if you say Khaleke Hudson's a 3rd or a 2nd stringer, we're going to play him with the starters against the ones to see if he can step up and handle that. Doubt he will, and I think we may wait to pick up a free agent linebacker later. I don't see Cole Holcomb being that Mike like they keep acting like he is. I love him as a player, but as a true Mike, I don't really see it.
What about you, Ed?
Yeah, I'm with Rico on that one. I think he can definitely do it. I thought he showed flashes towards the end of the year. I just watched the pick 6 like highlight that he had against Dak, where Dak just threw it right to him. I thought he was good stopping the run. He's physical. He can guard tight ends. He can run with tight ends. I think they might look at AJ Klein. He's still out there. He can play Mike.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I could maybe see Quan Alexander maybe on a veteran minimum, but knowing them, they probably won't do that. Yeah, they probably won't do that. AJ Klein is somebody I would take a look at for sure. I think they bring him in.
To be another commander that he's very comfortable with at the linebacker position. We've seen that movie before with David Mayo.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if he went AJ Klein. I'd be really like not moved by that if that was in fact the case.
People are saying Schobert from the Steelers.
Joe Schobert. But solid football player, but I don't know if that's the direction that they want to go in. But they've clearly made it a emphasis that they're going to add another linebacker, a veteran one. Ron has been adamant that he wants to add another veteran to the roster. So they're going to do that at some point. Now, it's not a question of if, it's a matter of when and who. I unlike you two, think Cole can do it. He did it in North Carolina. I thought when he got the opportunities last year, I thought he was actually really good. To your point, Rico, I do think he's getting more comfortable attacking the line of scrimmage. I thought all our linebackers, going all the way back to John Boone Bostic, they were just too passive. They were willing to sit back and wait on their heels and wait for the action to come to them instead of attacking the line of scrimmage and being aggressive. And so I think now he's got a better understanding of what's being asked of him. And I do think he's attacking the line of scrimmage more aggressively. He even said that himself. He was doing a lot of thinking his first couple of years. And you got to remember, his first 3 years in the league, he had 3 different, defensive coordinators. So everything for him was kind of like, touchy-feely, trying to figure things out. And so I think now he's really comfortable. And so we'll see. I'm excited for him and the opportunity. That's for sure. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes, look, man, people put down my guy Jamin Davis a lot, but the few flashes he has shown shows me he's damn good, how damn good he could be. I have high hopes for him. I think we all feel the same way. Like, he has the potential to be really good, but he's got to put it all together. I think their understanding of what he is helps in that regard. Now that they got a better understanding of what they have, now they don't try to force a round peg in a square hole. They can just say, all right, this is what you are. Now go be free and do your thing. So hopefully that is what they ultimately do. Jay Hunter Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Jay Hunter Lee writes, my 3 fellas, long time, Lou. Do you guys think we have the personnel on offense for the greatest show on turf? Just a speculation. I know we haven't played it down yet. Just y'all thoughts. Ed, tackle that one.
No. What they did, Isaac Bruce,
Torrey Holt,
Kurt Warner,
Hakeem, Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk. I mean, it's hard to live up to that. But no, I think they can improve to being the 23rd offense in the league to maybe like the 15th or the 13th in like yardage. I think they can be better on third downs. I think those are some of the goals that they can actually pinpoint and reach. If they can be middle of the pack, better than 20th and 19th in the league, that would be a huge leap. And I think that's improvement there. And third downs are very important because we were bad on third downs to start off the year. I think that's something that they need to look at. I think that's something where that's a realistic goal is being 15 or better. That's something to look at. But greatest show on turf, nah, that's not happening. But I mean, that's a good goal to have for sure. I don't think, and it's hard for anybody to live up to that. Even the Chiefs are going to take a step back. I don't see them being near the greatest show on turf, or maybe the only teams that I can see that in the whole NFL is maybe the Bills with Stephon Diggs, or maybe the Rams again with Cooper Kupp, and who's the wide receiver number 2 right now with the Rams?
Allen Robinson,
yeah. So maybe them. So that's about it in the NFL. I mean, maybe Tampa. That's about it.
What about you, Rico?
Yeah, I agree. It's just basically all on the quarterback. Because when you're comparing the greatest show on turf, you're more so comparing the weapons. And I just think that's hard to obtain. It's such a quarterback-driven league that it doesn't matter how great our weapons are. We could have those guys, Marshall Faulk and all of them on here right now. Mm-hmm. But if our quarterback can't get them the ball, what does it matter? Yeah. Especially in today's NFL. So we'll see. And I also, to your point, I guess maybe the Bills will be the closest thing, because I'm really high. I'm biased, of course, Georgia Bulldog fan, but they missed out on J.D. McKissick, so they went and got James Cook. Mm-hmm. So I'm really excited how their offense look. They may have a good chance of trying, but yeah, it's on a talent standpoint, it's really difficult to repeat that.
Oh, yeah. And maybe the Bengals. They got a lot of weapons, Jamar Chase and guys like that. That's the only team.
I was gonna throw them out there as well. Yeah, I don't see. I mean, again,
because they're generational. I'm sorry,
the biggest generational. Exactly the biggest part of that we didn't really talk about was, and Rico brought it up, was they had Kurt Warner, who ultimately ended up being a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, in order to make that work, you got to have the right dude pulling the strings and delivering the football. So if all of this is all dependent on Carson Wentz, it's like we're talking in circles, because we could talk about this roster. We could talk about, we talked about the Eagles roster. We talked about their offseason. It all comes back to Jalen Hurts. We can talk about the receivers. I told you this is the most talented crop of receivers I've ever seen this team assemble, and still all comes back down to Carson Wentz. or whomever's playing quarterback for us and how consistent they can be. So you got to have a quarterback, man. Everything else kind of pales in comparison. Got to have that position first. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, the few, the proud, the Commanders. Windsurfer 5. That would actually be, I mean, you just straight stole it from the Marines, but that would actually be a dope like moniker for the team. But you just straight jacked it from the Marines. But the few, the proud, the Commanders. I see this from Condo P. I got to ask now because I knew that one of the times we spoke in the past that you had a baby on the way, Ed. Is it actually Wentz?
No, it's one, but this is my second one.
Okay. All right, I was about to say, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, I know you guys got it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I was about to say, hey, look, buddy, this is something unlike you've ever seen before, man.
Yeah, no.
Is that is it soon? Is it recent? Is it
July 4th is the due date. This will be our last child. Mark my words. Like it's a lot of work, man. I'm telling you guys. Oh, man. Yeah, Street Scores, you don't have any kids yet, but
enjoy life while you don't have no kids, bro. It's over. Once you got kids, it's over.
I know. I already know though. When I have them, I want a bunch though. I want the goal is 5, but I'm definitely waiting. We'll see. I need to make sure I'm ready for that.
Oh, well, you say you loading up because you trying to get it in quick, man. You say you waiting and you on 5.
Oh my gosh.
She gonna pop one out and then you gonna be ready to do it again.
Quintuplets will be perfect.
Hey,
please.
Woo.
That's ideal.
Oh man. So any females out there, you heard the man. You better be ready to saddle up. Just letting y'all know in advance. The man is already spoken. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes over under 5 minutes till Ed knocks out. Ed,
this was an hour ago.
Yeah, it was an hour.
That was an hour ago. Seriously, this super chat was literally an hour. It might have been longer ago.
Hey, they keep coming in waves, man. They keep coming in waves. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging tough with me. A193, thank you for the super chat. And it was like, that was an hour ago, bro. He says, how y'all feeling about sack totals for the defense, LOL? Are Sweat Young breaking the sack record, LOL? No. I'll let y'all handle this. I'm not making any declarations. I just want these brothers to go out and play. Period. End of discussion. See where the chips fall. Yeah. But I ain't making no declarations. I ain't putting a number on nobody's season because I don't have it. I don't got it. I feel like the dude that always crying broke, got money in his pocket, but always crying broke. I don't got it, bro. I don't got it. I ain't got nothing for you on this one.
I'm just looking for effort, playing together. I don't want to see them rushing past the quarterbacks like last year. I just want to see them play within the scheme, dial up some different things, play together. That's what I'm looking for.
Anything to add to that, Rico?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. We can't give they need to earn those expectations again. And I think the reason I don't necessarily like adding numbers to things is because it kind of feels like you reach that and then now, okay, I'm done. So I just want them to go get as many as they can. But don't try to break any type of record. Just go out there and win games. Focus on that more so than the stats, please, for me.
Yeah. Watch some Ryan Kerrigan film and get
see that's the problem right there. That's the damn problem right there. Watch too much damn Ryan Kerrigan film, man. That American. This is probably why y'all was laughing earlier.
Yeah, I was.
They've been on them, man.
I was laughing at that one. That one,
they've been on them, man.
That American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right,
he's been on one.
He playing more. I can't with y'all. Oh man, Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Right, Madu Williams let the salsa boy run right by him. I told you I remembered his name. Madu Williams was the victim on that 2012 deep ball to Victor Cruz. That was frustrating. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, check out Ronnie's plan. She's bad. She's bad. Oh, there you go again. I know she's bad. She looks so fine. She looks so sweet. Knocks the East right off their feet. I hear you out there. We having that whole discussion about R&B. I see where you're going with that. and I appreciate you. Got another new member to the MOBB, Kevin McMurtry. Thank you for becoming a new member of the MOBB. Stand up, Kevin. You are now officially the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Open your arms wide, show some love to Kevin McMurtry, and welcome him home to the squad. Welcome aboard. You will not be sorry. Glad to have you, Kevin McMurtry. All right. All right. She's bad. She's bad. All right. This NFC East, she bad, man. It's hard to tame her. Ain't nobody been able to do it 2 years in a row. Just Andre. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, the NBA draft lottery always be the same 5 teams because you got to be ass-tastic to get, enough ping pong balls to get your name in there. And you know what's funny? It's the same teams be in there every you say the same 5 teams, but they don't ever get any better. So what difference does it make, right? Like it's tough because honestly, you got to get lucky in a draft where there's multiple dudes. Like, for instance, we got lucky in our draft because it was Zion Williamson and it was John Morant. So as bad as I wanted number 1, I'm a Duke Blue Devils fan. As bad as I wanted number 1, I'm so glad we didn't get it, right? And I wanted John Morant. When I looked at the situation, I'm like, Zion, wherever he goes, I don't think he's going to want to stay there. He seems like a guy that wants to play in a big major media market like New York. So I couldn't have envisioned he was going to get injured the way he has. But there was another draft where we had the number 2 pick, and we ended up having to take Hasheem Thabit. So you get one of them drafts where it's only one dude, you screwed. You know what I'm saying? And you got the 2nd pick in the draft. What are you to do? So you got to get lucky, man. We got lucky. Ja was sitting there right there for us. We had Mike Conley, but we was like, hey, Mike, you got to go, bro. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. So,
Well, yeah, sometimes they can't even be in it because they trade all their picks. Like the Clippers don't have a 1st-round pick till like 2028. The Lakers don't have a 1st-round pick until 2027.
Yeah, this is what happens when you listen to dudes that want to win right now, and you do everything you can to try to appease them. You end up giving away future assets, and that really comes back to bite you.
Yeah, you be like the Rams. The Rams don't care. They I don't. When's the next time they have a 1st-round pick?
I think it's still like 3-4 years down the road, and they don't give a damn.
Yeah,
they got a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, if you get a Super Bowl, if you get a ring, you like, look, it was worth it. Shauna Gang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Shauna Gang, who writes, I'm not saying Taylor should start. I was just saying, but let's go Golden State. Sorry, Lou. Yeah, that's a big no for me. I respect those boys, the hell out of them. I love playing against them. I think I want a Christmas Day game against them next year. I'm working on that. I put a call in to Adam Silver, and hopefully he gets back to me. But trying to get that Christmas Day game against them. But it's really interesting because I feel like that's the last time they're going to be able to beat us. Real talk. So I would love to see them next year because I think it's time for them to pass the torch. We ready. Our hand is like this. I'm just hand it over, man. So I'm ready. We'll see what they do. If this is it, they better get a ring. And I don't think Dallas is going to stop them. The only way I think Boston is the only team that can beat them, to be honest with you. I think the Celtics can beat them. Shauna Gang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, why is y'all sleeping on Cole? I can hear her say, why is y'all sleeping on Cole Holcomb for? Why he can't be the middle linebacker? Who else can we trust? I'm gonna ask y'all.
There's nobody else. There really isn't. That's the scary thing with the depth on the roster. Seriously, I mean, it's behind them is like Kalik and Milo Eifler and Forrest and Farrah Johnson. I mean, there really is no depth. I think they signed another UDF. Oh, the guy out of Notre Dame, Devin White or something like that.
Yeah, it's White. I'm
a
Notre Dame fan.
Drew White.
Drew White.
Yeah, David Mayo. I mean, there really is nobody else. So I mean, it kind of is by default a little bit too.
Yeah,
but I'm fine with Cole at middle linebacker. It's not the best case scenario, but I mean, I think he can do it.
Yeah. What about you, Rico?
I agree. Like if he ends up playing Mike linebacker all season, it's not the panic button. But just from an analyst standpoint, I would prefer to at least add a veteran, let them compete for it at the very least, try to upgrade it however they can. But yeah, it's not hit the red panic button if Cole Holcomb's our week 1 starting Mike linebacker, because I think our defense can still be really good, maybe even elite around that, but it's just not the most ideal situation.
Shauna Gang says, do y'all want London to stay with us?
I would gladly take him back. I don't. This would be this would be his second pay cut. But yeah, he played well in the second half of the year. That role, Buffalo nickel box safety, yeah, sure. If it's for whatever cheap deal that they're offering him, sure, I would take him back.
Clearly, he wants to come back. If you've been watching his post on IG,
really?
Clearly, he is not over. He's like an ex that, still posting. You're like, damn, she still look good. He ain't got over us yet, and I don't know if they want him back. I don't know if the interest is mutual or what, but he clearly wants to come back. I wouldn't mind having him back, to be honest, but it kind of feels basketball minutes-ish to me, meaning I got this young boy that I just drafted. I got this veteran here. If he's on the roster, it's going to prohibit my young boy from getting these minutes. So I really need to move this veteran so I can play this young boy, 28 minutes a night, bare minimum. I can't do that if I got this veteran eating up minutes in front of him. They love Percy Butler. You stunt his growth if you bring Landon Collins back. Because if you bring Landon back, Landon ain't coming back to be in a reserve role. Landon's coming back to start.
Oh, yeah.
And Landon's one of those dudes that he'll be vocal like, I didn't come back for this shit. I didn't come back to sit on the bench. So you don't want that kind of, disruption in the locker room. And that's why they got rid of Adrian Peterson, because they asked Adrian, hey, you willing to be a mentor to Antonio Gibson? He's like, hell no, I want to start. All right, well, you got to go there. Like, we can't have this. Because remember what he was doing to Sean Payton on the sideline, staring at him when he wouldn't put him in the game? He's with the Saints, walking behind him and staring at him like he's about to punch him in the back of his head or something. So I can't see if they explain to him what they view his role as being, and he's okay with that, sure. But if he thinks he's coming back here and they're going to play him over Percy Butler, if Percy shows he can do it in camp, they're going to play that young man. They got high hopes for him. Big Money Sonny. The chat is, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, this chat is full of remember when, worst form of conversation, in my opinion. Tired of it, and I'm too old for this, Lou. You know that. Can this organization give us something new to talk about, please? I mean, that's what we've been talking about for the longest time is we keep reminiscing like we Mary J. Blige, but at some point you got to create new memories. And the only way you're going to do that, positive ones at least, we got plenty of bad ones. We can sit here and talk about 2019 and how bad of a football team we were and how bad the defense was last year when we thought it was going to be this epically good group. And I mean, we got plenty of those stories to tell, but the good ones to replace the ones we keep talking about in 2015 and 2012 and 2005. You want to replace that, we got to create new memories. So I think that's what we all are striving for, but they got to do it, man. One of the rallying cries this year for them has been, and we got to win football games. Like Antonio Gibson was like, I hear them talking about us. You want to quit that talk and win some football games. Ron's been talking about, hey, we got to, he gets tired of people giving Washington a bad name and they've got this bad rap, which they've earned, by the way. And Ron wants everybody to forget about the past. We can't, Ron. We've lived through it. That shit doesn't just go away. So it's hard to just start over and give you guys a fresh, clean slate and forget about the reasons why we feel the way that we feel. But at the same time, you want to erase a lot of those memories of failed past seasons. You want us to stop talking about yesteryear. And the thing that bothers me with this team and the fan base at times is we talk about 2005 like we won a Super Bowl. We talk about 2012 like we won the Super Bowl. That's how bad it's been. Those are years we just made it to the playoffs. We didn't win a game in 2015. We didn't win a game in 2012 in the playoffs. We just made it to the playoffs. And we talk about those years so fondly because there aren't any other ones to talk about. So, yeah, shit needs to change. Absolutely. Shauna Gang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, congratulations. And I think we all second, third, and fourth that. Congratulations, and man. I'm praying for a healthy pregnancy and birth. And just, it's a beautiful thing. You've been a father already before, so you already know. It's a beautiful thing. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Treylon Burks, should people be concerned? Nah, it's camp, mini camp. I hate the fact that he was out of shape and that it was killing him like that. But I mean, it's the first training camp. Mini camp. Like, we'll see. If they still having these issues when they come back in training camp, then you might be concerned. But I don't think so. What do y'all think?
Yeah, he's not Calvin Benjamin. He's not a Popeye's biscuit away from being a lineman or nothing like that. So yeah, I wouldn't be concerned.
Yeah,
the only reason I'm a little concerned is because, on film he's an athletic freak, but then he pulled up to the test and he didn't test well. So it's like, was he out of shape then as well and still out of shape now? But yeah, until his training camp, I'm not worried.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, lately I've been staring in the mirror, slowly picking Jalen Hurts apart. You keep bringing the 8 R&B hits, man, and I'm gonna keep talking about them, man. So we finally reached the end. You guys have been outstanding. I knew this was gonna be a super lit live stream. When the Kings come together, and into whole court, this is what happens. So I really want to take this time to thank you guys for blessing the program. And look, we've been at this thing for damn near 5 hours, man. So taking 5 hours out of your day, losing sleep to bless the program, man, I truly do appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart, and look forward to chopping it up with you guys in the future. I will give you guys the floor so that you can tell everyone where they can find you. Again, all of their information to their channels is down in the description, but go right ahead and let everybody know where they can find you and what you're up to and what they could look forward to on your channel moving forward, Rico.
Yes, sir. So you can find me on YouTube, Street Scores, on Twitter, Street Scores ATL. And I'm working on some film sessions for the draft class. I still need to do my draft review as well. But man, thank you for having me on, Louie Tee. Always great talking to Ed. And anytime, just let me know in the future. I had so much fun. I know it's been 5 hours, but again, I just love talking football with people that know about football.
That's right.
So it didn't feel like 5 hours to me. I'm up till 5 a.m. every day, so I'm about to be up for another 3 even after I get out of here. So I'm good. Just let me know.
Oh, what it must be like to be young. Hey, Ed, man, bless the people. Tell them where they can find you and what you got going on.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, man. This is awesome. You guys are great content creators. I watch you guys all the time. I got the notification bell. I learn a lot from you guys all the time.
Indeed.
Film sessions, all that stuff. College breakdown, because I don't get to watch a lot of college football because Saturdays I'm out and about. Yeah. You guys break it down. You guys do a hell of a job during the draft time. Seriously. You guys are the best out there. Seriously, you guys don't sugarcoat anything. You guys get right into it. Especially Skins Commanders talk. Y'all get right to it. No nonsense, none of that. But yeah, you guys can find me on YouTube, of course, at Oliver Commanders, Skins, whatever you want to type in on YouTube, whatever pulls it up. Then, of course, Wizards Talk, Locked On Wizards. Check me out on there. If you are a Wizards fan or just NBA fan, you can just click it for a view. Do whatever you want. Yeah, this is great. This is awesome, man. We definitely got to do this more. Commanders community is definitely getting bigger. I see more YouTubers coming in year by year.
That's right.
Definitely getting bigger. Because we've been doing, I know, Lou, you've been doing this since 2011, 2010.
2012, yep. 2012, yep.
Street Scores, you came in 2017, 18. Yes, I think we both came in around that same time, like 17, 18. So yeah, we've been doing it probably for the longest out of the most people who are in the group. But it doesn't matter when you started. We're all a community. We're all working together.
That's right.
Making each other better, pushing each other. But yeah, as far as Commanders content, I know all of us are going to do OTAs. That's May 23rd. to the 26th. So I know all of us are probably going to do OTA content for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's lit. It's a good season. We deserve a winning season. We all do. All this work in. And
that's right.
We've been doing YouTube videos during trash seasons. I remember
that's
the
2013
season. It was
painful. My God. It was painful. You ain't lying, boy. One of the toughest ones to sit through.
But yeah, I've been hanging in there. Everybody who put your bets in, you're over under 5 minutes, all that stuff. I made it. Condoleezza Perry, I made it. Shout out to you. Joe Roquette, you've been joking me the whole time. Fat American, you've been joking me. Metaphor, Armand Brown.
Man.
Y'all been joking me this whole
way
time.
to call them out, Ed. Don't let them slide, man. Nothing slides, man. You ain't going to sit here and be talking about me and think I'm going to let it slide, man. Call them all out, man. Line them up, knock them down. That's right.
It's a Louie Tee experience, man. It's built tough. It's built for
again. It's built for it tough around these spots, man. Everybody is not built for it. I definitely, it'd be people be like, man, I don't know how you do it. So, hey, I appreciate y'all holding the kid down, man. Really, truly do appreciate it. And don't forget, hey, you need a house, you in the DMV, hit Ed up, man. All right.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hit the man up. So, with that said, we're going to get out of here. Fat American says, nope.
American again.
Yes, we are getting out of here. Okay. Thank you guys for this outstanding experience. Commanders Kings live. Truly do appreciate you guys. You know what it is. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, post up and take command. You guys have a good one. And I think I got one more super chat on the way out, if I'm not mistaken. We'll take this one on the way out. Kevin McMurtry, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you for being a newest member of the MOBB, who writes, constructive criticism, Rico. Show your Rico report replays without the control panel. Ed, hang on to something on your white wall. LT, be less awesome. All right. I know for a fact I can't do mine, but those two gentlemen may be able to help you with theirs. So we truly do appreciate you, Kevin McMurtry. You guys be blessed. God bless and good night. We are out of here. All right. Peace.